crop circles and some other things. Very, very interesting things. They're absolutely silent. The only thing that I can tell you about it is it had an intelligence that I could sense about it. Like, it just had like, almost like a consciousness. Like, I knew it was something special, and I've never seen anything else like that. Signature Bank in West limited itself to buying one thing. And when one thing collapsed, in this case, Silicon Valley. Absolutely, absolutely. So it was about the size of maybe a beach ball, but to me it looked like the size of maybe like a basketball. So between those two sizes, a glowing ball. You could not see through it, but it was like like a almost like a foggy inside, and it was orange. It looked like the sun when it would be setting, but it wasn't the sun. The sun was setting at the time; it was in the evening, but that was setting in the west. And this flew silently and made like a complete like a left-hand turn over my car, about 20 feet over my car, I would say, and went in silently behind my car into the subdivision where, at the time, I lived. And I was on my way to work, and it kind of freaked me out because, of course, it's like something you've never seen before, and I just wanted to like see if I could see it anymore, but it passed into the subdivision, and I remember making a right-hand turn after that and being like, wow, I can't believe I actually saw something, because I've always wanted to see something, a UFO or something like that, and that was definitely something that wasn't of this earth. It had this intelligence about it. I remember that it wasn't like a being, but it was like definitely like it was like could pick up brainwaves or something like that. If I had to describe what it was almost like a beach ball, like perfectly spherical. And it was like milky in the inside, so that it like glowing though, like a plasma ball, I guess as I would describe it, like a big plasma beach ball. Oh, what day is it? Oh, Lord. I'll come back. And I almost forgot. It was very, very interesting, and I've never had anything else like that. I would say that at the time, I think I told some people with whom I worked, but like who I trusted. But really, it wasn't like I saw aliens or anything like that. And could it have been some kind of advanced government technology? Absolutely, but I don't know if it would have like that. And honestly, stuff that I've seen from the government does not run this efficiently. It was absolutely silent. There was no kind of gas coming out of it, or any kind of like vapor, or any kind of exhaust, and it was almost like just like a ball of plasma. And it was almost like you wanted to hug it. Like it was just like really, really like rolling warm. And I just honestly thinking about it just made me feel like there was an intelligence about it. It wasn't just like a piece of anything like I normally would find on Earth, or you'd normally find on Earth. That it's just like I guess like trees have their own kind of people thing. When they do it, have like perhaps like all kinds of cells and things. They're living things, but maybe just like I don't know, a car or a grill, or a tube, like a piece of concrete doesn't ever have like an intelligence about it. This had even a computer doesn't have an intelligence about it. This had an intelligence about it that you could almost sense that it was like whether it's friendly or not, I don't know, but it was like picking up brainwaves. And I truly believe they're simply the best at what they do. I want to see it again, honestly. I think that kind of stuff is really interesting. And that's why, I mean, not the only reason why I reported it to MUFON, but if you ever do report anything to MUFON, well, if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is the Mutual UFO Network, and MUFON.org. Basically, a lot of people don't know that people see UFOs every single day, every single hour around the world, and they don't know this. And they're like, I would always say to skeptics. The UFOs are out there like, oh, there'd be a big map out there. Somebody would be like, there'd be a big map out there, and you could see where these things are. Well, there is, and you can see them on a daily basis. And so you report what you see, and I've seen pictures of similar things. I can post them in the chat just to kind of see if it's anything similar to what Alex saw. But it just I'm trying to think, like, if you've ever seen a child's ball, they make those children's balls that are like plastic, that are kind of cheap. They're like maybe the size of a basketball. Kids kick them around. They're pretty light, but they sometimes have like an orange or like that kind of look to them. If you could have one of those that would fly around, that was like a plasma ball, it was exactly like that. And just very, very interesting to know that there's like really, really advanced technology out there that's not even close to anything we have on this.
Jerry's up through Costa Mesa, and they still have a closure in the mountains. Highway 18 is shut down between Snow Valley and Big Bear Dam. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Bring back to life at Business Market. Get 5 yellow mangoes for just $4.50 with time through March 21st. Brighten up your smoothies and salads and pounce on this deal now. Rock the 5 blocks. Shop in store online. Terms apply. This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt for your guaranteed biggest refund and 50/50 return.
I'm attorney Derek Capanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COPS, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COPS.
Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime?
QC Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
We've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available for anyone.
Imagine being pain-free by this summer. In life the way you used to, walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids are the only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN. In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Spaniello, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Hey, it's Will Kelly. This is the fun part. This is where I get to tell you about the great results I'm having in real time. I get to notice how well I sleep now, how much more energetic I am. All this I incorporated Field of Greens into my daily diet. And I get it. Trust me, I do. You're probably thinking Field of Greens can't be as good as you
In
say
case you're
it
curious
is,
what
but
that
it is.
plasma ball looked like, I put it in the chat. However, that picture is from a Mirror article that says these ball lightnings could be, these ball spheres could be ball lightning. I didn't see ball lightning. It was perfectly blue skies out there. There's nothing like that. It flew, how do I describe it, like a bird, not like a lightning strike. It had nothing to do with that, but it is a good picture of what it looked like.
Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code AFI. That's
Logan, I want you to be able to see something. You're in Huntington Beach. That's a big spot for them.
Attention Southern California. Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for
Anywhere coastal is, but they love running up and down the coast.
We have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. More than any solar company in California. No one works harder than
Oh, you have? Oh, okay. I thought Alex was the only other person. So you've seen a lot of UFOs? Oh, you've seen the top secret UFO the top secret KGB UFO files, where they have that one UFO that is from Russia that's like on the ground, and they actually are touching it, and like you can see it up close. You've seen that one, right? Is that the best video you've ever seen of someone with a UFO up close, or am I missing something? That's the best one I've ever seen. Yeah, definitely. So this stars Roger Moore, who was a James Bond. He introduces it, and he talks about at the fall of the Cold War, at the end of the Cold War, the KGB leaked all their UFO files to the United States, or well, to the clandestine services of the world, and someone got the United States, and then they show a bunch of videos. I'll send you what this looks like up close. It's amazing. These fucking Russian guys are right up against, like, they're walking inside the UFO. It's crazy. I'll show you. Other people have seen these are it's a famous documentary. Just one moment.
Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a classic rock channel on iHeartRadio. And now, a few words from your AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We finish handle on the news. As we continue on board, we have this day today. First of all, what's the stock market? I mean, it should find you today after yesterday.
We got, let's see, it is down 470.
Okay, yeah, no surprise there.
Futures were lower, so it's actually doing a little bit better than it was, say, an hour ago.
Yeah, we'll see what happens throughout the day. And also, quick look on the weather before we finish our handle on the news.
We don't have this rain heavy at times through the rest of the morning commute, but it'll taper off as the day goes on. It's a very warm storm, but we do have these flood watches and advisories as well. Some gusty winds possible throughout the day.
All right, let's move on. More handle on the news. We finished it with Jennifer Wayne and China now has better hypersonic missiles than Russia. Missiles that can strike U.S. bases along
I don't think that
the west
the
coast
fact
of our
that
country. This
Sean Connery beat his wife has anything to do with Roger Moore did this KGB documentary. Take a look at the picture that I put in the chat, because I want to know if somebody has a better picture of a UFO up close. There's video of that encounter, but does anyone have anything better than that? That's pretty fucking close of people up close and personal with a UFO.
Ton of money, and sometimes apparently in this part, it's really weird. They still are slower than some traditional ballistic missiles. I don't understand that.
So it's from the documentary that I have pinned to the chat, which I also have just a breakdown of what it reviews. So basically, this documentary was released in 1998 but kept secret to the Russian government until 2016. The documentary includes interviews from KGB officials who have witnessed UFOs. One of the interviews, blah, 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 blah. The big thing is that it has UFO. It has this UFO up close, and these. I mean, if you haven't seen it, Logan, you gotta watch this one, because it's not like you're seeing it from way out in the fucking sky. These guys, this thing falls to the ground, and they have a bunch of these KGB and Russian troops that go around it and are trying to clean it up. And I've never seen one on the ground with camera footage, because anybody who ever would have a camera there would immediately be shot, because that's like a super classified thing. They're not allowed to do that. But in Russia, this tape got out, and they've had all kinds of people who have who verified that at least these were the correct kind of uniforms that they would have had, that these types of troops would have had. Everything about it is credible. I've never heard anybody say anything about this that was that at all invalidates its credibility. But if you haven't seen it, this is a really good one. These guys are up close and personal with a real UFO.
Repeatedly saying the N-word and also saying that they hate black people.
like best video footage that they had on from alien stuff that ever got leaked. It's very interesting.
And the point is, when I come in, one person says something, I go, come on, that's not a big story. That's one person. This is many people.
Excuse me, I misspoke. I said alien abduction, alien autopsy. They do an alien autopsy. Now, I've always been really skeptical whenever I've heard that alien autopsy, but hey, if they're gonna do one, that's great, and it would look exactly like what I saw in this documentary. Whether it's fake or not, I don't know, but that's what one would look like. You absolutely wish. They don't actually show going inside of it. They show guys going inside of it, but they don't show what the interior looks like. Though there is interior footage, it's just never been published. That's what I've researched on. But you see, these guys are up close and personal with it, whether they're touching it. And there's this one like KGB leader who's like telling everybody what to do. And they actually, in this documentary, it's not just from one angle either. They've got it from like 2 or 3 different. They have like a tripod, and they have like handheld cameras. It's really good quality. It's not like the shit kind of, oh, I saw something in the sky and it could have been anything. No, this is one on the ground. It's amazing footage.
Some information on the storm, the latest. And then Bill, that we talked about earlier, was some California schools to tell parents that their child is trained.
In fact, I'm gonna look at the documentary link that I posted, and I'll tell you exactly where you can see where they have this this UFO, because I want you to just look at it and know exactly what I'm saying.
This is KFI.
Absolutely, just one moment.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. What you need to know and when you need to know. KOXT 82.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Elvis on the way. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. San Bernardino County is delivering some relief to people who've had property damage from the recent heavy blizzard. KFI's Lake Trolley reports live the county will be waiving up to $5,000 in rebuilding fees.
Those fees are for county planning and permitting. Supervisor Doug Rouse says as people rebuild, the county needs to eliminate as many burdens as possible.
Contractors that serve the mountains, they're stretched pretty thin right now, and insurance adjusters are taking their time to get up and do those.
Those are just a couple of the issues people are still faced with. Homes and businesses and other structures were damaged by the weight of the snow during the recent storms. County inspectors have red tagged at least 29 structures, meaning they're too damaged to be inside, and yellow tagged 27 other buildings, which allows for limited occupancy. Those numbers are both expected to rise. Reporting live, Lake Trolley, KFI News.
A flood watch is in effect for Orange County, including the Santa Ana Mountains, until 2 this afternoon. Parts of LA County are under a flood watch until 11 this morning. That applies to the Santa Clarita Valley, the Malibu Coast, downtown LA, the San Fernando Valley, the San Gabriel Mountains, and the San Gabriel Valley. Now, a couple of cars in Baldwin Hills have gotten stuck on a road that runs along.
Sorry about that, Mike.
Part of the hill became a muddy mess overnight and slid onto North La Brea. President Biden has stopped in Monterey Park to promote his new executive order on gun control.
He also took the opportunity to urge Congress to pass stricter legislation, including universal background checks for all guns.
It's just common sense. Check whether someone's a felon. Domestic abuse.
My ad crashed. If you watch on that video, 30 minutes into it is exactly where that UFO starts. Yeah, so essentially what you'll see is a crashed UFO, and these guys will be in a truck, all these Russian troops, and this one KGB guy is pointing at him saying, this is where you go, this is where you go, this is where you go, and they document this thing as best as possible. And it's like, oh my God, that's what one looks like. It's like, I don't know, 30 feet across, and it's like halfway in the ground, and it's like, well, how the hell did it get halfway in the ground? It crashed. So they actually do like an animation of how they think it crashed when it hit the ground and the trees it took out, and then it's there, and then you'll see it a few different views of it. So it's really good footage, meaning like it's not just, and it's really clear from being like from the 1960s. It's really the best kind of, and I think it's really important too, but this is dated footage. This isn't something that's brand new that like you literally could make with AI nowadays. I mean, you could do it nowadays, but this video came out, it was in 1998, so that gives it some credibility as well.
Access the company based in China has to use their information and data. U.S. says the Russian military interception of an unarmed U.S. surveillance drone over the Black Sea was unsafe and unprofessional. ABC's Louis Martinez says the aircraft had its transponder on, so it should never have been intercepted.
You have the Russian Defense Ministry saying that they felt that this aircraft was headed towards Russian airspace. We're told it was significantly beyond the 12-mile limit of Ukraine territories.
Martinez said the U.S. is looking at this as potentially escalatory, and a lot of effort will be made to ensure that does not happen. And a post office in Yorba Linda will be stamped with the names of 2 local veterans as a thank you for their service and their sacrifice. To ensure that their stories and memories kept alive.
Congresswoman Young Kim said while we can never fully repay our veterans, we can honor them.
We are able to enjoy our everyday freedoms because of the dedicated service and sacrifice of those like Lance Corporal Richard Tunney and Sergeant Major Robert Potter.
The Tunney was a recent Esperanza High School grad and had dreams of joining Santa Ana
So many secrets they don't even know, which they don't even know. I mean, Siberia, Laos, and all those Kamchatka. I mean, it's just such a
bomb in Afghanistan. The official renaming is Friday. In Yorba Linda, Orphan Carson came on
it doesn't even all have to be UFO. They have a lot of interesting things stuck in the glaciers there.
123 to 108. LeBron James made an appearance on the court. He was just taking some free throws before the game. But he's getting closer to returning from injury. The Lakers lose to the Houston Rockets today. The Clippers host the Golden State Warriors. That's at 7 live on AM 570 LA Sports. With 5 goals from 5 different players, the LAC beat the New York Islanders 5-2. The Ducks get the Islanders tonight at 7. And the spring training baseball, the Yankees topped the Cleveland Guardians by a score of 8-6. Today, the Dodgers play the Colorado Rockies. I'm in my hate at high school. I've been a small business person my entire adult life. Still am. And over the years, on several HR issues, I just got nailed. Why? I own a small business. You own a small to medium-sized business. You can't afford an HR person. That's just impossible. There's an answer. Bambi.com. With Bambi, you get that HR person starting at $99 per month. And come on, that's too good to be true. If this is for real, if this works,
so I provided for like a UFO on the ground where we have video. Does anyone else have any UFO footage on the ground where of any kind? If you do, I'd love to hear about it.
Access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat.
The only other time that I ever saw that I was very somewhat relieved was from China, and it was like I just would describe it as people were like had a vehicle cam and they were driving and all of a sudden they started chasing this UFO, or I shouldn't say they started chasing a UFO flew over their vehicle, and they pulled off to try to follow it, and it had landed in this field, and it was on camera, and you could see some kind of beings that were getting out of it. That was the best I ever saw, and the fact that it came from China and it was kind of newer, I didn't know whether to believe it or not, but I'm really interested in that. There's also that one video from Equals at the Dome of the Rock, maybe from 2013, where it was 3 simultaneous videos of some kind of UFO that flies over the Dome of the Rock and then flies up into the air at like a light speed, basically. You can see it going in the air, and then that was like debunked, but I don't believe that. I mean, like, who the fuck else has 3 different angles? It's hard to get 3 different angles synchronized. It would be very difficult to do that, and if you've ever seen that video, that one's really interesting, but that one's not actually on the ground, so I don't want to include that one as much. The only one that I really have is the one that I provided, where it's actually these Russian troops with this thing on the ground. If anybody else has any kind of documentation of the saucers being on the ground, I'd love to hear it. That kind of stuff fascinates me.
That's the 10 eastbound, just past Euclid there. Good place to the right shoulder, so a little tight stretch there, back to about Mountain, almost to Central.
When I find out these things are on the ground, that means we can run tests on them, or like we can, try to figure out how to what they're made with special metals and alloys and advanced propulsion and all the other things. When they're flying in the air, that's great. I mean, that's cool too, but it's like I can't get my hands on that. When this thing's on the ground, then we can run tests on it. That's exciting.
Michael Bryan, KFI.
Oh, she got it 20.
This hour of the Bill Handle Show brought to you by Jacoby and Miles. If you've ever heard of an accident, choose a law firm with the experience to work. Choose Jacoby and Miles. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting and charge personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no. You've been stolen. BlackRock Minority makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work with you. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at BlackRock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
I don't think that in any organization, it just provides for an opportunity for people around the world to put their stories on a map. That's what's important to me. So you don't feel alone, so that you know this is a global issue. Whether they own the story or not, you could tell the story any way that you want. I don't remember sending anything like that away. And if I did, how are they going to stop me from telling my story that I'm an alien abductee? Okay, move on. You can tell that story as well, or tell about what I wrote on your website. But if anything, I think it would bring more shed light on the issue. I think that would be important. But the reason why I like it is because it's a map of the world, and you get to pick what kind of UFO it was. Was it a disc? Was it a ball of light? Was it a flying triangle? Was it like one of those rods that we see? And that's an important thing, I think, as well, because there are so many different kinds of UFOs that are out there, but you don't necessarily know what it is you're necessarily at what you're looking at. So that's something that I feel important.
Also, the stock market, like the failure of Silicon Valley Bank, stock market is now down 4/3.
You're exactly right. I really liked that about it. I thought it was really interesting. And then, let's say that 99 of them are bullshit. Well, that means that one of them is true. And then that's very, very interesting.
Yes, et tu, Brute. And you, Brutus. If Brutus were Hispanic, would it be for two Jose? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I just started. There is a bill.
The ufology world is filled with drama, especially when it comes from NICAP and MUFON and all these, like who was going to be the top dog when it comes to ufology. I don't like to get into any of that kind of drama because there's a lot of drama in that. There are husband and wife teams, and there's all kinds of organizations and clandestine organizations that have taken over, perhaps. And to me, that's not my. I mean, I think that all could be very true. If those aren't the good organizations, then somebody should create another one that is better than that one. But as of right now, the thing that they have going for MUFON is that map. And you can just click on it as entertainment almost to just read people's reports. That's really interesting.
Who represents parts of Riverside County, said public policy should never presume that a parent does not have the best interest for that child.
To me, it made me feel like I wasn't alone. When I saw that, I mean, the biggest thing that I would always hear, and that you would always hear from any skeptic, is if this was a thing, it would be on the news. Well, then it's on the news a lot of times, and they can't explain it. Okay, if this was a thing, then it would be on a map, and people would be able to say all over the world that it happens. Why don't I hear about that? Why don't I see this map? Well, there is this map. People just don't know about it because they don't have the money to advertise like on your local social media. And that's another thing too. Honestly, I don't know what it is. Like MUFON and those kind of organizations, they don't do social media. If anything, or maybe they do, and I'm just not aware of it. But if I were running the organization or any organization like that, I would have my main UFO page, and then we just take all the best UFO footage of the day before, and that's what we upload, and that's every single day. They don't do that, and I think that that's unfortunate, or at least if they do, I'm not aware of it.
From school because she refused to withhold information about one of her students and told the parents. And that's in violation of the law right now. And Tapia asked the school administrators, "Are you asking me to lie?" They said yes.
There are some really good like Reddit forums and Twitter pages and other social media accounts, but none of them have the name recognition as MUFON does, where they could be the be all and end all when it came to their. I mean, I'm sure they have operating budgets, and they're just normal people as well, and they do field reports and things like that, which a lot of people don't do. But at least when it comes to social media and getting out the word that this stuff happens every single day, I wish they did that better. The only way that I ever really hear about them is on Coast to Coast AM.
You know what the court said? Hey, we appreciate your beliefs. Get out of the pharmacy business. If you want to not fulfill a prescription because of your...
Does anyone else out there listen to Coast AM ever?
And so this, I believe, is the same thing. And then it went on and on. First-time assembly member, and this is just, it's all religion. The California Family Council that sponsored this describes itself as advancing God's design for life, family, and liberty in California's church.
I think you're right. So it is the largest overnight talk show in all of North America. And what it is allows anybody to basically call in about anything that they want, whether it's like UFOs or Bigfoot or anything paranormal, and talk about it. And they give people a platform, and anyone can call in. And I've called in, and so I believe the largest overnight radio show in the world is the BBC radio internationally. But number 2 is Coast to Coast. So you're hitting like millions of people with this every single night. And yeah, people think that you're kind of weird because you listen to overnight radio, but what people have to say is really, really interesting. And when you get into these topics, they're talking about advanced propulsion and advanced elements and anti-gravity, all these things that are very, very technological, very, very rational, that if you were to play them during the day, people would understand it as well, but it doesn't get that kind of airplay. It's a very I feel, good show, at least in America, to get out the word. Yeah, you get some crazy people on there too, but honestly, not that many. Everyone who talks about it, they talk about their alien encounters. Alex, what you talked about, what you shared with us, is would be a very typical call of what you would hear on there. If someone would say, "Hey, yeah, this is what I saw," and then the host would just ask them, essentially like, how big was it? Were there multiple? Did you have any missing times? Those kind of things. And yeah, but it's kind of an exciting thing to know. At least in North America, the number one thing on the radio every single night is talking about ufology.
Out of its new budget, instead, Pentagon officials say the plan is to continue to get emergency funding from Congress. And California ski resorts asking for patience as it tries to keep some floats open.
Another thing about it, I mean, at least where I've always been, it's on the biggest AM networks. That's kind of its setback. It's on AM radio, but usually it's called Coast to Coast AM. But nevertheless, it's on the biggest AM radio stations in the United States. Interesting for us to be like, this is the kind of UFO evidence that I've had, or like this is what I've seen, but like. People don't normally do that. Like if you walked into a Starbucks right now and asked anybody, like, "Hey, has anybody ever seen a UFO here?" They think you're absolutely fucking crazy, even though you're like on the same planet. It's just that's how society is. That if you ask someone about UFOs, especially during the day, you look like a nut.
Right into the merge with the 57. It's going to gap up a little bit through Roland Heights. Back on from there, though, into Montebello after about Garfield Wilcox. But then not any better, probably a little worse. But then west side, you've got going out of the Israel Empire. Pretty much from Montclair on and off into Mid-City. It's not much of a gap that long stretch. You're opening up potholes, and literally you really have a very full top right now. But the kids there west side, it's opposing Baldwin. You've got white lane blocks there, potholes, and coming up all over the place. Off and above the back to the 605, and before you get that far, you got on and off going from Cucamonga out through Laverne. Michael Bryan here, high in the sky. I am tireless, lights are not hot. What if they did on custom solar blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shut blinds for today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick and mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at blindsfor.com. This report is sponsored by Churches.
You're absolutely right. The clandestine organization MI5, MI6, CIA do a very good job using the media particularly to make anyone who tries to legitimize a UFO or UAP subject look bonkers.
Bring to super prices and a super selection at the Norwood Superstore. Great brands, Honda, Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai.
Certainly, they've done this too for decades, so it's not like it's brand new. You are literally fighting a decade-long propaganda fight for ufology. One of the things that I think is so cool about Twitter Spaces is the ability to talk about these things, and nobody's going to stop you. Nobody really cares that much. But really, the three topics on which I can kind of tell Twitter Spaces is they're going to be really big. Ufology is one of them. Cryptocurrency and NFTs. Those are the big things. And if I'm wrong here on Twitter Spaces, please correct me. But usually when I shouldn't even say ufology is that big. It's usually just Logan and a couple other people. But at least it's discussed here. And I don't know a lot of other people. On YouTube, you're like alone in a desert or alone in an ocean of media. It's hard to get a lot of people to follow you on Instagram. Nobody's going to talk to you about UFOs on Instagram. People are too vain for that kind of stuff. It's kind of, Twitter Spaces is the only place in which I know where it's discussed all the time, almost 24 hours a day. Mike Krenish is here. No, go ahead. Sorry, I was just welcoming a new guest. But Alex, go ahead. It's an excellent question. Logan, you probably would know better. Logan, how long has UFO Twitter been going? Or at least on Spaces?
Transmission is the most complex part of your car, so bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO.
He may be predisposed. I want to say at least 18 months, but I could be wrong on that.
Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take a trip to anywhere and listen to
Now we can. Do you know how long UFO Twitter has been active on Spaces? How about you in particular? Okay, so you're about a year now, right? And people were talking about it before you came, correct? UFOs? Okay. It is one of those topics that does have traction. It's not just a one and done. Every single day you can find somebody talking about it, and that's when I find that you really you gain a following. Because if it's just I see people on here, for instance, they'll talk about a subject, but it won't have any traction. Ufology has traction. People will come to that.
We've got a February expected throughout the rest of this morning. And it looks like at times we could see those flood watches be a little bit more important than others. Gusty winds also are expected.
Maya, welcome. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Is it Maya or Mike Krenish? Absolutely, Mike. How you doing? Welcome. Sweet.
signature veins and all over the world. The banking system is looking at what happened. And it's 750 a good thing near the 85 hour. I'll go through that. Now, there's a hearing today in a federal judge is going to consider whether he should block the U.S. government's approval of the drug used for medication abortion. This is probably one of the more important cases in light of Roe v. Wade being tossed, and it's being brought by anti-abortion doctors and medical associations. And here's what it's about. Clearly, it is a religious issue. I mean, we know that. Everybody knows that. You know, people that are against abortion talk about how abortion is dangerous, how women are somehow talked into it. I mean, whatever reasons they come up with, it's simply religious. Bottom line, where it's, well, I guess some people say it's murder, and I would buy that, but I'm going to say it's unacceptable. So they can't Jesus did not want abortion, or Christianity or other religions are saying no to abortion. And that can't happen in a court of law. So what they're saying, and it's an interesting experience, they're arguing that the FDA, which approved this drug, and the best part of saying it's one of two drugs that are used in medical abortion, which is by far the number of abortions that are done in the United States are with these drugs. Saying the FDA violated it. They're saying that the FBI violated the law by allowing this drug to be sold in the United States. Wait, 20 years ago, what was the drug should be taken off the market. After 2 decades of engaging the FDA to no avail, plaintiffs now ask this court to do what the FDA was and is legally required to do: protect women and girls by holding unlawful setting aside and dictating the FDA's actions. The FDA, which medically approved the drug, was wrong.
Yo, I'm good at robots. You should make a good robot.
The sale of the drug, even though it's approved by the FDA, because he says that the FDA was wrongly approved. Sticky. One judge. So what happens when a judge
foot? Look at this, kid.
They're doing everything wrong. And the way they're handling they're trying to control the FDA didn't do it correctly. Or they're not allowing the Safety Concerns Act. A judge, who of course is an expert in aviation, a judge, in this case, who is an expert in drugs. Wait a second, is he? No, he's not. You know what his background is? He was an anti-abortion lawyer who represented Christian alliances to stop abortion. That's who this judge was. And he is going to argue that, or he can rule that the FDA was wrong in okaying this drug. Now, in light of that, you've got a bunch of health officials, you've got people in the FDA, the lawsuit itself, the argument saying, wait a minute, this drug is
Mike, if I'm looking for that Richard Dolan video, what would I search?
Out there. And it's side of note, I don't care. As a federal judge, I have decided the FDA did it wrong. Administratively, they did it wrong, which I don't understand. Some procedural questions. First of all, those attorneys, those organizations have to come in and say they've been harmed by the FDA's actions. Okay, go ahead, that's standard. Also, whether the judge unilaterally pulled the drug off the market. And they're asking the judge to pull it off the market pending, this is preliminary hearing, pending the full hearing. Well, here's the problem, is that even if the FDA pulls the drug, we don't know whether they have to go through certain steps. It could take weeks or even months. And what the plaintiffs are saying, let's forget about all of that. We don't care about the process of what the FDA said. We have to pull it off the market now, today. Which way do you think it's going to go? You've got an anti-abortion federal judge, and the argument is that, number one, the FDA did wrong, completely didn't follow its own rule over the FDA because it's an administrative decision, and as a matter of policy, the courts will not get involved in an administrative decision unless it is capricious, it is arbitrary,
Excellent,
it
thank
makes
you.
no sense.
Mike, have
You
you
can argue
are you aware of any video or photos of a UFO on the ground on Earth?
Don't throw in your religion, or don't pretend not to throw in religion and tell me the FDA did it wrong, or the FAA did it wrong. A single judge is going to stop it all. Which way do you think the judge is going to go? I don't know how to. I'd be shocked. But then we'll follow it. We'll see. What a hearing today. Can you imagine how important that is? Coming up, Jana is going to be with us about banning family fees on flights. Junkie upon junkie. This is really junkie. And huge private shortage. I'll jump into that. This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones Fleet live in the KFI 24-hour news.
A senior care center and 3 of its managers in LA County are facing charges in connection with a deadly COVID-19 outbreak. DA George Gaston says Silverado Beverly Place admitted a patient from New York in 2020 without having been tested or quarantined.
We believe the Silverado put the interest of financial gain in profit over the safety considerations for their patients and employees.
Gaston says the patient tested positive for COVID the day after they were admitted. 14 people ended up dying of COVID as a result of the outbreak. More than 100 people got sick from the virus. Silverado says its top priority has always been providing world-class care to people and denies all charges filed against them. News is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. A nonprofit in Fullerton has teed off on a fundraiser to help kids with disabilities by using therapy horses. The golfing tournament will be open to the public, and all money raised will go to grants to help children with special needs like autism and Down syndrome. Executive Director for Terrence Chance, Matt Powell, says the hardest thing is keeping up with the cost of maintenance.
For us to be able to serve 90 children a week like we are right now, it costs us about $550,000 a year to run this program.
Powell says funding comes from donors in the community. To join the tournament on May 1st or donate, you can visit terrancechance.org. In Fullerton, Chris Adler, KFI News. Accumulated snow has caused part of the roof to collapse at a shopping mall in Duluth, Minnesota. Fire Chief Sean Frizak says workers had been removing several inches of snow yesterday when the roof gave way.
They heard some popping was sounded like the reports initially that we got. They heard some popping and then evacuated the roof.
No one was hurt. The Duluth area got more than 12 inches of snow over the weekend. Duluth International reported more than 116 inches of snow this season. That's 40 inches above normal.
Excellent. So today's the day that changes. In the nest, you can watch a documentary. It's called The Top Secret KGB UFO Files, and you can see a disc that's on the ground. It's video. It's not just pictures. It's video of these Russians, these Russian KGB guys, and so that can change. And I put a picture of it in the chat if you want to see what one looks like of that video. But it's not just pictures; it's a video on 3 different videos, 3 different cameras on tripods and stuff. It was a very official setup for Russia. I don't want to say a setup like it's fake. No, you can tell these guys. It's something, some kind of UFO in the ground, and this one Russian guy is telling all these Russian troops to like surround it and see what the hell it is. I don't know exactly what he's saying because I don't know Russian. Logan, did you have a chance to watch that snippet? It starts in that video, and if anybody else wants to see it, it's at the 30-minute mark. You can actually see a UFO craft on the ground with people walking up to it and like what their observations are. It's quite interesting. Exactly. Halfway in the ground.
to hold him out back to back. So even though he's playing pain free,
Exactly. Exactly.
The Crackers host the Golden State Warriors at 7. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports. In hockey, the LA Kings defeated the New York Islanders 5-2. That's good enough to keep the Kings solidly in second place in the Pacific Division. The Ducks get the Islanders tonight at 7. In spring training baseball, the Angels bested the Cleveland Guardians 8-6. Today, the Dodgers play the Colorado Rockies. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got rain heavy at times for the rest of this morning. It should taper off though by early afternoon. The highs today are just going to be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. We do have flood watches in effect for most of Southern California. Also, gusty winds are expected in mountains and the high deserts. Right now it is 57 in Orange, 58 in Newport Beach. Let's get a look at your drive with EKFI in the sky.
It looks like the Corona Canal is on. 91 westbound, you're loading up this past the 15. First stretch heavy over the Green River. Up ahead is even tougher. You're going to load up before the Imperial Highway, and that's further over towards State College in Fullerton. That's pothole.
Definitely an agreement with you on that. I'm glad finally I get to talk to someone who has seen this. So you know what I'm talking about. It's not that big, but and let's just assuming that it's real. It's the only time that I've ever seen one on the ground where it's like a really good up close view of what one looks like. I'm with you on this. I always thought it would be like what Bob Lazar said, like a perfect pewter shell, like everything perfect about it. But I'm also with you on this where they discover it and it's like new to them. It's like, if I remember correctly, it's like a farmer reported finding it, and then they told the government about it, and the government came out and viewed it, and that's when they got all this footage. I think that's what they say in the documentary, if I'm not mistaken. So you're definitely probably right, where it was probably there for some time, and that's why it's not the normal color that we see it, because it does look somewhat tarnished. But I'm with you as well. I've never heard anyone debunk it, and that's the best, most up-close footage of a UFO I've ever seen. Is that the most up-close footage of a UFO you've ever seen, Mike?
This week's marketers report, the PTS Failure Global Chief Marketing Officer directed consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. I'm Martin Coates, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's care filter. But Navage's powered sucker will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Terry, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such a relief. It's become a lifesaver. And close. See one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. It's all natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and on. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life. Hey, all Team Shark, it's 2023, time for some changes at home, but when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard to find appliances, you're going to need my secret weapon, WDP Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in stock and hard to find appliances than WDP. So to get that kitchen and bath done right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the expertise trusted for years, WDP. Find the one nearest you, WDPappliances.com. WDPappliances.com. This is Jacob M. Ryan. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, KFI on all of them. Follow us down at KFI AM 640. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. KFI AM 640 right everywhere out there. Although looking out the window, looks like the rain is tapering off. which is good news. Miserable coming in this morning. Junk fees on airplanes. When they started the junk fees, charging for food on the airplane, especially the baggage, is charging families sitting together, as in kids sitting with their parents. ROTHSCHILD, aviation expert for iHeart Radio, who I have yet to talk to. Jay, good morning. Welcome to the show. Nice start. Good morning. Hey, all right. So now we have the Department of Transportation sending legislation to Congress. Can't the Department of Transportation just mandate it?
They can suggest it, and they can apply pressure to the airlines to conform. Unfortunately, for the last, I don't know, 3 decades, it's been the airline industry telling the government what to do instead of the other way around. We see this time and time again on a lot of different issues. But, the Biden administration is very clear. We're going to hold you accountable. We want you to provide better service. You're right. The latest move is to get the airlines to adopt a more family-friendly approach when you're talking about seat assignments. And a lot of times, if all those seats are going to be together when you are charged the premium fee or sitting in one of those premium seats that's called a tile seat or a window seat, premium used to be more regular, bigger seats, not the case now. So when you add all those fees up, sometimes for a family, it's $200 each way beyond everything else. And so what will happen a lot of times is families will just put a lot of the kids in middle seats and scatter them around 3 or 4 rows, and then when they get on board, their thought process is, well, I'm there, we'd like people to move, we'll see if we can get us all sitting together, blah, blah, blah. And unfortunately, that's been going twice, causing a lot of on-board this blunt of passenger behavior. So the airlines are doing what they can. A lot of complaints are going to the DOT website, which is how you complain. Don't complain to the airline. Go to DOT.gov, file your complaints, let the Department of Transportation know what's going on. And it's those complaints that have really been feeding this.
You covered a lot in there, and you know a lot, so shout out to you for doing your homework. When it comes to Skinny Bob, you're right, they do feature crafts. There's like a little bit, the Skinny Bob footage isn't longer than like a minute or something, at least none that I've ever seen. But they do have like a craft with like taking off from the bat. And I've always felt that Skinny Bob was credible. Honestly, I love Skinny Bob. I feel whenever I saw that, I felt connected to that one. Like something is interesting about this one. I hope this one's real. And I saw it on the internet, I don't know, years ago. It was just randomly put on YouTube. And once you watch all the shit on YouTube that is like alien related, you would eventually have seen it. And that one's definitely interesting. And I like that one too. I mean, what's better than a UFO? A real alien, of course. Yeah, damn right. So let's talk about that. Pictures of actual aliens on the ground. So there's Skinny Bob. And then I don't know if anybody else has seen this one, but if you're familiar with the J-Rod of Area 51, there's like a J-Rod interview at Area 51, if you've ever seen it, which is a wild interview where this J-Rod, this alien, is like having trouble breathing in this environment. And it's like, like you can be as skeptical as you want, but this is a weird video. I don't know if anyone else knows about which I'm talking. I can post it if you need a point of reference. But so let me ask this: has anyone ever seen the J-Rod video at Area 51 where they're interviewing him?
I remember it wasn't too long ago when if you were a pilot.
Hell yeah, good job, Mike. You know your shit. Absolutely, you're right.
Taking lessons in their car, going up a hill, pull back on the steering wheel and pretend you're in the air. I mean, it's gone crazy, hasn't it?
Yeah, let's not scare people. It's not quite that bad, but I like that analogy. You still have to have the 1,500 minimum flight hours before you can become a commercial pilot. But you're right. I mean, American Airlines this summer had to cancel 55,000 flights on their summer schedule because they simply do not have enough employees and pilots to pull that off. If you Google TSA numbers, you can actually look at the number of people that are screened each day by the TSA. You can compare that back to 2019 pre-pandemic. So what you're going to see is many of those days, we have more people flying now And then you factor in there's a lot fewer flights now than before.
It did. It did. You're absolutely right. There were two weird videos that were like in an office-like setting with this, like an interview of, but yeah, I do remember that. And so I didn't know to believe neither of them, to believe both of them, or to only believe one of them and the other one was misinformation. But I do remember that.
On the other end, I think only 3 needed it. We call those Jesus flights. Everybody just feels on the flight. They don't need the wheelchair on one end. Didn't it used to be 3,500 hours before you were moving? Actually, it was 250 hours that you could begin the process of becoming a commercial pilot. And we had the TRILLIONAIRE class, which was February, I believe, 2009. And one of the things that they cited was you need more experience on the flight deck. And that's when the Federal Aviation Authority increased that minimum to 1,500 hours. Now, if you're coming out of the military, with the training that's there, you can qualify for 750 hours. But those are the only two doorways, if you will. Some of the regional airlines actually asked for a reduction in that 1,500 hours because of the still need to be a captain, second seat, and left seat are very, very different. Probably are. It takes a lot of time before you move into that. But look, American Airlines, and some of the others have increased their pay where some of these pilots, those captains are going to make them close to $600,000 a year. So it is a very lucrative. But look, you know, our lives are in their hands. These men and women, we want our happy people out there in the front of the playground.
Yep, you got it. All right, Jay, thank you. Always appreciate it.
All
right, coming up, the bank collapse. 2 banks, 2 more are on the horizon. How much trouble are we in California? As I said, what are the types of it's not it's doing just in the meantime, let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Well, Wall Street is opening sharply lower, down 604 right now. Pressure on the financial sector continues to increase as Swiss Bank Credit Suisse has seen its share fall. The EPA has proposed federal limits on so-called forever chemicals in drinking water. The chemicals known as PFAs are linked to a range of health issues from cancer to other serious illness. And Quentin Tarantino is taking a big step on what could be his final film. He's inviting potential buyers to read a screenplay of his 10th film.
I understand that. Have you seen this? I don't know if you know what Michael Schrad is, but he's like an aerospace historian, and he is what I feel is one of the best newer voices that you hear in ufology when it comes to the science of advanced propulsion and such. I really think that if you've seen this one documentary that he's done, he like walks you through what Area S4 is. So basically, he gives this discussion of what each bay is like package from Roswell is. This is where like there's a teardrop one. This is one that they shot with a missile. Anyway, this bay is open. So he talks about it. He also talks I love the detail that he gives about S4. When you walk in the first door, like he talks about the doors, how it's like a patio door, not a patio door, but it's like a patio door that it like slides out, and it's like all built into the mountain. The first thing you see on your left-hand side is that poster, "I want to believe," and I've heard other people talk about that too. But that poster is like an important poster. Then you walk down this corridor, and all of those bays are on the right-hand side. And they're like on the left-hand side, there's like some kind of like offices and stuff like that. Then there's like a second level, a third level, a fourth level, fifth level. He talks about getting down to the 7th level. And I could be wrong on all the number of levels. So please, if J-Rod's not on the 7th level, sorry, whatever level J-Rod is on, or whatever that story is, you get down there, and basically he is in this chamber, kind of from what you're talking about, to like protect him, or it. I don't know him. I'm sorry, I'm just using a pronoun, but whatever it is. And the way that like apparently, I don't know. I have to watch this again because it was really interesting, and I've watched it a whole bunch of times, but it's in the very end. And I just haven't seen it recently. But basically, you like either walk up a ladder, you climb up a ladder, or there's like a lift, and it takes you up to J-Rod's room. And he's got like a room at the bottom of S4 at Area 51. What a crazy ass story is that? Have you seen the? Do you know who Michael Schrad is? And have you seen his video?
Now, if you're heading through the San Bernardino Mountains, know that Highway 18 is closed between Snow Valley and Big Bear Dam. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blinds4.com. Since 2010, Blinds has sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters to satisfy customers across the country. With 20,000 five-star reviews and an A+ rating.
I think it's from elsewhere. If you know the story of the Roswell craft, apparently, like, I don't know, honestly, the story's changed. But there were like 3 beings that were found. 2 of them were dead or something like that, but one of them had survived, and that was supposedly J-Rod from like 1947 to 1954, who was like perhaps at in other places, other locations. Wright Patterson Air Force Base definitely could have been one of them, but he needed a permanent home, and basically Area 51 was going to be that. And it wasn't. This was another thing. It wasn't like he was here like a prisoner. We did some kind of alien exchange with like information in 1954, and apparently J-Rod was going to stay here to help somehow. These aliens can do, at least what I understand, they can do really complex problems and all kinds of other problems instantaneously. So basically, like these big contractors like EG&G and some other Carlisle Group kind of like major players in defense can basically go to one of these things and have it solve problems for them. Apparently, J-Rod was helping solve major problems for the military industrial complex, and that's why they needed him here. That's kind of the backstory on it. But I do recommend that you look up Michael Schratt, because he isn't like a hocus pocus kind of guy. He's very science driven, and he's really not a ufologist as much as he is a military, an aerospace historian. And the actual interesting thing that I like about him is I would listen to this guy for like a decade talk about airplanes and all this like really cool airplanes, but he was never into UFOs. And then all of a sudden, like it's like he finally put all the pieces together and was like, oh my God, this is reverse engineered technology. And once he got into it, he really kind of merges the world of advanced aerospace with aliens. And it's really interesting, some of the in-depth talks that he has, especially at Area 51. So if you were going to search for this, you would put Michael Schratt, Area 51 lecture. And it is specifically on S4, and he talks in depth about the vehicles that they have there, in which bay they're there, how like I really like hearing about the building itself. Like I like about Area 51. Like the first thing I want to ask about is like, what's the cafeteria like? I love all that really interesting shit. But so like he talks about like what the corridors are like. Oh, some of the things like you're when you walk in the door, they have different lines on the floor. Like I don't know, they have this in like prisons, and they have this in like hospitals, and like you're only allowed to walk on this line. And if you walk off that line, they tell them we will shoot you, and they tell everyone they're and you are always he talks about you are always with a security guard who's armed, and they don't mess around. These guys are like, they don't laugh, you don't joke with them, you don't become friends with them, and you don't talk with them. It's very, very serious, obviously. But just to hear about the nitty gritty of Area S4, I think is really interesting. When it comes to J-Rod, do I still think he's alive and everything? I mean, he could be. I've also heard stories that he died because he had all these health problems, but I don't know. Part of me wants to think that he's still alive at Area 51 in the basement and in there, like Michael Schratt says. But if you want to know some of the origin stories, he might be one of the aliens from Roswell that survived.
In the festival of Orange County, LA County, and I looked out the window, and the rain has let up a little bit. I mean, it's raining right now, and it's coming in this morning. I am like 50 miles an hour, most of the time 45.
It took me almost an hour and 20 minutes to get here. And it usually takes me like 50, 55.
Yeah, well, you go slowly, then stop people that were 80 miles an hour flowing past you. Now, what's going on? Why is the stock market crashing? No, like really getting it. And that has to do with the collapse of two banks, mainly Silicon Valley Bank up north, 16th largest bank, and then a bank in New York, Signature Bank, and a couple of reasons. First of all, the bank didn't have the reserves that it needed because it was a local regional bank. Under the Trump administration, the reserve stress test banks have to have the kind of deposits and the kind of regulations the president actually eliminated or reduced to regional banks. The big guys still have to pass these stress tests. And what ended up happening is, and this is why this is no big deal right now, the Feds have come in and taken over both banks. The FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and they have the power when a bank is insolvent is to simply come in and take it over. And they assign someone to do it. In this case, a guy by the name of Tim Mayorkas, he's an outsider. And they brought him in to run the bank. And it's what he's just, the credentials are insane. Because there aren't people in the FDIC that have experience running banks. They come from banking, but they don't know how to run banks that are involved. He does. And it's been costing the taxpayers $1. How is that possible? And another good thing, and to give you a little bit of history here, insurance is up to $250,000. You're an insured account, $250,000, you're going to get paid because of insurance. The FDIC mandates the banks have, which they pay for. Taxpayers are paying for that insurance. It's coming out of the banks that are paying for it. About $142 billion in that account. About $52 billion walked out, or $42 billion walked out of Silicon Valley Bank. Still plenty of money there. And the other thing, and the Feds do this, and they've done it every time they've got a failure since the FDIC has come into being. It started in 1933. You know how much investors or depositors have lost? Even way in excess of the insured amount, not a dime. There has never been a non-insured account in the bank or beyond the insurance value that was not paid off, and that's exactly what happened here. Treasury Department said outright, we are going to honor every single depositor.
I understand what you're saying. It's definitely worrisome who controls what's going on. We've got Mr. Rogers up here. I keep trying to let him in, and it says connecting. Mr. Rogers, if you're able to connect, I want you to know I'm trying to let you in. Logan, if you can also let me in, I don't know if that's possible. But this is Fred Rogers' back door, and if anybody you need in here, it's Fred Rogers. Okay, same here.
That's where the investments were. You got a bank that was primarily invested in venture capital and high tech.
That's
and
right.
That is in trouble, as you know. Stocks are down. And all of a sudden, bonds are up.
I put that Michael Stratt video or one of them in the chat if anybody's interested. He talks about, I mean, like, if you want to know anything about the PR3B and all that kind of advanced, like the flying triangle and all that shit, he's the guy to go to. He's the person I know has the most amount of information on whether, like, you know, how all that shit uses anti-gravity and the thrusters and all of that. And really, I like how he links it to the government programs. How, like, oh, it's a Lockheed Skunk Works program, blah, 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 and he knows all this stuff about it. So if you're going to go to anybody on that, he's the best person who I have found. But when it comes to the idea of, like, the humanoid aspect of the alien, I think we're only seeing one kind of alien, though they don't all look the same. I mean, honestly, Skinny Bob looks a little different than, like, the J-Rods that I've seen, but they all could be, like, similar. I mean, they're not crazy different. I have yet to see, like, a reptilian on camera. Honestly, I've only ever seen a gray alien on camera. Has anybody ever seen, or, like, I guess, or like a greenish, like that J-Rod kind of look? But has anyone seen any other kind of alien on camera that isn't a gray alien?
banks collapse because they don't keep their money sitting in accounts. They loan out the money. And that's how they make their money. So when the depositors all decide they're going to take a flyer, they want their money, the banks actually collapse.
Oh my fucking god, UFO Shane speaks.
They are regional banks.
What did we do to deserve it? Oh my god. Okay, so 1977, so you got something. So it's like a werewolf looking thing. Any,
that are put into place make them less vulnerable than they were in 2008. That's the government coming and saying we don't want that to happen. Also, the internet really screws it.
I don't know if it's possible. Can you find a picture and put it in the chat and let me see it?
Saying the bank is failing.
Take your time. Take your
People
time.
go on, it becomes viral, and everybody says, "Oh, I want the money."
Excellent. Anybody else? So here's the closest I've ever heard of bullshit. I don't want to say it's bullshit. I've never heard anybody debunk this, but this is like my shitty evidence. But honestly, you guys know there's not a lot of good evidence. I have two pieces of evidence. This is how shitty my evidence is. Okay. The first one is this. Okay, so you've all heard the theory that the royal family and shit, they're like reptilians and stuff. And that there was this, I don't know if this is true or not, but it was very interesting that somehow, I don't know, when the queen was alive, she had some kind of shape-shifting moment that went viral on Twitter. And Twitter was able to basically, it had some kind of override that it could silence tweets in an area. So basically, she did a shapeshift, and all these people tweeted about it. And I remember reading the tweets. So it's not like these tweets did not go out, but they basically were able to suppress that. The second one I've ever heard was just someone's story that I read where these girls were really big Adele the artist fans, and they went to one of her shows. And Adele sat down. I know this is like a crazy thing to hear, but this is the only evidence that I've ever heard of reptilians on the ground. So Adele was there and said, can I share something with you? And she said, I honestly want you to know that I'm not what you think I am. I'm an alien. And these girls are like, what? You're Adele. Shut the fuck up. And she's like, no. And she shapeshifted in front of them. And they were freaked out about it. And so apparently, this is why she doesn't do it anymore. These are the two stories I've ever heard. They're both British. I've never heard of a reptilian who's shapeshifted in the United States. So I don't know. Does anybody else have any stories about shapeshifters or any other kind of reptilians on Earth?
Homeowners are strapped with a lot of expenses that they were not counting on. It could be insurance deductibles.
Oh shit, that's really interesting. I'll have to take a look at that one.
Heavy snow damaged homes and structures that weren't designed for the weight of the snow on them. At least 29 structures have been red tagged, meaning they're too damaged for people to be inside. That number is expected to rise. Reporting live, Blake Foley, KFI News.
More than 300,000 people across California have lost power as the state's 11th atmospheric river storm dropped more rain and snow. More than a dozen areas along the Salinas, Sacramento, and Merced rivers overflowed yesterday. The National Weather Service says at least 90 flood watches, warnings, and advisories were in effect across the state. Now, the storm has caused some trees to topple over. A large one came down in Culver City. Another one fell in Sherman Oaks. President Biden has promoted his new executive order on gun control at a Boys and Girls Club in Monterey Park.
The president began with emotional testimony about some of the lives lost in that dance hall shooting in January, where 11 people were killed. Then he segued yesterday into the lack of action on the part of Congress to pass the gun law.
Enough. Do something. Remember in one today, I'm here with you today.
The new order also put pressure on states to ramp up red flag laws. The U.S. Concealed Carry Association says the new order would have done nothing to prevent the recent mass shootings in California and around the country. Steve Guerrero, KFI News.
Former LA Deputy Mayor Raymond Chan has asked a federal judge to declare a mistrial in his public corruption case. The motion says Chan's lawyer is physically unable to participate in the defense for the last several months. Attorney Harlan Braun has been sick and in the hospital for about 2 weeks. The trial's been on hold during that time. People living on Balboa Island in Newport Beach say they're worried about homes used under fractional ownership because it could make the area quite noisy. The city council yesterday discussed banning fractional ownership of properties. Officials have recommended fractional ownership be viewed like timeshares and prohibited in all residential zoning districts. Commissioners found that work in Palm Desert, Truckee, St. Helena, and in Sonoma. And weddings have been canceled at Downton Abbey because of Brexit. Well, at least the
I'm a
TV show film.
Look, I'm a rabbi. I've seen a lot of David Icke's productions, and in my opinion, what he has said has never been anti-Semitic. He's never said that the reptilians are the Jews. And if you want to, I mean, I know Jews. I'm telling you, we're not any more different than any other humans on earth. And so for people to associate when he says reptilians, let's put the word Jews in here and call him an anti-Semite, to me is unfair to him. He never says that. He says reptilians the whole time, or lizard people. He never says Jews. For anyone to say, oh well, that's what we're going to associate that to be, that's your problem.
LA Kings beat the New York Islanders 5-2, and the Ducks get the Islanders tonight at 7. Spring training baseball, the Angels topped the Cleveland Guardians to score their 8-6. Today, the Dodgers take on the Colorado Rockies. I'm Wayne Leslie at High Sports. Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and their kids. There's no question that termites can be destructive. Of course, we know that. But most of us underestimate exactly how much damage little buggers can do to a home. Termites cause more property damage every year than storms, earthquakes, floods combined. And termite damage probably isn't even covered by your home insurance policy, which means you get to pay the bill when your house has serious damage. So, Pacific Coast Termites, let me suggest calling them at 800 Pacific. Even if you don't think you have termites, it's still worth the call to get a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply, and they'll tell you if you do and don't. And if you do, they treat your home without tinting, and that's where you want to go. No tinting. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific, PacificCoastTermite.com, 800 Pacific. Pacific Coast Termite, friendly,
Your KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is down 519, S&P dropping 57, NASDAQ down 130, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in
One of my favorite
California
documentaries is, I forget, it's like a BBC or like a BBC Two documentary, might be Sky, where it's like called like David Icke and the Jews or something like that. And it's so funny if you listen to like this one person who's describing David Icke's, like his thesis basically. He's like, okay, so there's really rich people who are like controlling the world, and everybody's on board with this, absolutely. And then he just shits in the punch bowl and says that they're a bunch of reptilians, and nobody can get on board with that. And it's so funny in this documentary how it is, but that's exactly how this goes. But it's not that crazy. If honestly, like there are other kind of species out there of aliens, and they could shapeshift if they have that kind of technology. I don't know why they'd want to be here and run the world. I'm not exactly sure, but I do think it's absolutely unfair for people to say, oh, when he says lizard people or reptilians, that means Jews, because you can do that to anybody. You can do that to anything. And I just think that's completely unfair. And it was purposely done so for several reasons. One, if you ever like try to like say anything bad about the royal family, they can come after you with this. It's like an anti-Semitic canon that, like, okay, you're saying that they're reptilian people and that all reptilians are Jews and all Jews are reptilians. It's a really easy way to mix really wealthy people, Jews, royal family, all together with this like taboo subject, which is not what he's talking about necessarily. He's saying that perhaps that there may be other like species on this planet, but he never mentions a religion. And for people that just say that, oh, we're going to infer this is exactly what was said, that's your problem, and you're the racist because of that.
Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com.
Rent season is here. You have so many choices of Seder Rush with our fresh seafood captures, Old Circle Market wild caught fish fillets, and plant-based protein. And don't forget our Seder Brother shrimp. Grab some today and grill some tonight.
On IC's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Spring heavier soon to start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your AM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Drop down to 50 and say SolarMax or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Please go to CSLB more stimulating. Today's part of the handle will be handled by Still Handle. And out here, Still Handle. KFI AM 640 Still Handle here on a Wednesday morning, March 15th. The eyes of March are upon us. A Cuckoo Day? And you, Brutus?
If you ever watch, like on YouTube for reptilian evidence, a lot of times they'll use like clips of people on television and have weird things that happen with their eyes that look like reptilian. I don't know if you know what I mean, but like they'll make it look like, or they'll just use a clip where it looks like their eye looks like a reptilian's eye. And I remember seeing one of with Stephen A. Smith. You know who Stephen A. Smith is? He's a ESPN personality. And at the time, I did not know. I knew Stephen A. Smith was, but I did not know him personally. And I watched one of these, and I wasn't convinced that he was a reptilian, but I was convinced that the camera could do something to your eye to make it look like a reptilian. I'm not exactly sure what it was, but it's like just the way the camera could be. It could make your eye, just your pupil, look a little strange. Well, years go by. I meet Stephen at lunch, and just as normal as any other person that I've ever met, for me to be able to like say like, okay, well, if they're reptilian, I can't tell the difference. Meaning, like, there are people who are going to make accusations on the internet that people are reptilians, but when I meet them in real life, I can't tell the difference. So if they're doing it, they're very, very good. But this is one case where people on the internet were making an accusation against this person, and when I met him in real life, I could not tell that was true. And I sat right next to him.
On any show here at KFI. Now, yesterday, the president was in Monterey. I had asked Steve to lunch yesterday, and he goes, no, I have to see the president. I'm surprised you made it this morning, considering not only the weather, but the president being in town. This is disastrous. You know what it is? We were doing the math yesterday with Conway, and I covered 5 presidents. That's what we figured out. And it's all the same kind of thing. Yes, because hurry up and wait. And then the president was 45 minutes late yesterday. And then you have to wait until he's off property, and then you can run. So yeah, it's a lot of it is basically a 5-hour ordeal for 15 minutes each. So that's So I don't like covering presidents anymore for that reason. I'm getting older and grumpier now, and I'm less tolerant of traffic and people. So that's you have the helicopters overhead, although not in terms of the storm yesterday. It was raining like crazy. It was nice when we got there. It was just that overcast and kind of cool, and then there was a drizzle, and then it started to sprinkle, and then it turned into pretty steady downpour. All right, so let me get this. Instead of it's raining when the president shows up, the skies open and you have sunlight. So wow, it was okay, and when Biden showed up, it started pouring rain. Well, that's your thing. I will tell you that there was the reason he was delayed yesterday was he flew Air Force One from San Diego, where he was at the day before, up to LAX. Air Force One touches down at LAX. Then he was supposed to get on Marine One and fly from LAX to El Monte Airport. And then he would motorcade from El Monte Airport over to the Boys and Girls Club in Monterey Park. Well, apparently the air crew declared too low a ceiling and unsafe to fly helicopter. So they had a motorcade from LAX to Monterey Park. Problem was, according to White House officials,
I'm in agreement with you. If I came like 1,000 light years away, I don't think I'd have sex scandals on Earth. You know what I mean? Like, that's a very good point. I think like, they have normal human issues with the media and stuff, and I don't know. I just don't think I would have those kind of issues. I'm not saying that that's like proof that they're not by any means, but it's like their problems are very, very human. Wouldn't you make it so that like no shit like went your way if you were from another planet and it was just like, you know, full steam ahead and you didn't have to worry about all this stuff? That's how I would do it, but I don't know.
Yeah, so that's kind of what caused the big delay yesterday. We were all packed and crammed into this tiny little gymnasium, Boys and Girls Club. And so you get hot and humid inside there while it's downpouring rain outside. So it made for a great cesspool of touring. Oh, I thought I was getting treated, but I know I'm going to get sick. I'll be honest. And if you get sick, I get sick. Yeah, it's very pleasant. Then we go to lunch with them too. That's right. Right. It's like 30 minutes off. Exactly. All right, we're going to come back. And I got a question. What do you want to do? I'm going to leave it up to you. Do you review what happened in Monterey Park yesterday, or do you want to do the next one? We can do a little of both. Okay, all right, we'll do that. We have two stories that we'll cover when Steve comes back. In the meantime, let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
There we go. The first nor'easter of the season has dumped nearly 3 feet of snow in parts of the Northeast and has caused power outages across the region. The federal government says it's subjecting 27 drugs to inflation penalties. The Biden administration says people on Medicare will pay less out of pocket starting April 1st. And Volkswagen is promising to invest $193 billion to electrify its vehicles over the next 5 years. We'll get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky in just a moment.
Sandwich.
I literally saw you.
I'm a pro. All right, you want to give me a countdown, please?
We'll get a look at your drive at KFI in the sky in just a moment.
If you are a small business and you happen to get through COVID, you're able to retain 5 or more employees also through COVID, you can be eligible for a payroll time loan in this commercial. You could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. So I'm going to suggest going to getrefunds.com. We'll answer a few questions. Takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this payroll tax refund. No charge up front either. They don't get paid until you get paid. Businesses of all types qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this payroll tax refund program. They've already returned $3 billion to businesses. I got 100, actually a little over 6-figure refund in my business. So, to see if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got a rainy part of the morning anyway. Should taper off this afternoon. Still very gray and not very cold. Has to be in the upper 50s to the lower 60s. This report is brought to you by Momentum Agency. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Shopping Center, let's go places and check out that drive.
Look at the Norwalk. The 5 northbound loading up just a little before Rosecrans. And from there, East LA interchange. That's going to be a real challenge. South outside of the 110, jamming up at Dodger Stadium, leaving the 5. From the 5 on down, pretty much all the way down through the 105. Northbound side of the 110, you're on the base for the 105. Pretty much up to the 4-level interchange. Still working with big problems into the Anaheim area. 91 westbound, actually eastbound now. 91 eastbound. Emergency pothole was there. The 2 right lanes at about Clifford.
They say that probably is going to be another hour or so. Up to the bumper back to about not in Valley View. I would exit there and pick up orange stores, just stores for the freeway to save some time. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. Visit Momentum Refresh at the LA Abilities Expo on March 10th, 11th, and 12th. When an ADA restroom isn't enough, Momentum Refresh provides an innovative solution for restroom equity that is safe, sanitary, and comfortable. Check it out at MomentumRefresh.org. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
Save on salmon at Whole Foods Market. Sustainable wild-caught tropical marinated and plain-cut salmon fillets are 25% off this time through March 21st. Save now and give any dinner a flavor boost while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Dr. Charles Manger at Saddleback Eye Center. He will give you the all-new Laser Light LASIK exam. Have you heard? The Laser Light LASIK exam. Uses a laser. Measures your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly match your vision. Everyone's eye is slightly different. We're all like snowflakes. The Laser Light LASIK exam helps Dr. Manger when he does the procedure to give you crystal clear vision. I will give away a Laser Light LASIK exam for the first 14 clarified quality. Give you the phone number in a moment. So have your phone ready. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, or you need reading glasses, Dr. Manger can do it all. If you're told you're not a candidate for LASIK, you may now qualify for it. Now that Dr. Manger has the Laser Light LASIK exam. It takes over 1,000 measurements of your eyes. Be one of the first 14 callers to get the free exam. Call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
I'm in agreement. I want everyone to know it's been a really great discussion this morning. I got to go on the open up already, and so I'm going to bid you adieu. If you haven't had a chance, please retweet the room, follow everybody, and I want Mr. Rogers to know that I am doing my best to grant him access to speak. And just he can. Hey, we got it! Yay, Mr. Rogers.
John and Ken just loves live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handle here. It is Wednesday
We got
morning,
it.
March 15th. The March short opponent. Looking at the stock market, the Dow is down 450 in light of failure of the banks. We'll be covering that. If there's any changes, I think we're going to be fine. And the latest on the storm, it's not going to be very watch is still in effect for Orange County and LA County. Back to go to Steve Gregory.
Are you sure that your device has AIDS?
President showed up and Steve very quickly because let's talk about what he actually did or didn't do. Well, he used the backdrop of the Boys and Girls Club there in Monterey Park to promote his new executive order, which he said will reduce gun violence. And basically, it's a series of administrative edicts, if you will, that direct federal agencies, put a lot more pressure on state agencies to enforce the red flag laws. It also directs Attorney General Merrick Garland.
Why did you get so many people?
Gun purchasing requirements. He wants to do all of this right up to the point where it doesn't require any legislation. So he's really mandating a lot of administrative things. Yeah, and more clarity. I can see he just wants a cleaner way of describing what he can and can't do. There's involved in it as well. He wants to hold their manufacturers responsible for the way they market to young people, kids, if you will. Their use of military imagery in their ads. So it's a lot of that kind of thing. Now, critics have already said the Concealed Carry Association of America said that he's missing the point here. What he needs to do is have an honest dialogue. And they said no amount of legislation is ever going to stop violence. Probably true. Question of numbers and percentages. All right, let's move on to the story that you broke.
People are
And the LA Times has picked up. I love
Yo,
it.
dog.
It's too quick story. But
Yo, dog.
it becomes fake news every place else. And this has to
That's
do
funny.
with the metro
What?
and what is going on.
People want
the
it daddy.
metro. And it is,
Really?
well, it's fair to
No,
say
it's in my
disaster.
room.
Well, but this is the interesting thing. So when we were
Really?
focusing on
For
this
sure,
story,
yeah.
we were last summer. I mean, it was last summer. And that's when I released
Yo,
that video, that montage
yo,
of all the
shit.
various crimes being committed on the metro.
Are you gonna be happy when you see him?
Including
Oh my god,
gun-related crimes,
hey,
sexual assault,
this fucking
just
thing is
regular
over.
assault. It's pretty brutal.
So be like, you did it.
Pretty
I'm
graphic.
like, Yosh,
But I also outlined
you
the
got a lot
number
of shit.
crimes that have been committed on the metro
Really?
and the drug-related
Yeah, I'm
crimes.
gonna pop my foot.
And it's interesting how now
Did you?
times, and I'm not
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
what prompted them to do that or how their
Are you
how
done?
their coverage was
These
directed.
people
But
are
this is something we've been
What
covering
the
for
fuck is
more
this
than
guy
a year now, pretty
Yo.
regularly. And
Yo,
that is the fact that
Yo.
there is a lack
Yo.
of
Yo.
constant security on trains.
yo,
And when the sheriff's department
Yo.
last summer did, I believe it was
this girl's
Operation
got fucking
Safe
camera
Traffic,
access and I don't.
and Captain Geo, who heads up
This
the
is
tiny
bullshit.
bureau of the sheriff's department,
Nah,
he allowed us to do a ride on. Remember, I did some livestock with you that morning talking about the
I'm down.
heightened presence of armed security
I am
or armed
down.
deputies and armed officers on the trains.
please let me know.
They said their stats showed that crime had dropped more than 70% just with the presence of armed personnel on the train. Now, Metro disagrees because of their that ad hoc committee that they have that said that the presence of law enforcement
Man,
on
if
the
I'm
train
fucking Adele one day and she's like,
and
turns into a fucking crocodile, that's gonna be a wild, wild type of load. Like, bitch, if you fucking turn into a reptilian, there's the fucking door.
How do you not feel safer when there is a cop aboard a train? When you look at the crime that is committed, how it's scary to go on a train. If there is a crime, you're trapped. It's not like you can take a flyer and run. You can't. It's a station, but between the stations, I've never bought that. I think that people say we don't want to militarize the police. We're afraid of the police. Probably have never been held up. Right? Yeah, they've never been a victim of crime, especially if
Oh, dude, you can't. You know,
on the trains.
you
And
know,
as ridership increases post-pandemic, you're going to have
yes,
crimes because you're going to have more
yes,
people
I
riding.
don't
Now,
have
with this new
Yeah.
rollout of this ambassador program,
Look at
something
Yoshi.
they came up with
Push.
about a year or so ago, too,
Push,
based on
push,
what they said
oh,
was
Mike.
input and ridership.
Mikey went like
These are
this one.
basically
Tell
people
the
with
story.
bright lime green
No, she's like, oh,
polo shirts.
one time.
And they walk
Mikey
around
went like this.
both on trains and on platforms.
Here.
And it's basically, I equate it
Oh.
to if you're in an airport and the person with
Um,
the mask says,
I'm like more, like, what do they have to eat at fucking Area 51? That's interesting to me. Oh, but they use fucking Elvic 150. And I'm like, yeah, but do they have potatoes on Tuesday?
How do you respond to most people in mental health crisis? The thing is that when I tried to talk
Dude, that'd be
to
tight if they did Taco Tuesdays on the Area 51. Not go try.
If you're adding another layer to something, if you don't have an armed person on board, for instance, or even anyone in a police or sheriff's uniform, now you still have to make that call to somebody
So
else.
basically,
Now, I assume they have
Adele?
radios. They go back and forth. Some of them have radios. Yeah.
Adele,
Some of them have radios.
like the singer.
Hey, video.
Let me
Is
let me
there
get
a
this
video
straight.
camera in every car? Yes. Okay, so with that being said, is there some
Adele,
kind
the
of a
singer.
control center where in real time a group of people are looking at the video? Now, that's a very interesting question because some of those video feeds are live, the platform videos are live, but not a lot of the train videos are recorded. And that's the back and forth. So that's also a problem in some cases because they can't see stuff in real time. So that way for the call to dispatch somebody else. When the sheriff's department did Operation Safe Travel, it was a very robust operation where they brought people from other bureaus within the sheriff's department to stop the presence of armed security on the trains and buses. And it worked, according to Captain Geo. He said it was just people, the feedback of the media, people were coming up to them saying, you know, thank you for doing this. We appreciate you doing it. So I just come up with the answer. Okay? In 2 seconds,
literally said, okay, I should run this. And the security administrator. No, I think you're going to appreciate it. Okay, first of all, take a page out of London. You go to inner London, every single street corner, every storefront is on video. For everyone, their city and then your bank of writers looking at it in legal capture. And so if there's a crime being committed, police are called in. Now, the metro cars are fairly easy to monitor because it's a car and it's a very limited view. You would think that there would be some built into the body of the car where someone says when a crime is being committed and just starts screaming, hey, you're going to be arrested as soon as you get off the car, and the next step will be next stop will be arrest. I think we can do that, and I'm going to take credit for that one, because that is real.
You really think that's going to work?
Yeah.
And you're going to hear some random vote
So drop the weapon, yeah. That you're being videoed, the cop will be waiting for you. Yeah. Even if it's not true. When you have a sign saying we have some kind of alarm system at home, and your alarm system is the sign.
Right. Well, it's like, attack on range.
The issue, though, with what the sheriff department is doing, and the too, is it's not deterrent. Right. Having people on there, and when people start to see the presence on there, it really reduces crime because the deterrent is there. I buy that. And it's just a question of getting over those people that say, oh, we don't want armed, those ad hoc committees are packed with anti-cops. Yeah.
And this is what the cops.
Yeah. By the way, you ever ride the metro? Probably not. Would you?
I'm going to ride along with an armed person.
Yeah, Jacob and I had to do the shuttle bus, the city bus the other day, and the officers from the county worked today, bring the consultant computer back to our parking, and that thing smelled urine and vomit. And we were sick by the time we got back to this parking garage. We were knocked and had a headache. It's just nasty. Yeah. All right, now, stop later. All right, coming up, Dean Sharp, handle in the house with we'll do that as we end the show. KFI AM 640, but we're going to bring live in the KFI 24-hour news.
President Biden has visited Monterey Park to talk about a new executive order which he says will reduce gun violence.
The executive order also stays public awareness campaign about the red flag order. My son, when before he died, Attorney General of Delaware, was a great proponent of an institute.
Biden spoke yesterday at a Boys and Girls Club and then met with the families of those who lost a one in the dance hall shooting in January. Critics of the new order say there is no legislative fix that will stop gun violence. Democratic Congresswoman Judy Kim says she's pleased with the president's new executive order, which includes a number of provisions. A red flag law in California which could have enabled people to take this out of the way. I think people in the immigrant community do not know about it. So it has to be greater outreach. That's what Biden is doing with the news is brought to you by American Vision Window. Nonprofit in Fullerton hosting a health tournament to help kids with special needs through equestrian therapy. It costs over $500,000 a year to care for the horses and keep the equine therapies that are open. Co-founder of Care Chance, Tim Howell, says it's about giving kids with disabilities an outlet.
He is staffed with the therapy. He just see a smile on his face. Who maybe get the opportunity to put a baseball game or dance recital or volleyball to play in a tournament May 1st or make a donation. People can visit carechance.org. The Federal Aviation Administration is hosting a safety summit to address a recent string of close calls on airport runways in the U.S. The summit comes a day after the FAA said it's investigating another close call from last week. It says a Republic Airways flight lost the runway at Reagan National Airport and another flight was using for takeoff. That makes at least 7 close calls this year alone, including one at New York's JFK Airport, where a Delta pilot had to slam on the brakes after an American Airlines plane crossed the wrong runway. ABC's Rhiannon Nally says some analysts think that cases show the industry can't keep up with the post-pandemic travel boom. She says staffing will be one of the issues discussed at the summit. And UCLA says it created the world's fastest humanoid robot set to compete in the 2023 RoboCup. King 74-foot Asian walks up and run with both feet off the ground while in motion. Professor with the Samuel School of Engineering at UCLA, Dennis Hall, says the
is the first running human-like robot created by students, and the future master the way it's built with technology. Every year, the technology is created is a great way to share. So that's why we do robot every day. It's exciting. Other similar creations returns this summer. The fabulous is we're going to look at your drive through Anaheim after sports for playing. Anthony Davis put up 35 points as the Lakers prevailed over the New Orleans Pelicans 123 to 108. Lakers move over to the Houston Rockets today, but AD will not play two seasons in a row. Here's Coach Garvin Ham.
Yoshi.
The Clippers host the Golden State Warriors at 7. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports. In hockey, the LA Kings defeated the New York Islanders 5-2. Good enough to keep the team solidly in second place in the Pacific Division. The Ducks get the Islanders tonight at 7. And in spring training baseball, the Angels bested the Cleveland Guardians to score 8-6. Today, the Dodgers play the Colorado Rockies.
I love these guys. I love these guys.
Hey everybody, it's Team Sharp. Before I get this ball here, we're well into 2023, and you're excited about making some changes in your home. It's for you. When it comes to finding just the right appliances, including really hard to find appliances, along with the usual suspects for remodels, sinks, faucets, toilets, etc. You're going to need my secret weapon. WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. I've been working with them for decades. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Sure, you can order them about anywhere, but why when WBC has them? And the same is true with just about everything you're looking for. If your kitchen bath done right, you need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts that I can trust to give you WBC. Find the one nearest you at WBCappliances.com. WBCappliances.com.
SoCal weather's on KFI. We've got a rainy rest of the morning, and it looks like it'll keep off there by the early afternoon, but we still have flood watches in effect for the rest of the morning for all over Southern California. Also got some winds in the mountains and the high desert. Heights today are going to be in the upper 50s.
Yeah, is it reacting?
Partly cloudy for tomorrow, and another slight chance of showers comes in on Friday.
Yeah.
56 in Laguna Hills, 57 in Brea. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. This time Anaheim.
Caltrans extra tight today, working extra time. It looks like the 91 eastbound, just approaching Berkeley. They have potholes in the two right lanes. Up and now, back into Bladen Park. That's almost Valley View. I would take this there and keep going for it. Just north of the freeway. Let's just save you some time. There are potholes now on the 605. 605 westbound at the 5. Looks like they're clearing the two right lanes, and that's going to be there a while. Constant buffer, it's just a virtual sprawl away from Tech Road. Now, things like another pothole was there, probably out into Pomona. That's the 10 westbound at Cary. Looks like they just clearing for the two right lanes there. And extra tight out of Ontario from Newport. Michael Bryan, KFI, distance water straight from every tap in the house. The filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filters to change ever. It's maintenance free. Your customers get free pure antibacterial filters worth $825 that ends March 31st. Call 800-326-96. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Lightsourcewater, taste and feel the day. Bring back to life at Christmas Market with 5 yellow mangoes for just $4.50 with time through March 23rd. Freshen up your smoothies and salads and pass on the deal now. Lots of items. Shop in store or online.
Stripes on the floor.
Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions with First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly cash distributions, and potential upside and exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart,
market, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to FNRPradio.com. That's FNRPRadio.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to certified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss, principal, tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made by the investment facility reflect FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRPradio.com. Hey, it's Steve Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, the state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. Not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period for locking the current rate, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? Just start by calling Sunlock. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlock will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlock.com. Sunlock.com. CSLB 100 is as America's largest injury law firm. 5 hours. Early in the morning.
In Saturday, and positive in their production vehicle. Was the Roswell craft, which was covered by a tunnel. So they but it was the Roswell craft.
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Orion craft.
Next First of all, we are looking at the storm. Of course, latest Orange County for the local state of emergency that happened yesterday, ending now, this morning coming in into Burbank, fairly to the road. And as of now, no rain.
Zero. This would be
And we're looking at the stock market right now, the Dow is down 550 points as a result of bouncing prices and goes all over the world. So it's good to dance a little bit of trouble. It's really no big deal. Before the crash of these things. It's time for Team Shark.
Oh, Pawnee. That got Saturday, so close. Touchdown. I didn't say that.
And I thought today is a perfect day to talk about outdoor kitchen.
This is a far way down.
There is the execution phase, you know, when you're doing something like this. And there's the planning phase. You know, I know. There are millions of Southern California.
Yes.
Spring is from what's happening as soon as these rains clear out. We are so anxious to get outside. The hillsides are burning everything, and people are itching to get outside. So now is the time.
That should be
Away from the rain.
oh shit. Look at this one.
Neil Cadover has an outdoor kitchen that you will
Look at this one.
That's one, I don't know what they call it, grill, really heavy grill, looks like a hibachi grill. And he actually cooks vegetables on there.
Yeah.
And he cooks in the rain.
Trouble?
Where
Trouble ahead, trouble behind.
hydroplanes across the
I
grill.
might get
And he is still out
Sleep
there in
good
the
job.
rain cooking.
Is it done?
I just love it.
Connecting.
Let's talk about cooking outdoors. Outdoor kitchen. And it's pretty expensive. We'll talk about the money probably there. Well, you know, here's the thing. It all depends on how you want to go.
That
I am
sucks.
one of those designers who set a lower price limit because anything below this is not an outdoor kitchen. It's just you outside on public barbecue. I consider if you're cooking outdoors, you have one form or another of at least a partial outdoor kitchen. Now, you're right. You're absolutely right. Our high-end estate clients, I mean, sometimes they just all in for it. And we have, spent more than $100,000 on
Is it done?
an outdoor kitchen.
Remember when it said connecting?
What you spend on an
Yoshi.
indoor kitchen, complete set.
Yoshi.
And that really is the point.
Yoshi.
For understanding an outdoor kitchen, the concept
Start up
is
here.
how many
There's a
components it's
defining
going to have.
feature
In other
that
words,
goes
how
through all of these
standalone and
configurations. You've got the
independent it is of the
F322
indoor
over here.
kitchen.
You've
And
got
if
a
it's
Russian
not
stealth
an
configuration
utterly
here.
standalone
Down here
kitchen,
to the
the
left,
other
we've got a
cost factor is
Northrop
how far away
configuration.
from
Just
the
to the
indoor
right of
kitchen
that,
is it.
we've got
Okay?
the
In other
Testor's
words,
model
if it's right on the other side of
Rockford,
the wall,
Illinois.
if your outdoor
F19
cooking or
configuration
living
by
area
Lockheed.
is literally
And then
just on
we've
the
got
other
the
side of, let's say,
configuration
the
from
sink wall, then guess
Yoshi.
what you can do? You
2005.
can just
All
tie
these
into the same
Yoshi.
sink drain that the kitchen sink drain has for an outdoor sink drain. You can tie into the same water line,
Yoshi.
maybe the same gas line. You don't have to run utilities and those things as are if the outdoor kitchen is close to the house. Now, if it's set apart, which a lot are, and it's sitting out there on its own, not only do you have the cost of components, everything's going to be fine. The cabinetry and the countertops, but you also have what we call the groundwork. You got to get electricity out there. Maybe, and very likely you got to get natural gas out there, and even more importantly and disruptive, you got to get some kind of drainage system out there. You're going to have a sink, water that's got to go somewhere. So you got a lot of things to think about depending on how you design your kitchen, but that's all in your hands, and those are the things to take into consideration when we're planning. All right, so I'm going to use two versions an outdoor kitchen. One I put in, because I sort of had to, and the other one is the one that they call your kitchen wall.
Motherfucker, call me. Why are you calling me, dog? Oh,
all extraterrestrial vehicles, hangar bay
DFA administrators says complacency is never acceptable when it comes to airline safety. Ahead of the summit happening today, Bill Nolan said the agency's safety record is incredible. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman reportedly might be in the hospital for as many as 2 weeks more. He checked himself into Walter Reed National Military Medical Center February 16th to be treated for clinical depression. And there's a 5,000-mile wide seaweed bloom that's headed toward the South Florida coast, guiding flights at the beach in Portugal in June. We'll get a look at your drive at DKFI
Yoshi, remember when it was all done? Yoshi. Yoshi. Is it impossible? Yep. It's a
No appraisal, no credit report, whatever your whatever you want to take the money out for, Infinite Capital certainly is the answer for me. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
Now let's see inside. We'll take a look at what it looks like inside. On the bottom section of the vehicle, there were 3 gravity amplifiers.
By a rainy morning, tapering off the afternoon, highs will be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. This report is brought to you by Vanguard University in Orange County. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, let's go places like Anaheim.
We've got a gravity amplifier system.
They're gonna put your teeth head over fucking top $1,000 This sucks. What the fuck happened? Look at that.
Hey, the backroom methods and nursing degrees in the classroom or online at Vanguard University, ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World
George.
Report for 12 consecutive years.
Tearing up my heart. Wearing up. Oh, listen to that.
Sponsored by Santa Monica Buick GMC. Santa Monica Buick GMC, the free no
Yoshi.
Every new vehicle has
Whoa.
Project Aquarius Terminology. Let's talk about
Yoshi.
Project Galileo.
Look at this.
Project
You did it's another shirt. Look at that. It's like some safes on, man. Oh my god, look at this. Crack. Crack. It's gonna make glue sticks. Super sexy. Glue sticks. Glue sticks. Glue sticks like this. Glue sticks. Yo, glue sticks. Like, they make purple ones. Right? Okay. It doesn't dry like that. Alright, are you done? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, dude, you got it. Sick. Sick. Yeah, no. Okay, where's this thing? Yoshi, where's the thing? Yoshi, like, oh, that thing with the fucking thing. Yoshi. 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 Yo, dog. Right there. Right there, Mike. Where's the thing? Oh,
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review Inspire information at inspiresleep.com. Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
If you're ever hurt in an accident, whether it's a car, motorcycle, truck, or even a dog bite, call a firm that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and winning. I'm talking about Sweet Change Accident Attorneys. Sweet Change settled $188 million last year alone for injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate deals to those in need. Having fed almost 80,000 people in the last year, most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident. You might not be able to use your car, and the injury might not allow you to go to work or take part in your normal everyday activities. If it happens to you, just call Sweet Change to speak to somebody who cares. You got nothing to lose. Get the compassion you need, help with medical treatment, and the money is just So if you've been hurt in an accident, you got to call the Tim Theater Tim. Awarded Best Attorneys in America. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200 for SweetChange.com.
As many as half of workers battling cancer choose to hide their condition from their employers. It's time for those in charge to take charge. Together, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Physicists Group are urging companies worldwide to take a stand and pledge to help create a more open, supportive, and recovery-forward culture at work. Half of us will get cancer during our lifetime, but we all have a role to play. Sign the pledge today at workingwithcancerpledge.com and follow hashtag WorkingWithCancer on social media.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
When he gets on the stand and he's big crying and talking about Pawpaw, and we went to the duck pond and I love Pawpaw, that's what you call your son? How come you never referred to him that way in interrogation or any of your conversations with police? Never once.
Jerry and Shannon.
He was putting on a show on the stand.
Right. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Go handle here. It is Wednesday, March 15th. We're looking at the weather right now. It's not raining here in Burbank. I don't know if the state of emergency is still going on in Orange County. If not, it's certainly being lifted. Flood watches are in effect Orange County and LA County. And so that's the weather. Also, we're looking at the Dow. We're looking at the stock market. Dow is down over 500 points right now in light of what happened with the banks a few days ago. And then I told you 750, we're not in trouble. So you can go to that segment or any segment on demand. Just go to the iHeartRadio app. And also, finally, before we go back to Dean, 4 o'clock today, Adam Carolla is his guest. Oh, on Instagram, there is a photo of me right after my eye surgery. I had cataract surgery on Monday, and there I am, the coolest guy in the world. And that's at on Instagram. Then we go to Dean and the House Whisperer segment. Dean, as I told you, we're talking about outdoor kitchens, which of course is a fabulous day today to do that. And what I did is something that you just talked about. I don't have, I didn't put my kitchen right next to the house, my outdoor kitchen. It's on the other side of the patio. So I ran the gas line, I ran the electrical, and I put in the kitchen, the big barbecue, and the refrigerator, which by the way, I still don't know if it works. I've never used it, and that's 22 years later. And that storage, a big storage cabinet underneath the barbecue. What I do is I use it for small pieces of outdoor furniture. So I'm not a big user of the barbecue. But had I put that kitchen right next to the kitchen itself, you don't need a refrigerator there. You don't need a stovetop there. All you need is the barbecue itself. And not necessarily even built in. Just roll in a good quality barbecue and you're done. Maybe a work area that you roll in a cart, for example, next to it for a surface. And you can do that for $500.
Yeah, like I always say, ultimately, now there's nothing wrong with doing what you've done. We do it all the time. It's just a matter of preference. But yeah, especially when it comes to cost savings on something you needed to do at your house, design matters most. It always does. Thinking these things through. And so you're right. A barbecue right outside of the kitchen doesn't have to become an extensive outdoor kitchen because it's simply a cooking annex from the main kitchen itself. Maybe the expense is you get one of those pass-through windows so that somebody inside can hand you stuff through the window and you don't have to walk through the sliding glass door. Those are the kinds of conveniences that can be built in for very, very little money whatsoever. That's just taking a standalone appliance, getting it in the right position in the yard.
And you don't even need a gas line, the propane tank. I mean, I find propane tanks, I have an outdoor sort of a fire pit, which I didn't initially put in, which I should have. There's no gas line out there, so I use a propane tank. And it's really lovely when the propane runs out, but in the rear end that is. But just keep an extra tank around, and all of a sudden you save yourself putting in gas. However, how much is extending your gas from the kitchen? How much can that cost?
Well, when you think about it all depends.
That's really good. We'll search for no, but we're settled. You can say anybody knows anybody could be in chef and snow.
It's not the gas line itself. The pipe doesn't cost much of anything. But the labor to trench gas down, it's got to be down at least 18 inches. That's code for a gas line. So, a nice little deep trench in the backyard can disrupt a lot of existing stuff. So, again, not that the worst side of your world, but things that have to be taken into account as you go. And I'm with you on propane. I like the idea of propane, actually. Yeah, the gas runs out and you got to switch it out. But if you got 2 or 3 in spare, and these days, a lot of exchange services where you don't buy the tank, you just use the tank and bring it back and they just send you a new tank. Here you go.
Who's your best friend in a whole
Bring it home. So you don't have to wait around for somebody to fill it and do all that stuff. And the other thing that I like about propane myself, an advantage is if your whole outdoor kitchen is also done on natural gas, and we have a natural disaster and the gas goes off to the house, then you're kind of SOL when it comes to being able to continue to function. But if you've got a standalone propane-driven barbecue sitting outside, then guess what? You've got another that works regardless of the power's out or the gas is off. You're good to go.
There's something more entertaining than fire to watch a propane tank. Okay. Let me ask you real quickly. You have an outdoor kitchen? No. Well, I mean, yeah. By my definition, I do. I have two. See, I know that's one of the things that we're going to talk about this weekend is figuring out what you want to cook and how you want to cook. I don't do a lot of grilling outdoors, but I have a smoker and I have a giant griddle for making like family breakfast on outside. And they are together on a little platform, so yes, technically an outdoor kitchen, but not a big expense. All right, Dean, this Saturday and Sunday, Saturday 6 to 8, Sunday 9 to noon. You have a good one, catch you for the weekend. Thank you, Bill. Sharon.
So I saw this picture on your Instagram post, and I thought, who is him so dirty? That was a terrible picture of you. And then I'm listening to your show, and you're actually pitching it. You're actually advertising it. You're saying, go check out this terrible picture of me. And I gotta say, that's a very, it's a humble of you.
I don't pictures I like. Really, I'll take good pictures, and it's a picture of me right after my cataract surgery on Monday, and I'm taking a nap. Tell me I don't look seriously cool.
You don't.
I do.
You're not. My husband has a picture of me sleeping with my mouth open, and that sometimes he'll send to me, and I don't know how to not those yet.
All right, real quickly, Sharon.
What do we have going on, you want to know? Well, we talked about terror in the skies when it comes to people fighting or people getting drunk or losing their minds on planes. But this is a new one. This is two flight attendants fighting in the air. That is a new one. Also, we'll have all the latest on the storms, the flooding, the power outages. Also, broadcast on won't go after people for murder, but he'll go after old folks home employees for COVID violations.
All right, got it. That's coming up on the Gary and Shannon show starting in just a moment.
And make sure you go to Instagram to go handle stuff.
The dumbest picture in the world. Hey, that's not cool. Gary and Shannon, this is KFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. We're not just doing smart speakers. We're a couple of smart ears as well.
Not handle it on time.
That's everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Here we go again. I'm Jennifer Jones, we live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Stocks are fast as falling on Wall Street as worries worsen about the strength of banks on both sides of the Atlantic. The heaviest losses were focused on smaller and mid-sized banks, but TFI financial analyst Jason Middleton said people don't need to be too worried about their 401ks.
Because most of those are diversified, and plus if you have personal deposits of $250,000 or less, you're kind of guaranteed. So don't sweat it too much.
The Dow is down 571 right now. Middleton says at the same time, though, people do have to keep an eye on the headlines and think rising interest rates are at fault. San Bernardino County is delivering some relief to people who have had property damage from the recent blizzard. KFI's Lake Shirley reports live the county will be waiving up to $5,000 in rebuilding fees.
Those fees are for county planning and permitting. Supervisor John Rouse says when people rebuild, the county needs to eliminate as many burdens as possible.
Board of Supervisors recognizes that our citizens have been faced our homeowners and our businesses, and they are trying to do everything that they can to facilitate lessening the financial burden and the complications of rebuilding and getting homes and businesses back up and running.
Homes, businesses, and other buildings were damaged by the weight of the snow during the recent storms. County inspectors have red tagged at least 29 homes and buildings, meaning they're too damaged to be inside and yellow tagged 27 other buildings, which allows for limited occupancy. Those numbers are both expected to rise. Reporting live, Lake Shirley, KFI News.
Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley says some homes are in danger of flooding down the hillside in Newport Beach. She says one has a family in it that includes elderly people, and they had to be removed from the house because it was red tagged. Foley says if the 3 homes fall, the cascading effect could happen to the 50 other homes on the bluff, and they must be prepared in that case to deal with it if it happens. President Biden is stopping Monterey Park to promote his new executive order on gun control.
He also took the opportunity to urge Congress to pass stricter legislation, including universal background checks for all guns.
Just common sense. Check whether someone is a felon, domestic abusers, before they buy a gun.
Biden spoke yesterday at the Boys and Girls Club and met with the families of those who lost people in the dance hall shooting back in January. Critics say the executive order does nothing to stop the misuse of weapons. He's greatly firearms.
A post office in Yorba Linda will be stamped with the names of 2 local veterans as a thank you for their service and sacrifice.
Make sure that their stories and memories kept alive. Dr. Goodman Young Kim says while we can never fully repay our veterans, we can honor them.
We are able to enjoy our everyday freedoms because of the dedicated service and sacrifice of those like, Lance Corporal Rick Battani and Sergeant Major Robert Carter.
Her daughter was a recent Colorado high school grad and had dreams of joining Santa Ana PD like his dad. Otto was an LAPD team leader in the first LAPD officer that killed in combat since 9/11. Both separated deaths were killed in 2010 when their vehicle hit a bomb in Afghanistan. The official renaming is Friday in Yorba Linda or Big Carson KFIA.
And weddings have been canceled at Downton Abbey because of Brexit. Now, at least the place for the hit TV show itself, as their castle of 71 has become a popular place for couples to get married, the castle says it won't be hosting any big weddings anytime soon because of the staffing shortage caused by the UK's exit from the European Union. The students who have been going to university and aren't there, so there's not enough people to work the wedding. The venue used to host about 25 weddings a season and everything more than success. Owners say people really want to get married, they can, but their smaller workforce can only handle weddings that have plenty of fewer guests. KFI News. Your KFI Financial Report is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. Right now, the Dow is down 577, S&P is down 59, NASDAQ is down 99, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI looks like we've got this gray weather all day today. The heaviest of this rain should be tapering off as we get to the early parts of the afternoon. Highs will be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. We do still have some gusty winds in the mountains and high deserts. By tomorrow, just partly cloudy for everybody with another slight chance of showers coming in on Friday. 53 right now in Dana Point, 54 in Orange, 52 in Arcadia, 53 in Santa Monica. Let's take a look at your drive at DKFI in the sky. This time we're going through Westminster.
Go through pretty slowly if you're on the 405 southbound, moving it straight off the 22 to 33. Around the corner here, the 55 southbound, giving it up. Racing Casella. I can tell you, it'll be slow right on through the 73. Now, the big problem with the morning was several of them. It's all been emergency road traffic. We've got potholes coming out everywhere. Looks like the 91 eastbound at Butcher is just still working the 2-way lane. Bumper to bumper now back into Cerrito, starting at about the 605. And 605 southbound is back to 5. That's emergency pothole there in the 2 right lanes. In now while it is a virtual fall back to almost next road. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. This hour is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Let's go for it. Hey, it's Fuel Killer. This is the fun part. This is where I get to tell you about the great results I'm having in real time. I get to notice how well I eat now, how much more energetic I am. Since I incorporated Feel the Breeze into my daily diet. And I get it. Trust me, I do. You probably think you Feel the Breeze can't be as good as you say it is, though. It isn't instead of a better diet, it adds to a better diet. More fruits and vegetables that I have been missing. It's one people beverage of my choice, and I'm filling the gap in my diet. And Feel the Breeze has a better health promise. Take Feel the Breeze and at your next doctor's visit, if your doctor doesn't compliment you on the overall improvement in your health and numbers, well, return Feel the Breeze for a full refund. I got you 15% off your first order, and I got you another 50% off when you subscribe. Visit feelthebreeze.com and use promo code AFI. That's feelthebreeze.com, promo code AFI. Find a great candidate side and be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. It's powerful technology, actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, 4 of the 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Hey, Skip, are you paying attention to China, Russia, Ukraine? Any reminder of the Cold War days? If you've been on the fence about buying gold silver, now is the time to make the call. Securing your IRA or 401k with real gold and silver with a portfolio protection plan and
Oxford Gold is native and easy as 1, 2, 3. Call Oxford Gold right now and ask about bonus opportunities you may be eligible for. 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD. Water, visit waterheateronly.com. Service, friendly technician, low prices. More stimulating Gary Janet Barrett, Gary and
On the far western wall of the interior of ancient Rabbi graves, there is a four-dashed red circle that indicates that area has that's the significance there. The first hangar bay, which is right
It
here,
has large U.S. and global operations and looked at perhaps the third bank to be in trouble in less than a week. Jason Middleton predicted this and spoke to him about it on Monday. The key inflation indicator unexpectedly dropped last month. The producer price index, which measures wholesale prices, fell a tenth of a percent month-over-month in February.
covered by a tarp.
sounds like fun, right? I mean, you've got all your money in a regional bank, and today is the day that you sweat.
Next we have in the next hangar,
You just go into the bank and take all your money.
Ryan craft. The next hangar, Bay 5, was empty. Hangar Bay 6 contained a
Be
man-made
careful today. There is flooding danger around here as the rain continues to fall. Flood watch in effect for Orange County, including the Hampton Heights until 2 p.m. today. And then in parts of LA County, the flood watch is in effect until 11 a.m. The cotton is already in the shop. Oh my God. And you can move into those things. They're huge.
Black
A
ice sausage
two-bedroom combo on the 405 is still going to get you.
Exactly.
I like to talk about food before we get into our story here about the reaper drone in just a moment, but new research finds the majority of foods purchased by Americans, 60%, contain artificial additives like preservatives, sweeteners, and colorings or flavoring agents. Even worse, that represents a 10% increase just since 2001.
That's why the advice is to, when you go into the grocery store, just stick to the perimeter.
The outside.
Stick to the outside. Look at the produce, look at the meat, look at the milk, the eggs, and make your way around. And all the stuff in the middle is loaded with that stuff you're talking about.
So if you work on Project Sidekick, if you work on Project Yellow, you stop in the red area. If you
When's the
work
last
on
time you went
Project
grocery
Search,
shopping?
you sit in the black
February.
area.
Yeah.
Something February 7th.
So what we're doing is the formula team.
Here's what we know. When a Russian fighter jet collided with a large U.S. surveillance drone over the Black Sea,
Okay, so
it
this
was
is a
shocking
far
because it's very rare, right? And it's curious, and it's not like we don't have any tensions with Russia right now, right? But the problem is that it brings up concerns about the possibility that Russia could recover sensitive technology. So what did we get from the Chinese surveillance balloon? What is Russia going to get from our surveillance drone? Now, each side blames the other for this.
So
John
all this
Kirby
talk
is
about trying to smooth things out
spokesperson
as
for the National Security Council. He said that's our drone. We get it, not yours.
We're looking to what we can do to maybe recover. That will be challenging in the Black Sea. It's very, very deep water for the South Pacific.
Yeah. Russian, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin also said that this is a pattern virus that is nefarious. I know that everyone here has heard that an unprofessional practices on Tuesday in international airspace over the Black Sea. This hazardous episode is the first of a pattern of aggressive, risky, and unsafe actions by Russian pilots in international airspace. The United States will continue to fly and to operate wherever international law allows. In
It is incumbent upon Russia to operate these military aircraft in a safe and professional manner.
The point about what it is that's retrievable and what value it would have for us or for the Russians once we were able to find it. Kirby mentioned this in September. It's not an easy, not even as easy as the Chinese fly balloon off the coast of South Carolina. This is reminiscent of late 50s, early 60s, probably, when we had a lot more assets in the, well, I shouldn't say we had a lot more. We had a lot of hidden assets in the Pacific Ocean, going back and forth around the Pacific Rim, submarines and things like that. And every once in a while, we have to scuttle one of our submarines, and that would set off a mad gas to get to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean to make sure that some of the top secret submarine technology that we had would not fall into the wrong hands.
This technology specifically is an MC-9 Reaper, a large unmanned Air Force aircraft. It's remotely operated by a two-person team. It could be operated from, I don't know, Nevada, somewhere out in the desert. It includes a ground control station and satellite equipment, like we said yesterday, a 56-foot wingspan. He includes a rated pilot who's responsible for flying the aircraft and an enlisted air crew member who's charged with operating the sensors, guiding weapons. It was used routinely during Iraq and Afghanistan for surveillance and airstrikes, like we mentioned. It can carry up to 8 laser-guided missiles, including those Hellfire missiles. And it should be said that this thing cost $32 million. It's not a drone that you get at, Amazon.
It's a $32 million. Right. It is capable of carrying munitions, although Brigadier General Pat Ryder said yesterday he did not say whether it was armed or not. If it was a surveillance drone, the likelihood of it, I guess, is probably lower.
We're never going to hear if it's armed. If in fact it was armed.
That may be one of the reasons why we're so interested in getting it, if in fact there are missiles that can be attached to it. So, that same Brigadier General Pat Ryder said it did appear that the Russian airplane was also damaged in the collision, as you might imagine, but the U.S. has confirmed that it did land, although the Brigadier General would not say exactly where. So this is going to be one that we keep an eye on. It is going to continue to be sort of prickly issue between the two countries for the next several days. We hope that nothing comes of it between now and I don't know, the next iteration of this, but it is worth keeping an eye on.
Coming up next, it was no shock when we all heard that the Justice Department is stepping in to investigate the collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank. Look at the latest from Washington when we come back about how that will progress.
Gary Shannon will continue. Jennifer Jones-Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Defense Department pleading funding for the war in Ukraine out of its new budget request, instead the Pentagon says the plan is to continue to get emergency funding from Congress. A state resort here in California is asking for patience as it tries to keep some slopes open. Palisades, Tahoe, and Lake Tahoe says the snow is awesome, but it's dealing with a whopping 648 inches of it. And a pair of sneakers worn by Michael Jordan are expected to break the record for the most expensive sneakers ever auctioned. The basketball legend wore the Air Jordans in Game 2 of the '98 NBA Finals, and they are expected to get between $2 and $4 million. We'll get a look at your drive with PKFI in the sky. Nothing on it. We've talked about solar max technology for years because, well, they're clearly the best.
And while other people are sleeping on solar right now because it's raining outside, now is the time to have solar max. Several years ago when we bought a house, we went and did the research for solar panels. And SolarMax is clearly the best. They built us a custom solar system, the most innovative technology, and all of it done right under one roof out there in Riverside.
Now is the best time to get solar because you get more electrical production in the spring, which is right around the corner. So take it. Call SolarMax to get a 12-panel system for $0 down at $59.99 a month. These are the most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you're going to want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th. Things change.
So call SolarMax, start saving money next spring on that 12-panel system, $0 down $59.99 a month.
Now, pound 250 from your cell phone city with SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, or go to solarmax.com, which is available on the free price CSW Computer for you.
SoCal weather from KFI. The rain will continue as the morning goes on and taper off by early afternoon with highs in the upper 50s to the lower 60s. This report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. In Southern California, Toyota dealers traffic center will sell places like South LA.
Looks like the 110 northbound loaded at 0 past the 105. From the 105 up to the 5 to stay, and that's going to be a tight stretch there. Now, it looks like potholes are the big story of the morning here. Cal 10 quickly working overtime this morning. Looks like the 91 eastbound at Booker, the latest of which is through Anaheim. Looks like they just cleared the two right lane fire. Still suffering out of Doritos there back in Carmenita. Now, another problem is potholes. They go by southbound up to 5. I think there's still the two right lanes there because it is just way back to almost that road, leaving Rose Hill. Also, looks like the 60 eastbound or westbound, I should say. On the brakes there, pretty much from Rolling Heights all the way off to the bottom of that. Like O'Brien, KFI, the sky. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. In 2010, Blindster sold millions of custom blind shades and shutters to satisfied customers across the country. With 20,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com. Google's print and marketing services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signed banners and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer M415 through the Staples.com/print distribution. This is your time to try Staples. We're perfect. Guaranteed. I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself. That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herdock talking about regenerative medicine and QC Kinetics. It's a very well thought out process and no research in all the professional teams around the world. Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the organ joint. Putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing. At QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure. The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only way. Learn more about regenerative options that can help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8.
Bring back to life at Whole Foods Market with 5 yellow mangoes for just $4.50 with time through March 21st. Brighten up your smoothies and salads and pass on this yam now. Lots of spice out in-store or online.
Losing your hair is a hot summer day can be a scary old nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
It's critical testing, so you'll feel cool, feel like energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not UV spray.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Get air conditioner from DeLeePTL.com. If you prefer, it's hard to spell. All the radio stations about every flavor, snack and move, hot apps that everyone's talking about. If it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Why do we have a simple society? A simple society where let's just say I made $100,000 and then I gotta pay 20% tax. I get no percentage number, no John, let everybody live their life live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
In 1952, it was the National Security Agency.
Can't find AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up this hour, we've got an early look inside former President Trump's operation into his rival for the nomination, Ron D. Sanctimonious. This early look reveals nothing is off the table. We'll get into it.
And the National
I
Security
don't think that name's going to stick. I know it's not meatball, but I don't think that this thing can
including mobile camera
No hard to say.
It's hard to say. The president's speaking up. He was former president called Ron DeSantis. Much later, next hour, we will identify police superintendent Alberto Cavallo and other leaders in the district are going to hold a news just to give an update on how labor unions are set to rally later today and possibly announce plans for a 3-day strike, but specifically the date of a 3-day strike. So we'll talk more about that story coming up next hour, get some more information about it. About 300,000 people will without power overnight in the state right now, about 189,000 without electricity, as we continue to see some wind. 10:30 last night, it sounded like there was a train going by our house. It was really, really blustering, but only for about 15 minutes. Up in San Francisco, the wind blew windows out of a high-rise and blasted all on the streets. The San Francisco Fire Department had to close the street while the glass, rained down from above.
The Justice Department and SEC are investigating the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. Joining us now from Washington and Rome with all the latest about these investigations, which are separate and just out of the gate, right?
Exactly. The Justice Department has just launched this investigation safety group into the current collapse of SVB connected to some conflict with the news. And the process just started. So it's very strong cases. It's still unclear what federal prosecutors are going to be focused on or whether there actually has been any potential wrongdoing. Some experts are sure it's not uncommon for investigators to kind of put a safer look under the hood at any possible, in this case, irregular tax settlement plans in financial situations. And some also investigators also looking into the role of companies served by several SVB bank executives in the case of TRILLIONAIRE.
A lot has been talked about when it comes to stress tests that these banks may have been subject to previous to a law that was passed in 2018. So, in the event that we were able to even see if they did go through these stress tests to sort of analyze how they would be impacted in bad market conditions, how would this have changed, if anything, would have changed if they had gone through a stress test?
So the first test basically requires test the crisis situation. It's something that they have regulations for. But as you mentioned, were way back in 2018 under the Trump administration. And it's exactly why economists are able to navigate right now to the work force exactly where back in that time to put them possibly back in place. Essentially, these tests will allow these things to understand how many active cases you're holding on to, understand the situation with a crisis situation, so what they should be doing beforehand. So a lot of that has goes back to small and mid-sized banks in 2018, and again, economists as well as the White House has kind of pointed towards that direction as for Congressmen today to take a look and see if there's
We talk about time travel.
We have our eye on the Dow. Wall Street today, the Dow down right now 665 points, falling about 100 points in about 20 minutes. It's got to be top of mind for Congress as they embark on their investigation. And this,
on the bottom here,
they're
we've
missing
got
the
something
change
called
a
the
little
flow
bit.
of time. Representative
Yeah,
on the
absolutely.
bottom here, or timeline one, that's the timeline one. So
everyone
click on this timeline and everything is fine, everything is great, and then somebody decides to flip on one of these looking glass devices, and this is called the looking glass observation. That's right here. Now, we have someone that is looking into the future of probable events. At that exact point in time, we are no longer, ladies and gentlemen, on timeline one, but we are now on timeline two. And we have theoretically, we have affected our future timeline one, so that's how this works. Now, in this movie, a DeLorean is used to go from the year 1985 to the year 2015.
Funny you use the word and contagion there. The other word that sort of offsets those, hopefully, would be context that we in America, but also around the world, would have confidence in our banking system. How do they begin to reinstill confidence in the banking system, especially when it comes to these smaller regional banks?
Right, I mean, of course, what happened on Friday with SVB came down to Sunday in the White House they came out right away to say that the economic situation, to say that the president is holding outside conversations with economists.
It has a very serious consequence. That's all out by what we see here on my calendar. Some of you, ladies and gentlemen, that on December 21st,
And they're saying that they're actively looking to find a buyer for SVB. Ultimately, they're saying multiple times that this is not a bailout, the taxpayers will not be paying for this, unlike what we found to that wait list, so for the most like company shareholders that want to pay this time, like because they are protecting the public, they don't want anyone to panic, they want the message to come through that the money is safe. And we're also recording, as always, in super time.
So again, it's very difficult in some cases. You're trying to probably the fight of the year will be Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump.
I mean, I feel like they're equally weighted at this point. Who knows if I read an article yesterday, Ron DeSantis already claiming out, he rarely takes questions, you don't really know where he comes down when it comes to policies, like that's why this whole take on Ukraine is getting so much oxygen, because it's one of the few things he's been vocal about. But who knows whether he will be the heavy hitter as we get closer to 2024, but right now that's certainly the case.
During town, we'll continue. Jennifer Jones Lee is live in the campfire 24-hour newsroom.
Keep an eye on exactly what you guys were talking about. The stock is falling. Where we go about the strength of banks in the U.S. and overseas. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all saw sharp declines in the market open. Shares of credit suisse tumbled this morning now to a record low.
Credit Suisse as one major contributor and depositor. That's the Saudi empire. So you think it says, yeah, no more funds coming in. Credit Suisse shareholders kind of freak out.
Financial analyst Jason Nelson says it's going to bring down global markets in the financial sector and keep focused on all financing and banking in the U.S. and beyond. Credit Suisse has been buying double for years, including losses it took in the 2021 collapse of investment firm. Supervisors in San Bernardino County voted to waive up to $5,000 in review and permit fees for property owners who need to do repairs or rebuild because of damage caused by the snow. County inspectors have red tagged 29 homes and other buildings as too damaged to be inhabited, and yellow tagged 27, which allow for limited occupancy. The numbers are expected to grow with assessments continue. The permit waiver is available for each building and will be paid for by the $500,000 of a $10 million emergency response fund the board created March 1st. California has taken a step toward women making the famous men. First partner Jennifer Newsom of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and San Diego are among the first group of cities in California to sign a pledge supporting equal pay for women. She said yesterday closing the pay gap for mothers and women of color may be daunting, but California is up to the challenge. 111 companies will also sign the pledge, which Newsom says sends a clear message to employees, customers, and constituents that women are valued and women's labor is as valuable as men. In 2020, women in California made a median salary 90% of what a man makes for the same work. Unique KFI News. Consumers in the U.S. have cut down on spending. The government says retail sales decreased 24% last month after jumping 3.2% in January.
Indications of pressure that rising inflation and declining wages are putting on U.S. households.
ABC Jim Ryan says the decrease takes into account spending online and in stores. The February retail sales figure was weighed down by 1.8% drop in auto sales, as well as declines in spending at restaurants and furniture stores. And a senior care facility in LA and 3 of its managers are facing criminal charges related to a deadly COVID-19 outbreak.
The facility is accused of putting financial gain over the safety of its patients and staff members. The AF says in 2020, Colorado Beverly Place admitted a patient from New York without testing them for COVID-19 nor having them quarantined.
The particular restaurant began displaying COVID-19 symptoms in the morning after arrival, tested positive for the virus on evening.
More than 100 people contracted COVID-19 following the patient being admitted. 14 people, including the nurse who admitted that patient, died in the outbreak. In LA, Blake Crowley,
SoCal weather for KFI. We've got a very gray day ahead. Rain should taper off by early afternoon, but it's very warm, higher than the upper 50s to lower 60s today. We do still have conductive rain forecast for mountains and the desert. Looks like the flood watches for most areas are going to subside in the early afternoon hours as well. And by tomorrow, just partly cloudy for everybody with another slight chance of rain coming in on Friday. 57 right now in Newport Beach, 58 in Yorba Linda. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky through Norwalk.
And you'll notice that there
Took
is
one for the
iris.
5 northbound
This
moving
iris
now
can
just
out.
about Imperial Highway. Imperial Highway, it'll be riding the brakes all the way up pretty much into the valley up to the 134. 50 eastbound, right left side, I should say. That's going to load up at Pluto. Looks like now to Reservoir on that 357 mark. That's just absolutely set 3 rolling heights and then back on pretty much from Fullerton Road, pouring off into Monticello. 10 westbound by comparison. Going down to the 605 into City Terrace. Goes up the back and then back on and get pretty much from Western into downtown St. Paul. Michael Bryan, behind this guy.
Join us this March to Make March Matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Make March Matter makes amazing things happen for sick kids. It's a month-long event that takes place right in your neighborhood. So every time you shop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, you'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. It feels so good to give, and saving lives is everyone's business. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
Got into the airlock,
Giant
gained access to the plane sphere. Down here, I've got the representation of the 40-ton Dragon tank hauler, shows you how they got the craft to the facility. And this is right over here, about here. This is a layout
So don't
of
risk it.
what the
Take your car and
4-5
check for
facility
safety
looks like. So, picture
Chevrolet,
your mind's eye, a
GMC,
large square
check engine
building,
light on,
somewhat
we'll
similar to
check
what
it
we
for
have
free.
here. And in all four corners, we have this fillet rating, so the corners aren't sharp, but they're blended very nicely. And then on the lower floor, we've got something called a scissor lift. It's the same type of scissor lift you see in manufacturing and construction sites. Just above that, first we've got a hydraulic actually scissor lift. There's a floor with a large circular cutout with something called the clean sphere. And the clean sphere, ladies and gentlemen, is not a flat sphere. It's like an orange cut in half, so it's
Do you know
a
what the
half
three
of a
biggest
sphere.
problems are
That's
that
what
people
we're
have with
considering
most
here.
farmers? Think about it
You
for a
see
minute.
the SolidWorks rendering of the clean sphere device,
They don't come
and
when
then
they
the
say
scissor
they
lift
will. They
almost
come to one after the job and what they quoted to a product. And they don't fix the problem right the first
that
time.
bring
And
this
that's after that
box
common
up to the
aggravation.
747 cargo bay
Performance
and
is real.
bring in the
We'll
meals.
be there
That's the
now.
same type of
Right when we say
configuration
we'll be
that
there.
you would see
We'll give
at
you
the
the
bottom
front
of
price,
4-5.
before we start.
Look, the cleans
All
will
of
actually
our
look
home
like
services
52
are
feet
back
across.
for money from.
The
It's simple.
plexiglass
If you're not
clear
happy,
bubble was
we
2
don't
inches thick. Think
For
about the
us, it's all
manufacturing
about
that had to
yourself.
take
For
place
you, our
to
customers.
get that there.
I'll
Just
service
incredible
captains right
level
now
of
for all
engineering.
your plumbing needs. Our
Impeccable
number is
lighting
833
is located on 4-5, which is different
7777
from
or buy us online at servicecaptains.com.
7 indented windows are majestic chrome observation gallery windows that measure 2.5 feet wide
At
and
Ralph,
4.5 feet
shopping
tall.
with
So
pickup and
there's 7
delivery
windows
is
so
just
that you
in
can
the shopping
look
in
down
store. Save low
inside the clean
prices,
sphere
feel
as you
number
take your
one
tissue
on the
samples
same
from your
high quality
J-Rod.
items.
That's what you
One
see
install
here.
plus
Now we've got something
one
called
is
beehive
ready for
lights.
busy families
These
everywhere.
beehive
Start
lights
your car today at
actually
Ralph.com.
belong
Ralph,
to trapeze
for
cameras. They
everyone,
can be
it's a
low
beautiful.
price, and these were
You can have
actually
4
designed
types of
and
fuel
built
points
by
on your grocery
J-Rods
purchase this
and
Friday
the
with your digital
S4
coupon.
engineers.
Download your coupon on our website.
Level of lighting on 4-5. Why is that needed? Because you don't want any shadows when you're taking tissue samples from an
More
extraterrestrial.
stimulating time.
You can see the edge of the 4-5 floor, which is the yellow and black stripe right here, and then also the edge of the clean sphere bubble right here. That's what we're indicating in this illustration. Now, there's something called kick plates that actually are manually operated, and they seal the gap between the clean sphere edge and the floor of 4-5. That's what they do. And according to Dan Hirsch, these were done by hand manually. When you slam these down, there's a big bang that takes place. So
Retail
it's
sales
something that
actually
you can
declined
stress.
in February. Consumers pulled back a little bit after a strong start to the year. Spending at stores, online, and restaurants fell by a seasonally adjusted 0.4% in February. January sales were revised up to 3.2%.
Talk
They
about
said
the
consumers were
test
spending less at
score.
restaurants, auto dealerships, and
Similar
department
to what
stores,
you see in
and
the
then more
Gemini
on places like groceries and health stores.
1969. It's
So
a
when
positive
you take out
pressure
the
score
auto
to
sales,
keep
overall
out
purchases increased
biocontaminants. That's what
10%.
actually is
Here's a
about.
fun world record
And the
story
van
for
version
you.
was at 4-5 inside the clean sphere.
Isn't it crazy? The lake
Tissue samples
isn't that
from the
insane?
J-Rod
Free
because he suffered
diver
from a
David
genetic
Venzel
neuropathy.
is now in a class by himself after setting an icy cold world record yesterday. He's 40 years old. He's a chef. He took one breath, dove through a hole drilled in the ice on Switzerland's Lake Still, and grabbed a sticker placed more than 170 feet below the surface of the frozen lake. 1 minute and 54 seconds later, he comes up through the hole, spits out blood, and opens a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Well, the water temperature was just over freezing, just under 40 degrees. Your body is not going to like that. Your body's going to do things like bleed.
Now again,
punishment for your living. But when you jump into cold,
drop down
if I
to
jumped into
4-5
my
that
pool
weight,
this morning,
there's just no way you're going to see anything
how
out of
how
4-5.
do you
This
fight
is
that
a
when you're
very well-done pencil sketch by
the
Mark
Senate
Cahill.
is due to vote today on the aerospace nomination to be
Showing
ambassador to India. It's been about 2 years of delay. They still have no idea how this is going to go. There is a procedural vote expected today. I haven't seen anything on it yet, so I don't know if they've delayed it or if they've even taken it. But an unusually high number of absences among senators and some doubt about how much Garcetti knew about his former top aide and his grabbing hands all over the place.
The
And
dashboard
it
rod was
added a level of uncertainty to all.
Well, and then yesterday, the quote from his ex-aide
that's also
said
symbolic because
he is
he traveled
unfit
from
to become an ambassador or really to hold public office anywhere in this country or this
how he
world.
got his
Things
name.
like
Now,
That's his former communications director who told Jake Tapper.
I have never been an alien.
President Trump is preparing an extensive opposition file on Ron DeSantis.
On the other hand,
Of course, Ron DeSantis, Florida governor, has not yet officially entered the presidential arena. But Trump's campaign is preparing a grenade to launch his way to the Congress.
One of the things that they have been looking at is they say they have plans to accuse him of being an extremely lenient prosecutor in cases involving, among other things, child pornography.
Yeah, they're calling for his record as a prosecutor, member of Congress, and governor of Florida. And they're going to find conducted focus groups. They're looking at polling to hone in on the best messaging to take on DeSantis. And we last told you about this when they were weighing all the different nicknames that the Trump was to nickname the comment. But which one would land best? Which one would get the most views?
Now, during one of
And
these
he went from
tissue sample sessions,
the sanctimonious
where you have
to
to follow this protocol to approach this
call
J-Rod,
it a thing as this or run, fall, whatever it was, and then decided
J-Rod
that that
raises
was
his right
using.
hand, and then you take
I don't
multiple
know
wide
if he
strips
really has
together,
the
and then
ground factor on the sanctimonious, but then over the weekend when he was in Davenport, Iowa, came up with Ron DeSantis, and no one knows what the hell that means.
They said there's tremendous amount of sunlight between Trump policy and DeSantis policy. Which we don't, like I mentioned, we don't really know what his policies are. And you know, Trump is the 180 of Ron DeSantis out to do so.
Well, and I actually think that Ron DeSantis and his campaign have an opportunity there to say, because in the times that I have heard him speak in the last couple of weeks, Ron DeSantis, yeah, I almost said it, Ron DeSantis, he's on the book tour, we know he was out here in California, he made his way to Iowa, he was to other states. He has been saying things like, yeah, if I decide to run, it'll be a couple of months. I still have a lot of work to do to go forward. And my argument from a couple of weeks ago was, a lot can happen in a couple of months. I mean, we could have natural disasters that happen in Florida. There could be, a bank collapse in the state of Florida. There's a region there. I mean, there are plenty of things that could happen in Florida that, through no fault of his, could damage his run as a president.
While violent crime in Florida is rivaling New York and California right now, and nobody wants to talk about that. That's how Brian Landry, who worked on Trump's 2016 campaign and close to the Trump team, says that the more that it's highlighted, the more DeSantis can get exposed because another member of the establishment compared to Jeff Flake. They say that this fight between the two of them, the primary fight, is going to make the 2016 primary fireworks to its pain in comparison. They're high risk, high reward play.
The other thing is, and you've mentioned this before, I think Ron DeSantis is very capable of a one-on-one debate style competition, if you want to call it that, between himself and President Trump. One of the things that President Trump has done over and over again in debate performances or on stage with somebody, town hall style, is his style of argument is not an actual argument. He does things like, yeah, but look at this guy, or yeah, but you're fat. He doesn't argue the point. And I think Ron DeSantis, in his time as an attorney, in his time working in the U.S. Attorney's office, in his time as a judge advocate general, he has the ability to make those arguments in a cogent manner that would put former President Trump to shame in that environment.
Yeah, so the people who love Trump love that about him. Now, in terms of the wrong DeSantis or for short wrong DeSantis, I think what he's doing there, Trump, is using that political weapon of screwing up your rivals' name to show that they're not even deserving of their name, or they're so insignificant you don't even know what their name is. But he's doing it with his own nickname that he gave from DeSantis, which is the next level of insult. I'm not even getting your correct name wrong. I'm getting the nickname I gave you wrong.
President Trump did say to a group of reporters on his way to Iowa, I'm a very loyal person, there's no hostility, but I think it's a strange thing he was out of politics, he being Ron DeSantis, and that he was dead. I don't think it's nasty. I'm a very loyal person, so I don't understand disloyalty, but you do see it in politics. The irony of that statement, think of the number of people who, at the beginning of the Trump presidency, now want nothing to do with the guy. And he then pushes them away. So he may claim that he's loyal, but in the moment that you show disloyalty, all bets are off. Right? Whatever loyalty he has towards you is gone.
Which is why I think the Haley played the I want to be your VP card. Let me hang around the primary, and then when you get the nomination, I'll be your VP this time around. And I don't think she means it, but I think that that's what she told him, and that's why he gave her his blessing.
That's 3D chess.
Yeah.
And then more power to him.
By the way, Trump's latest favorite nickname for Ron DeSantis is Tiny D.
No.
Yes. Tiny D. Oh, baby D.
All right, when we come back, we haven't done Terror in the Skies for a couple of days, although we had a good streak there. It seems like the last couple of weeks we've had the majority of days we've had something to do.
This is a new one. This is a new twist on Terror in the Skies.
This is a good one. It's not just the passengers who get in fights every once in a while. Gary and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Jennifer Jones-Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Yes, who's getting on flight at 12:20. Thanks, guys. As investors eye Swiss Bank Credit Suisse, it's got a large U.S. and global operations, and it's being looked at as maybe the third bank to be in trouble in less than a week. The EPA has proposed federal limits on the so-called forever chemicals in drinking water linked to a range of health issues, including cancer and other severe illnesses. And Quentin Tarantino is taking a big step on what could be his final film. He's invited a number of potential buyers to read the screenplay to his 10th film, which he has long said will be his last, with the working title, The Movie Critic. SoCal weather from KFI, we've got a great day ahead. More rain is on the way. Should be for off by the afternoon. Highs will be in the upper 50s to the lower 60s. This report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Shopping Center, let's go places like Anaheim.
All Discovery opened was at least the two bikes that were set down to pothole there, and lots of people drive for years to come away from. As far back as Ortho on the front of the 91, still kind of busy, but the way it's serving for the area, and that's it. I'm not on anything on social media. Time to give you yourself on keywords, say by traffic, issues continue to drive the Airport Hills on the north side of the 101 Spain. If you do right now, check down for auto repairs, and that's still going to come away from what's working there. See if I'm up this faster. I'm calling you. This report is sponsored by Waterboy Whole House Filtration System. The Waterboy Whole House Filtration System brings fresh, clean water right to your tap. Call 1-800-WATERBOY now. Clean water for drinking, showering, cooking, laundry, and more. Call 1-800-WATERBOY. That's 1-800-WATERBOY. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer. Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations, personal problems, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your undedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com and stay applied under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com. Stay applied under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spell BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, at Bambi.com. What we do is a secret cabal of the most powerful folks in the United States told you, hey, let's start a team. Back in the 1930s, Rabbi Butler was called to between the U.S. and I'm Ben David. I'm Oxford. And I'm Judge Father. Join us for this sordid tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start a Team on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite shows.
Save on salmon at Whole Foods Market. Sustainable wild-caught tropical marinated and plain-cut salmon fillets are 25% off this time through March 21st. Save now and give any dinner a flavor boost while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage, and they're like your cash offer with no need for repair. With Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. This includes the bill and they buy it cash. They offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. Check out their reviews online and call for no obligation offering. 888-321-ADVANCE. 888-321-ADVANCE. 888-321-2747 and visit sellersadvantage.com. And now, a few words from your dog. Still about 180,000 people without electricity throughout the state. Still several hundred people in shelters in northern and central California because of flooding. Some areas last night saw hurricane-force winds. Some were thought to have been glass falling from a downtown San Francisco skyrise yesterday. Bart was also heavily impacted by the storm, not because of flooding, but they said because the number of trees and tree branches had just fallen across the tracks and delayed a bunch of different trains throughout the Bay Area last night. Watching Wall Street, not a great day, not good. I mean, obviously the regional bank pressures that we've been seeing has caused a lot of significant concern. The collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, the Fed have exposed the massive failures by the Fed to see the warning signs. So as of right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average down about 2%, down 650 points. S&P 500 NASDAQ also down just below 2%.
Keeping an eye on the storm situation, 3 apartment buildings in Central London have been evacuated due to a landslide in the back. Some of these structures in danger of sliding down the hillside. Orange County Fire Authority and Sheriff's Department crews are on the scene, ensuring all residents have been safely evacuated there, but a little bit of a landslide there. And then there's a lot of flooding in Palm Springs right now as well. So the trailing closed at that area because of flooding and some landslides.
Bobby Caldwell. Oh, you know Bobby Caldwell from What You Won't Do for Love. It's the blank Now, you probably recognize it because this song.
This was a Skywest Airlines flight from California to Texas. Was delayed following a fight on board. Who was it? Was it somebody who was overserved? Was it somebody having a mental illness breakdown? No. It was the flight attendant.
Oh my. What an awful thing to have gone over.
This was a flight that boarded in LA, expected to leave for Houston, when one of the first-class passengers requested to switch seats with someone in coach because she could sit next to her husband. They must be newly married.
I'm sorry about that. Go on.
I mean, come on. A male flight attendant told the passenger it was okay, but a female flight attendant quickly interjected and said it was against the carrier's policy. Ashley Brewer, who's a TV reporter, she covers a lot of the Chargers stuff, short for ESPN. She said they kept bickering, she was in first class too. They kept bickering and going back and forth in the middle of the aisle about the rules and what was right and what was wrong. They just had some beef or something.
It said that the male flight attendant began yelling at the female flight attendant who ran to the front of the plane and began crying, and then apparently they explained that they would not work.
He shared a video to TikTok, Ashley Brewer did. And in the video, a man she identified as a male flight attendant is eventually seen declaiming, after which passengers were made to wait while a replacement crew member became available. But after an hour, he said the female flight attendant decided to deplane as well, causing another nearly hour-long delay until the flight crew was fully staffed.
So then they just had to sit there and wait for however long it was. The airline said it probably lasted about an hour. But he called the flight attendants petty for their behavior, and it was a whole big thing. They had the flight crew come on, the pilots came out, they talked through it. It was an ordeal. I'm glad it was over. And
Come on, it was an ordeal. I'm so glad it's over. And you're sitting there in first class. Like, it is not your baby going without water for 5 hours on the tarmac.
we're watching open heart surgery with a plastic knife.
Exactly.
My wife and I this weekend are flying, and we bought tickets separately. In fact, last night I was looking on my app to make sure that we both had tickets, to make sure that we were
Why did you buy them separately?
That's what I did, because I didn't have to think she was going to go by herself, and then said, well, we should totally go. It was going to be spring break, so now we're going to do it together. So a couple days later,
Why did you go by yourself? Didn't like you?
well, you're in class for the first 3 days of the week.
I see.
So
and then she becomes plastic.
I see.
But so I'll take a couple days off, and I'll go with you.
You're trying to be a good employee and not take days off unnecessarily. So,
Right. And then I bought tickets.
and if it's good, I'm going.
Same flight, everything.
Yeah.
Went ahead and, boosted the old Southwest first class thing, which there is no such thing, but you can board first. You can pay extra, right? So last night I looked through my
Of course,
phone.
you just check in right at that 24-hour mark.
Oh yeah, that always works.
It does.
Not really. I was at mine, so I looked for my reservation yesterday and I said, hey, because I don't have my ticket. She goes, that's right, because we bought them separate. I said, oh, okay. And then she laughed and she goes, no, I paid the extra $30.
So whatever it was, 1 for 15. Yeah. And I thought if you check it, if you get it there the first person to check in, you'll be like, oh, 25.
So she goes, she said this, and it did check even right on her face. I'll try to save you a seat. It made me laugh because you just said they must be newlyweds that have to sit together.
No, that's not why I said that. That's why it's different because, of course, you can save you a seat, right? It's like not a deal. But if I'm sitting in first class, I have a first class ticket for whatever, and my husband's in coach, there's no way I'm going to be like, oh, will you switch with me, other coach passengers, so I can give you my first class seat so I can sit with my husband like that with for 500 years? Like, no, that's not going to happen. I'm going to sit in the first class seat, and I'll see you when we land. And he would do the same thing, I hope.
And that little curtain is closing between you and him. You can,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cheers. And that first, here in 3 hours.
Makes the heart
That's exactly right. It's for love.
All right, up next, the full recount about what happened in terms of the floods, the power outages, all of the weather, and when we expect the 12th atmospheric layer.
Next, on today's
Step 1. Hey Alexa, stop playing crappy disco music. Thank you. Step 2. AM 640. KOST 62.
Los Angeles,
Live everywhere on the
going down. I'm Jennifer Jones, we live in KFI 24-hour newsroom. Dr. Colin is ready to grow about the strength of banks in the U.S. and overseas. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all saw sharp declines in markets open. FedEx shares tanked after reports that its top shareholder won't put more money into the bank. Shares also lost more than 1/4 of their value. Investors also worry about the recent bank failures in California. News is brought to you by Sunlight. A flood watch is in effect for Orange County, including the Santa Ana Mountains, that is, until 2 p.m., and parts of LA County are under a flood watch until 11 this morning. That applies to the Santa Clarita Valley, Malibu Coast, downtown LA, the San Fernando Valley, San Gabriel Mountains, and the San Gabriel Valley. Now, people whose property was damaged by the recent snowstorms in the San Bernardino Mountains have been given some relief.
San Bernardino County is going to waive up to $5,000 in county planning and permitting fees to repair homes and buildings. Supervisor John Rouse says the relief is used to help people already facing challenges in the rebuilding process.
Contractors that serve the mountain, they're stretched pretty thin right now. Even insurance adjusters are keeping their time to get up and do those.
Heavy snow damaged homes and buildings that weren't designed for the weight of the snow on them. At least 29 homes and buildings have been red tagged, meaning they're too damaged for people to be in. Wait, trolling, say it, I knew.
President Biden has promoted his new executive order on gun control at a Boys and Girls Club in Monterey Park.
The president began with emotional testimony about some of the lives lost in that dance hall shooting in January, where 11 people were killed. Then he segued yesterday into the lack of action on the part of Congress to pass with the gun law. Enough.
First off, remember in one day, I'm here with you.
The new order also puts pressure on states to ramp up red flag laws. The U.S. Concealed Carry Association says the new order would have
Says it was powerful to see the president in Monterey Park to talk about it.
It sends a very strong message that we're doing something about it. And if anybody's heard me speak, I get discouraged at times and frustrated because we're responding to not just mass shootings, but shootings.
Luna says it's been difficult to see a deputy getting shot at by people who shouldn't possess a weapon. Because of an American surveillance drone, the U.S. was forced to down into the Black Sea. The U.S. says Russian jets rammed into the propeller of the drone as it flew into international airspace. Defense Secretary Lord Austin says the incident is part of a pattern that needs to stop.
The United States will continue to fly and to operate wherever international law allows. It is incumbent upon Russia to operate its military aircraft in a safe and professional manner.
Russia claims its jets did not use their weapons or impact the U.S. drone. A giant mob of sea algae is headed towards Florida. Research professor Dr. Brian Lapointe at Florida Atlantic University says satellite imagery shows the 5,000-mile wide mass of seaweed within the Atlantic Ocean.
South Florida.
Scientists say the block could reach the Florida coastline by June. And a nonprofit in Fullerton has teed off on a fundraiser to help kids with disabilities by using therapy horses. The collection tournament will be open to the public, and all money raised will go to the ranch to help children with special needs like autism and Down syndrome. Executive Director for Terror Scan, Matt Powell, says it's the hardest part of the cost of maintenance.
For us to be able to make children a week like we are right now, it's about $550,000 a year to run this program.
Powell says funding comes from donors in the community. To join the tournament on May 1st for donating, you can visit terroristmatch.org. In Florida, it's Thursday at 5
We'll get a look at your drive on the 405 in just a moment. Someone blew out a toilet on this floor not that long ago, last month, and the bathroom was shut down for a week, and it was big problems. But imagine if that happened in your home. You open up a claim with your homeowner's insurance company, find out your insurance adjuster is trying to pay you so little you will not be able to repair the damage. This is the time to call Abner Dad. Abner Dad will out-pay the insurance company. He is a public insurance adjuster. He's on your side. He tries to negotiate with the insurance company yourself, but you might as well just keep your head against the wall for a solid day and a half. Abner Dad will fight on your behalf, make sure you get the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for many years. It's all they do. They've got their numbers. They've got the experience in the industry. Know how you need on your side. They're also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, and Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Abner Dad and his team. Give Abner a call at 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AbnerDad.com. That's ABNERDAT, AbnerDad.com, or call him directly, 818-917-5256. Your Fiat Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers. The Dow is down 688, S&P is down 76, NASDAQ down 166, and the average price of the gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.91. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Just for you since 1972. Still got weather from PFI. Still gray and rain will keep her off as the day goes on. Looks like then by tomorrow should be mostly cloudy, and then Friday we get another slight chance of showers, but it should be warm pretty much all this week. Upper 50s to lower 60s for our highs. And now it's 56 in Dana Point, 57 in Fullerton, 56 in Glendale, and in Santa Monica. If you look at your drive with DKFI in the sky, find out why it's low on the 405.
This morning, you stretched all the way toward at least 90 north outside of 405. Now, wasn't any better for the drive. I'm along with you. You come right from Point, and after the point, you're driving in the great back. You went to like, sort of a sunset. I put it north on the 405. There's one pothole repairs on the way. Around Getty Center looks like that's been dealt with. So, I'm just put you there. What's on the 10 Santa Monica Freeway, and off the 60. So, going for your drivers, you play through downtown and Mississippi, as well as down 405. Into Santa Monica for the coast, eastbound 10. So, going first in the 405, a bit of relief and a entry from Santa Boulevard, Mississippi to downtown LA, and back all the way through it. You can make right back for the 60. I'm going to do something fun. Sometimes you just give yourself on keywords, so I traffic south LA 110. Still going from Manchester, passing the 10 to the 101, southbound side of the 101, or rather, southbound side of the 110. Passing the 101 from as far back as almost County Road or Toronto. Still going for your drive towards the 10. I'm in polyethylene. It's dangerous for you to steal your identity during tax season. It's so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope.
Oh, no.
He said, "No electric
Lifelock
generators.
by
That's
Northern makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work with it. No one
terminology.
can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
The
This week's Marketers Report, the Secret Australia Global Chief Marketing Officer, direct-to-consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with Ion has really helped us build that confident relationship with the owner talent. As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. And iHeartResults.com for more.
same difference on artificial
When you're connected, visit
time.
superwomansuperdoors.com.
It's a second generation weapons program,
More stimulating
The iHeart radio station.
a series of biological defense operations which began with cellular utilizing senior scientists and programs that fell under Project Grace. So how did G-Rod Craft how did it get to this point? It got there by a 40-ton, it's called a Dragon tank farmer. That's how they got it.
Day on Wall Street, the Dow dropping more than 650 points times today, while the major averages shed at least 1%. Investors worrying about the strength of the banking sector, all eyes on First Bank Credit Suisse. And look at it, perhaps the third bank to fall, as we predicted. Jason Middleton, our business expert, predicted that was going to happen.
We are now in a race against time to find the MQ-9 drone that was down by a Russian fighter jet over the Black Sea yesterday. The Reaper drone interceptor was intercepted by a couple of Russian fighter jets yesterday, including what the Pentagon said was one of those planes running into the propeller. U.S. officials have said it was a deliberate act to take that thing out of the skies. Moscow also says it's going to work to try to get the wreckage, and said earlier that it will consider any action with U.S. weaponry as openly hostile. CNN was reporting a short time ago that U.S. officials said that the information on that drone was bricked before it crashed. They completely erased it, so whatever it had received was not going to be retrievable from the actual plane itself.
Coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, we will talk what you watch on Wednesday. What you watching? I've watched a couple good movies this series. We've got a new Bachelorette coming out. And we also have a trio of trailers up on the website, KFIN40.com. Check it out if you're in San
Also at 4 o'clock today, everybody's best friend Adam Carolla can be on with Tim Cohen Jr. Reignite that friendship.
Well, if you drove anywhere today or yesterday, you probably saw an increase in uptick in the number of potholes. And these are not just your everyday potholes. These are potholes that have been patched up repeatedly as we've had a wetter than wet season, and they are getting massive. As I said, you can move into some of these things. As many as 30 vehicles were disabled with flat tires and other damage after driving on the 71 this morning in Pomona. The incident forced the closure of all northbound lanes on the freeway.
I ran into something similar to this coming into work today, where there were 6 or 8 cars all off to the side, all of their hazards on, and it looked like they had flat tires. The CSP at the one end and the tow truck at the other of this line. I mean, it's unbelievable how bad the condition of our roads are, and you don't know it until you go somewhere else, like in Scottsdale over the weekend. The override to the airport was, it was like driving on carpet.
I know, right? It's like, so, all the so, and you know, it sucks because you can kind of avoid them, like when I drive in the north side, it's like it's an obstacle course. But this was at 4 a.m. And it's hard to avoid these things when you can't see them.
We saw, I mentioned this earlier, most of the rain has made its way out of Southern California. There's still some areas like Palm Springs and way out to 10 where they're going to continue to see a little bit of rain this morning, but for the most part, things have moved on. We saw the biggest issues in the state up in northern and central California. The levees are being repaired as much as possible under cloudy skies today. But we should see for the next couple of days sunny skies, so that the crews that are up there trying to rescue, for example, people along the Paro River to actually allow them to get some work done positively. The Power Outage US says we're at about 180,000 people in the state without power. It's down from a high of about 330,000 overnight. Now, in the Bay Area, up there, the storm was causing some urban flooding, road closure, down trees. Wind specifically was the biggest issue because of the winds. About 40% of the flights out of SFO experienced delays yesterday. San Francisco's awful in terms of delays anyway.
It is awful. And I think it's worse than LAX. I mean, LAX is a headache and it's a traffic nightmare. But SFO, you don't know if you're going to get out. The fog usually, and it's just a massive headache. Always flying.
That's my longest sit on the tarmac story.
Terrible. Also, San Jose, we're flying that. You should get a Alaska flight. I did this last trip on Burbank to Kentucky. Yeah, I've done it once. And thanks because they also decorate the airport in smoothies. Right? I love it. I think that I almost had death experiences or near-death experiences at that ice skating rink just because I like all the smoothie decorations and everything. I got terrible at ice skating. To keep upright.
In Monterey County, I mentioned the Pajaro River, about 10,000 people under evacuation warnings and orders because of the Salinas River. County officials said that there would be more flooding, could lead to significant crop losses in those areas. And many inches of rain was expected to fall, but for the most part, they said that the rain moved through quickly. And that meant that the rainfall totals were lower than they were on the lower end of what they were expecting. So all of that is good news. Farther down south, though, residents in parts of Ventura County being asked to prepare. We're expecting this rare high risk of flooding in some areas. And they said that they only get to it about 4% of the year. It covers Ventura County north to Santa Barbara County and north all the way up to Ventura. About 40% of all flood-related deaths and 80% of all flood-related damage happened during what they call these high-risk incidents.
And again, it looks like for LA County, the flood watch will expire in less than an hour at 11 a.m., and the flood watch for Orange County will remain in effect until 2.
A couple of quick updates, by the way. We were talking about these people who wanted to sit on a plane. She wanted to give up her first-class seat to go sit with her husband.
Gary, I can tell you that Central Policy does not allow stable seats, so your wife can try that.
We do it all the time. We do it all the time. I'm always in the group. He goes in the group, and
Have you ever had anybody count? I mean, I guess if it's really that important, I don't think it's going to be an issue, but still.
That's right, Shannon. Stand your ground. Don't give up that first class seat. People are so tough-headed that they think they could put themselves above others when they're really just as equal as you are. And don't give up a dime, a penny, a cent.
there's a lot going on there. My husband and I intentionally booked separate seats. One of us will be in the front of the plane, different through the aisle. I could be in the back or anywhere else. I prefer a window. It's much better if we do not sit together.
I love the honesty.
I do.
Okay. All right. The VA has decided to file charges against an elderly care facility.
Good Lord. He won't file charges against people who killed other people, but he's going after COVID violations. Okay.
Very example. Jennifer Jones Lee is live on the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Senate top Democrats calling on federal regulators to expand their investigation into Norfolk Southern to include other major railroads. Ryan Reynolds' Mint-Mobile is being acquired by T-Mobile for over $1 billion. And the French Bulldog is the new top dog in America. The American Kennel Club says it ended the Labrador Retriever's 31-year stay at the top. Let's get a look at your dog with DKFI in the sky and the pen.
administrators are making way westbound along with 10 at Eastern operate his school now right now, so plan accordingly. And see, definitely slow going drive for you. Make way westbound along the 10 from right before the 710. Exactly far back there. Things need to happen to come out of the Amont area, even before that happens to your drive. Leaving Golden Park from Pacific, 60 westbound as your alternate to 10 west. Could be a slow going drive out of the from before the 71. You see those pathways continuing toward downtown LA and the 10 state Amont freeway.
This report is sponsored by Catalina Island Company. Escape to Catalina Island this winter for adventure, wellness, and everything in between. Relax on the beach, explore the hiking trails, or spend your day on the water. When you arrive midweek and book 2 nights, your third night is complimentary. Plan today. Visit CatalinaIsland.com.
Generating gold is the only currency that helps its value since the dawn of man. Well, actually, I did. Thanks to the folks at Legacy Precious Metals, trusted name is gold investment. Investing in gold protects you from inflation and gives you a hedge against stock market volatility. Right now, the economy, man, chaotic. Inflation protection. That's why it's more important than ever to have a diversified portfolio that is true. For those starting out or worried about retirement, it's not something to navigate alone. That's why Legacy Precious Metals offers honest, patient advice based on your personal financial situation. Don't lose your retirement chance. Protect your finances, your family, your future. Call Legacy Precious Metals today at 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Or download your free investment guide now at buylegacygold.com. That's buylegacygold.com. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need for the equity you built. Or whether you want to consolidate debt and home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees for fraud. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
This is a wall of the magical
No one has to you right from music you love to the podcast. Download it now. No one iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Yes.
A lot of this is out of our control, and we really want to stop the testing. I got worried that the warming temperature is enough to snow too quickly that it's going to flood. I got worried that the Colorado River is too low, John. And so I'm going to pipeline, take the snow melt, and direct it into the Colorado River. And I'll kind of balance everything out. With next ride, 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
There you can verify AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming along in the next hour, Justin Wilson, host of the Dad Podcast, will join us. We'll be talking about babies learning from TV shows. And should parents and teachers be allowed to physically discipline children? I don't know why that would be up for discussion when it comes to teachers. I mean, I'm all for teachers disciplining, but if a teacher lays their hand on my kid, that would be a problem. Only I get to beat my kid.
Exactly what you need for the kid.
The new head of Silicon Valley Bank says it is open for business as usual. This is after the FDIC took control of the bank last week following its collapse.
NBC News reports the bank's new CEO held a meeting with employees today to assure them SVB would not close its doors to the company's business activities.
The idea that this was just a rich person's thing that went up, and then somehow the government's going to come in and make the rich people whole. We're talking about a lot of tech companies, big ones and small ones, who use that bank, and if they're not allowed, if they're not able to get their deposits made whole, then they can't make payroll. And you're talking about a lot of people that would have been affected by all of this. The Dow Jones Industrial Average has been negative all day, not unexpected considering the stress that's been put on some of the regional and even some of the major banks. But right now the Dow is down about 2%, up 550 points. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are also lower, but we have seen a little bit of positive movement in the last couple of days.
There is a new top dog in America. It is the French Bulldog. It's according to the American Kennel Club, which says it ended the Labrador Retriever's 31-year stay at the top. The lab is now the second most popular dog breed in the country. It is followed by the Golden Retriever, the German Shepherd, and the Poodle. Nowhere on the list is the Scottish.
It doesn't say nowhere. Not in the top 4. All non-binary and transgender applicants, they approved the referendum. But at this point, spokesperson said there are no plans to change any of the admissions policies as a result of the election.
We talked about John McCain challenging George Gascon for LA County District Attorney that had gone on last week with too much sense. And George Gascon has never had that job. He's never tried to take. He was just fought his way into the office. And one of the first things that he did was he got rid of gun enhancement, which means if you're going to use a gun on a commission of a crime, you get an extra 10 years usually tacked on because of extra. He's also trying to crack down on gun crimes, right? Trying to get rid of gun violence. It was very useful. When you look at the gun violence in the late 80s, early 90s, and particularly areas of color of Los Angeles County. And then you looked at the gun violence after that enhancement policy was put in, there was a huge drop-off there. George Gascon was at UCLA Law School last week, and one of the students asked him, hey, you are super in favor of new gun laws, but you're not enforcing the current gun laws that are on the books. You're done with that, which is a great question. If you're pushing for more rules, why are you enforcing the rules that are already at your disposal, which he's not doing? And then putting people of color into greater jeopardy because you're not throwing the book at guys that are causing gun violence. And he said, well, it used to be used. First of all, he's got the policy wrong. He says, no, we're taking it a case-by-case basis when that is not what they're doing. It was a blanket policy number one in office. And then he said, well, it was used to gain enhancement. It was used for people when they were just in possession of a weapon. And it was a tool for law enforcement to go after black and brown people. Which flies in the face of the gun enhancement policy, which only comes into effect when you're using a gun in commission of a crime. It cannot be used for possession. Yeah. He has no, not only has he never tried a case, he has no concept of the law. He doesn't know what the law is. He doesn't even know the policy, his own policy for this law is. It's asinine.
Isn't part of the problem that he's surrounded himself in his specific office, not in the DA's office in general? I mean, his office in particular, the people who don't know the law.
Well, he's surrounded himself with public defenders who know he's an idiot and are just using him as a toy and as a puppet, really. So that's a problem. And then this story comes out.
This is the story. A senior living facility in LA is now charged in connection with 14 deaths that happened during the height of the COVID pandemic. So Silverado Senior Living Management, previous administrators of a residential care facility here in LA. This is what the finger quote PA says.
We believe the Silverado put the interest in financial gain in profit or the safety considerations for the patients and employees.
Okay, so
They admitted a patient from a unit in New York City, about 100 people went on to catch COVID. Why are we still doing COVID research? Like, who was
Well, and you have to remember at the time, COVID testing in March of 2020 was almost a unicorn. I mean, that was the time when you could test for it, but you would have to go to a specific place, a Department of Health sanctioned place or doctor. They would send it to the state. The state would come back. I mean, it was taking 48, 72 hours to get results for testing. March of 2020. This isn't April of 21 or even April of last year. I mean, this is in the midst of all of this. The other thing that they cannot do, and this is what I think is frustrating, why this case is not going to go anywhere, is the resident began displaying symptoms of COVID infection the next day, the day after they were admitted, and then ended up testing positive. Apparently later that night, they did not put that person into isolation to prevent the resident from infecting others. So they said it began a 45-day outbreak, 14 deaths, including one person who was only 32 years old. Now, before we go on, that is an important problem with the way that stories about COVID are written up. One person who was 32 years old. Why is a 32-year-old person living in Silverado senior living management? The assumption is there are massive health issues that are already at play in that 32-year-old. Not saying that they deserve to die. They have every right to stay alive, and they have every right to live a life free from the threat of COVID. But the idea that you'd be able to pinpoint an outbreak on one specific patient is very, very huge leap in law.
these faculty members face 13 felony charges for elder endangerment and 5 felony counts of violation causing death. You can shoot someone in South LA and get away with basically probation, but you can't take care of elderly people without facing 13 felonies, 18 felony counts, because you didn't COVID test them the day that they arrived for care. This seems a little bit crazy.
The Silverado Senior Vice President filed a statement and said the top priority is and always has been providing world-class care, respect, and dignity to people living with dementia and caring environment for our associates. We deny all charges. They are faithless. They are egregiously contradict the facts. We look forward to presenting our case during the legal process. So I think this is a huge threat, and I'm not sure. I don't know of any other criminal cases that have been filed against the
Why would you die on that hill?
It's just part of the By the way, the 32-year-old was in fact a staff member in Brittany Ring with that 13 residents and one nurse.
All right, coming up next, as we speak, LA Unified is announcing where they are when it comes to progress on the contract talks. This could result in a massive strike, a 3-day strike affecting. It's children, isn't it? Of course it is. Various generations need their remarks in the evening. Firefighters in Riverside County have rescued a person from a car caught in flooding in Rupa Valley. The water at East and 58th Street is moving fast, so water rescue team is back. More than 300,000 people across California have lost power as State 11's atmosphere of river storm dropped more rain and snow. More than a dozen areas along the Galena, Sacramento, and Merced rivers overflowed yesterday. The National Weather Service has released 90 floodwatch warnings and advisories on effect across the state. President Biden has visited Monterey Park, talking about a new executive order which he says will reduce gun violence.
The executive order also expands public awareness campaigns about the red flag order. My son, before he died, Attorney General of Delaware, is a great proponent of an institute.
Biden spoke yesterday at a Boys and Girls Club and then met with families of those who lost someone in that dance hall shooting back in January. Critics of the new order say there's no legislative fix that will stop gun violence. Democratic Congresswoman Judy Chu says she is pleased with the president's new executive order, which includes a number of provisions.
We have a red flag law in California, which could have enabled people to get their guns away. I think people in the immigrant community do not know about it. So it has a greater outreach, and that's what President Biden is doing with the executive order.
Monterey Park is in Chu's district, and she is the former mayor of the city. The Justice Department and the Securities and Exchange Commission are investigating the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis, two people familiar with the situation, claim the investigations are in the preliminary stage. Sources tell ABC News the FBI's early focus is on Silicon Valley Bank's leadership and whether there's any evidence of possible insider trading. Jarvis says it's not clear whether any wrongdoing has been committed. One of the sources says the DOJ's investigation involves federal prosecutors in California, along with prosecutors involved in fraud cases. And overcrowding is forcing an animal shelter in LA County to make some extreme decisions. Among these animal shelters, resorting to possible euthanasia as a way to deal with the recent influx of dogs. The facility has 99 large dog kennels, but currently is housing 120 canines. The overflow animals are living in portable crates, staff offices, even in the bathroom. Officials say while adoptions have been steady this year, a number of dogs recently were brought in from homeless encampments. There are currently 9 dogs at the long-term shelter said to be perfectly adoptable that will be euthanized unless they're adopted by the end of the month. Jennifer Jones leads TFI News. Southland weather from TFI showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy, windy in some places, highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, mid 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s in inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 59 is still Beach, and it's 60 in Ladera Ranch. We are flooding on the 14 in Santa Clarita.
As we're going northbound toward the New Hall Avenue area, it looks like it is lanes that are flooded out. Definitely busy for you, unfortunately, northbound coming away from the farm out of New Hall, and then the southbound side of the 14. Also busy for New Hall Avenue back towards the farm. North and southbound around 14 also still going for you in both directions. Down that bit from the 20 downtown 250 on your cell phone. Keyword, favorite traffic as we make the way through the Cerritos area, heading into Buena Park. And then going eastbound, right around Knott, it's some sheets of metal in the right lane. Cars struggling to avoid that. You're seeing a busy drive on eastbound 91 coming away from as far back as Norwalk Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Collier. Hey, all is Team Sharp. Are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for zero interest financing. Terms and conditions apply. Request quick service or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait. Don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com. Reset your brand. Stan Naturals Spring Sale. Shop top brands today and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select purchases. Time to score big savings on your dream bed. 18 Sharp water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free AquaPure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Life Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Visit UKTreated.org or 833-422-4255. Ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Losing your air conditioner on a hot summer day can be a sweaty all-nightmare, and no one wants that sad. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing, GOE2TL.com. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047781. If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law firm with the experience to win. Choose Vivian Myers. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
the breaking news glint in my eye, and it said to Eric Garcetti, the Senate has voted 52 to 42 to advance the nomination of Eric Garcetti to be U.S. ambassador to India. This is a key test vote, sets up a final confirmation later today. Several Democrats voted against the nomination, but enough Republicans said, sure, pass him on by.
Which is funny because the arguments I've seen in favor of voting to put Eric Garcetti in that ambassador's chair, it's not because Eric Garcetti is a great guy or because he comes with a clean past, which he doesn't. It's that our relationship with India is too important for us to continue to not have an ambassador now. Without somebody in that chair, without an actual ambassador. So later today they'll do another vote. It sounds like because he passed this one, it's very likely that he would also pass the next.
Marco Rubio said around his previous tenure, of course, referring to his time as mayor, the reason that this was maybe not going to happen is because his former aide, Rich,
I have an update. On another story that we spent a lot of time on earlier.
Is it about the Libra?
No, it's about the American Kennel Club.
Oh, okay.
And because I found the list, you only wanted to go through the top 5, apparently. French Bulldog, Lab Retriever, Golden Retriever, German Shepherd, Poodle. Well, right there between the old German wire-haired pointer and the Bull Mastiff is the 50th most popular breed of dog in the United States. But at least it's not down at the bottom. Some of these I've never heard of. Norwegian Moonhound?
Doesn't Mo have Scottish Terriers too?
No.
They look like Scottish Terriers. Why are you so weird?
I'm not. He is no.
No. They do look similar.
If you cut them right, yes. I mean, if you what's the word? Groom them right, yes. They can have very similar beard and the things and the.
Why are you so weird about your dog's breed? Why are you such a breeder?
You've met him.
Yeah.
So I think that it comes from him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. That makes sense.
Other guys don't know who they are. Like they spend their entire lives just not knowing who they are. He is very firm in who he is. And he will judge you. He will judge you.
Los Angeles public schools would probably shut down in the event of a planned 3-day strike by unions representing 65,000 workers, including teachers and support staff, because a walkout would be too much to overcome. Student safety could not be ensured. Of course, this is the country's second largest school district that has failed to come to an agreement when it comes to contracts.
Right, so Alberto Cavallo sent out an email to families and said we would simply have no way of ensuring a safe and secure environment where teaching can take place. We'll give you as much advance notice as possible, but we encourage you to begin discussions with your employer, with your child care providers, and others now. In a separate email to the employees of the district, we said you need to prepare for out-of-school support and learning that would be made. We're making every effort to provide students with resources for learning, social, emotional well-being, and nourishment in the event of a strike. There's a couple things that are worth pointing out. Number one, it's for the kids. It's always for the kids.
Sure.
And what better way to make sure that the kids are taken care of than force them out of school for 3 complete days, where the parents now run the risk of potentially sidelining their kids because they got to go to work. I've never in my life, in 30 years of covering stories about teacher strikes and potential teacher strikes or school worker strikes or bus driver strikes or something like that, I've never understood the absolute BS crock-a-foo line that was, it's for the kids. It's for the kids. It's not for the kids. If it's for the kids, you would never leave the negotiating table. Ever. And that's apparently what they've done. UTLA is also involved in these contract talks. They've advised their members that they should walk out in solidarity with Local 99 of the SEIU to ratchet up pressure on the district. The SEIU, the actual union that would potentially walk out, Local 99 represents about 30,000 workers, bus drivers, custodians, cafeteria and food service workers, campus security aides, teaching assistants, and aides for students with disabilities.
Let's not forget where we are. we are coming off a unprecedented loss of learning from the pandemic. And they're going to shut down the schools, which we're also nearing end of year tests for these kids as well, when you got to get them ready for that.
When you think about that alone, as much as we criticized LA Unified, they didn't stop teaching. There were times when it was difficult, and there were times, especially when they closed schools immediately, that they were going to have a hard time getting everybody the access that they would need for instruction. But they didn't actually stop teaching. This is a stop of teaching, and that's unfortunate. That's an absolute. The people themselves, not the union leadership. They need to be the ones that tell the union leaders, we've got to be here. We can still stand in solidarity with the 30,000 brothers and sisters who are represented by Local 99, but that they need to be there for the kids, because you know why? That would be for the kids. That would be the only way to do that.
All right, coming up next, speaking of the kids, those kids are a-holes.
I saw this story. We are doing an awful job of raising our children.
I thought that this was not what was going on. I thought kids in high school were much gentler with each other now than we were.
Well, there is an example of something that happened up in the Santa Clarita Valley that may be an illustration of this.
Okay.
But we'll talk about this new study that discusses high school students going after each other. Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Former LA Mayor Garcetti is another step closer to becoming ambassador to India. The Senate has voted 52 to 42 on the procedural measure. A vote on final approval is expected later today. The storm has caused some trees to topple over. A large one is in Culver City, another stone from Hill. And the Environmental Protection Agency has proposed federal limits on so-called forever chemicals in drinking water. The chemicals are linked to a range of health issues, including cancer and other severe illnesses. Southland weather from KFI, showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, highs 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. We've got problems continuing on that 71 in Pomona.
Up on site, it's still pothole repairs underway toward the drive right around Holzer Valley Boulevard. The left lane is shut down. That's why I see the busy driving coming from the 10. And on the northbound side of the 71, it's still all lanes that are off from Holzer Valley Boulevard midway toward the 10. So plan for the 57 north of the alternate. So if you get 71 northbound, seeing delays on the 71 northbound as you make way toward, from the Spartak 60. Also, issues continue for you, pothole-related in Arcadia on the westbound side of the 210 at Baldwin Avenue. Frank Lane has taken away about 12 vehicles off the right shoulder with flat tires, and you're seeing a slow lane drive 210 westbound as you come away from Mountain. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Collins.
This report is sponsored by Vanguard University in Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University, ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And it's changed not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rate, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. PSLV 1008374. Hi, I'm Kyle at Leinster.com. Want to stay big on custom PhoneWood blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com. We have James live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. It sure is. Ron Steve has been struggling with his tooth. His wife Michelle is trying to save the rain. Michelle throws an elbow. She's leaning for the couch. Steve should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at InspireSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Hey, y'all, it's Steve Sharp. It's 2023. Time for some changes at home. But when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, you're going to need my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. So to get that kitchen and bath 100% right. You're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I have trusted for years, WDC. Find the one nearest you. WDCappliances.com. WDCappliances.com. Everyone knows that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? This is Leland Smith, founder of Service Samples Plumbing, Heating, and AC, and that's especially true when it comes to your air conditioning system. Precision care and professional cleaning costs a little bit upfront, just $88. But will prevent much bigger, more expensive problems later. We replace systems all the time for people who don't get enough cleaners. So instead of lasting 12 or more years, this system realizes 6 or 7 years. Don't risk it. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Cost your expenses for a $88 tune-up today to keep your system clean, energy efficient, and in great working order. Cost your expenses right now to schedule an $88 precision tune-up. Our number is 833-777-7777 or online at servicechampions.com. I'm attorney Derek Capanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COPS, because no one looks good in handcuffs, unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COPS.
Hi everyone, I'm Kate Gillis, Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter.
Putting life in press
That's the latest here in the station.
Putting a lot of hair in the good.
Seriously, KPLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rains come through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KPLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KPLA is LA's very own.
Having a moment Saturday and Sunday on the CW. It's a hard effort incredible start to the season in Mayakoba, Mexico. Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream Friday on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. iHeartRadio icons with The Edge, celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. Songs of Surrender.
I was working on his book. There's 40 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 40 U2 songs that we can reimagine.
Don't miss it. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on the Classic Rock channel on iHeartRadio. See, that's the difference between cats and dogs. Dogs, don't you dare think about, am I going to go to that person? All I have to do is open the door, and they're right there waiting for me. They don't care about how bad my day was. They're there to love me. Look, Ellie, that's the difference between cats and dogs. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Gary and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We have our eyes on Wall Street today, which is deep in the red. The Dow dropped by more than 650 points at times today. Other major averages sharply lower as well. Investigators worried about the banking sector. It looks like the Swiss bank Credit Suisse may be the third bank to collapse in less than a week.
There's a hearing in a lawsuit in Texas today that's being watched, trying to overturn federal approval of mifepristone, the abortion pill. This is going to be the first opportunity to hear arguments of the anti-abortion groups that filed this lawsuit and of the FDA, which is fighting to keep the abortion pill legal. This lawsuit is trying to end more than 20 years of legal use of medications for abortion. We have widespread implications in states where abortion is legal, like California, not just where it's illegal.
The drone that went down over the Black Sea after it was intercepted by 2 Russian jets may never be recovered. That's according to John Kirby, told CNN the drone fell into very deep water. Officials are assessing whether recovery is possible. We will have all the latest coming up after Deborah's news at the top of the hour when we do Swamp Watch.
Also, the developing story from just a short time ago, the U.S. Senate voted 52 to 42 to advance former LA Mayor Eric Garcetti's nomination to be ambassador to India. Still have to do later on today.
The more I read the story, the sadder I got. It appears that the messy political climate that we're in at each other's throats over politics in this country is now soaking into the youth.
Yeah, and they say this study came out of UCLA and UC Riverside and suggested that students in high schools around the state are increasingly willing to criticize each other about political views, about race, about sexuality. And the advancements that I think that have been made in terms of fair, equitable treatment of people starts when you're younger, right? I mean, it starts with the integration of little I integration, the integration of neighborhoods, the integration of schools. That the schools are so much more racially and ethnically diverse now than when you and I went to school, or specifically where we went to school. How's that? So to see this is very frustrating. They said that there are possible causes to all of this. One of them, the tone of political advertising when it comes to congressional districts, which high school kids do not listen to. But they said that the rise of angry talk on campus when parents are increasingly willing to yell at school board members, teachers, and others when they attend school board meetings.
They say these public school board meetings have become de facto political rallies, with people going after the mask mandate, talking about racism, LGBTQ issues, that the rhetoric has been turned up, the heat has been turned up, and it's trickling down to school campuses. In fact, Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, ordered the FBI to investigate a rise in violent speech and threats at public school board meetings. Last year, an investigation by Reuters found evidence of at least 220 threats of violence or other intimidation involving school boards around the country.
This report is called Educating for a Diverse Democracy. Says 7 in 10, 71% of school principals throughout California said demeaning or hateful remarks among students increased.
They say LaSalle, TV, Placentia, Yorba Linda, Temecula have seen public meetings grow heated and sometimes ended by unruly behavior. What the hell's wrong with people?
Well, school board meetings have always been a high pressure situation. You're talking about your children.
Right.
And in the event that you feel that someone is imposing something on your kid that's not true to the edict of education, you're going to be pissed off.
You can be firm though without losing your edge.
Well, and you don't have to bring race or gender or sexuality or politics into it.
But they are putting that into the school. That's part of it.
That is also very true. Now, part of what I was saying about what happened, a video posted to social media up in Santa Clarita showed a couple of girls driving around in a school parking lot singing the lyrics to the song "Hate" by Kill 4MB featuring V. You know that song, right?
I do not.
Well, I played it for you a little bit ago, and I had to make sure that it wasn't on the air because we would have been in loads of trouble had it been. It's just a woman saying she hates the N-word over and over again, talking about dudes, I assume, and then calls them bees. Now, the two apparently non-black teenage girls seen driving around screaming the song at the top of their lungs prompted a news conference from the NAACP of Santa Clarita. It said, today we stand united in condemning the recent offensive, divisive, racist actions of local high school students and a board member and call for immediate action. Combating racism on social media is our latest challenge. So, they held their news conference last night to talk about this. I agree. If I caught my kid doing something like this or posting something like this, as stupid as this on social media, my head would blow up.
Well, it's not just them posting it or singing it. It's why do you want to sing it? What goes beyond it? What's the genesis of wanting to sing that song?
But what if you're just singing a song? And this is the other part about it that we can't discount. The word is everywhere. The word is in all places.
Yeah, but when you're saying I hate the N-word, that's the problem. What if there's two boys driving around singing, I love to rape girls. Raping girls, let's rape girls. I love to rape girls. I'm going to rape girls all the time. That would be hate speech.
But why is it not hate speech when Khalil 4MB?
He doesn't say I hate. Oh, shoot. Well, that's a whole. I think it is hate speech for her to say that. You can put the N word in a song without having, without attaching hate to it.
Right. Even though she literally says I hate them.
That's not what I'm talking about. That song is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what you just said, where that word is ubiquitous and used.
Oh, right. Yes.
It's completely different.
Yes. It's used in different ways. Listen, you and I are not the ones to ask about the use of it and when is appropriate, when it is not. But if you're gonna be upset, we need to make sure that we spread that upset around. We can't pick and choose about when we're going to be upset about.
Right. I mean, that press conference, I would hope, came with a call for artists to be more cognizant of what they're doing when they create those types of lyrics, and who those lyrics would fall into the hands of.
Let's condemn the word. Let's not condemn the word in general as part of us,
Right.
At least I'm going to say that they're probably just a couple of boneheads and stupid kids who have no idea or don't understand the value of that word. I think the Valencia High School is not the way to make it.
Oh, it's just dumb. It's just dumb.
That's what I'm going to say.
All right, coming up next, we will get into all news Washington. Tons to get to today when it comes to the drone, when it comes to Eric Garcetti getting his gig in India, and Biden in Vegas. That seems like a mismatch.
Eric Garcetti, sorry, not sorry.
That goes back to my non-joke yesterday.
Yeah, nailed it. Jerry and Jenna will continue after this. We're not here to make up your mind. We're here to give you the latest.
KSI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Radio app.
Arrested on Deborah March live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police have arrested a driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro.
The woman was driving from one bar to another bar when she hit the man. Police say they think she may have been driving under the influence. The cyclist's son says the crash earlier this month makes his blood boil. The fact that she decided to just stop, stare at him, and then drive around him, that was probably the most frustrating part within the whole scene. Officers found the woman last week thanks to a tip by someone who thought they spotted the woman's car. Police say she confessed. Like trolling. Hey, if I need
More rain has hit SoCal following the state's 11th atmospheric river this winter season. ABC's Andrew Jim Burton's nearly 300,000 power outages were reported overnight.
Some mountain towns could see 3 more feet of snow in the coming days. The snowpack in parts of the state already nearly 300% above normal.
Multiple areas experienced record rainfall yesterday, including Oxnard, which broke a 93-year-old record. LAX also broke its daily rainfall record with 1.97 inches of rain. Governor Newsom has expanded California's storm state of emergency to 3 more counties. One of them is Orange County, where supervisors yesterday also declared a state of emergency. Newsom's action adds to the 40 counties the governor had already proclaimed a state of emergency since the start of the winter storms in late February. Last week, Newsom got a presidential emergency declaration. Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley says some homes are in danger sliding down a hillside in Newport Beach. She says one has a family that includes elderly people, and they had to be removed from the house because it was red tapped. Foley says if the 3 homes fall, a cascading effect could happen to 50 other homes on the bluff, and they must be prepared in case that happens. Former LA Mayor Garcetti's nomination to be ambassador to India has cleared a procedural measure on the Senate floor. The Senate voted 52 to 42 on the measure, and a final vote for approval is expected later today. Before the vote, several senators questioned whether Garcetti knew or should have known about a former aide's alleged sexual harassment. Garcetti had previously said if he had known about the harassment, he would have done something. President Biden nominated Garcetti to be ambassador to India in 2025. The post office in Yorba Linda will be stamped with the names of 2 local veterans as a thank you for their service and sacrifice. to make sure that there's stories and memories kept alive.
Congresswoman Young Kim says while we can never fully repay our veterans, we can honor them.
We are able to enjoy our everyday freedoms because of the dedicated service and sacrifice of those like, Lance Corporal Rick Santani and Sergeant Major Robert Cotton.
Santani was a recent Esperanza High School grad and had dreams of joining Santa Ana PD like his dad. Cotton was an LAPD SWAT team leader and the first LAPD officer killed in combat since 9/11. Both decorated vets were killed in 2010 when their vehicle hit a bomb in Afghanistan. The official renaming is Friday. In Yorba Linda, Corbin Carson, KFI News. First it was the crypto bank, so then it was Silicon Valley Bank, and a couple of other regionals. Now it's international.
Stocks are back to falling on Wall Street. KFI financial analyst Jason Middleton has spread its piece as one major contributor and depositor. Saudi Empire has decided not to inject any more money into the bank.
So it's going to bring down the global markets and the financial sector and keep focus on all financing and banking in the U.S. and beyond.
The heaviest losses were focused on smaller and mid-sized peers after the Lakers star became the first athlete to have his hands and feet imprinted in cement. The imprints have been kept in storage since 2011. LA Lakers Governor Jim Buss and former Lakers coach Byron Scott are set to speak at the ceremony. We're going to go to 71 next. Are you tired of living with that pain? I mean, what if it didn't have to? What if there is a new way here to deal with joint pain that does not require drugs or surgery or downtime?
We're talking about QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics has lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
Now, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader when it comes to these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and then put them into those achy joints. The goal? Restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but it is now available to anyone.
Imagine that, being pain-free by the summer. You live life the way you used to, walking and running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN.
213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN.
KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 525. S&P 500 is down 58, NASDAQ down 95, and the average price per gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy, windy in some areas. Looking at highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Low 60s in inland Orange County. Upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now it's 60 in Orange, 62 Buena Park, it's 58 in Forest Hills, and the same in Sherman Oaks. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 71 in Pomona. From the 71 northbound right of Rio Rancho Road involving semi, and it looks like they're hitting that over the right shoulder, but that's right where we've got some road work going on. The 71 southbound right at Holt Avenue, all lanes are shut down as they try to fix some potholes, and the northbound side closed there as well. It is going to be staffed up from the 60. Also on the 60 east, right past the 71. They were holding all lanes, fixing potholes, and we've got a backup on that 60 eastbound from before the 57. The 57 northbound, you're going to see some delays from Diamond Bar Boulevard. Arcadia, more potholes. 210 westbound, right at Baldwin Avenue, they're holding lanes, trying to fix a big one in the right lane. Fontana, 10 eastbound, between Etiwanda Avenue to Cherry Avenue, the right lane closed. Huntington Beach, PCH, Huntington Beach, Hermosa Beach, northbound and southbound, between Two Point Street and Warner Avenue. It is closed due to flooding. And in San Clemente on the 5, South Hunting Avenue, Pico, that crash, and the 7 lane is blocked, so hit the brakes from Avenue Vista Hermosa. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harlan.
I'm second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have UPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats UPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis,
colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take TRUMAN as directed by your doctor and only with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the number one. Visit creoninfo.com or 633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com. Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC. More stimulating talk. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The last few places getting some showers today. Out the 210 towards San Bernardino Riverside. You're heading out towards Palm Springs. You might see some up in the mountains over to your north. But for the most part, the rain has moved through most of California. Seeing dry conditions today, which is good news. Considering that 11th atmospheric river that rolled through was pretty amazing compared to it had been. We saw some very high winds up in the San Francisco, San Jose area. We saw flooding continue in Monterey County and some incredibly high rainfall totals in Monterey, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara counties. But again, for the most part, it looks like it's going to be dry now for the weekend.
11 o'clock, we like to talk Washington. The government doesn't work. Oh, man.
They make it like a reality TV. Pop with bad news. Always fragrant anywhere. Washington, D.C. Swamp.
That's a bunch of malarkey. What is the greatest opposite of some of the this
Ron DeSantis decided to weigh in on Ukraine with Tucker Carlson on Fox News, and the responses continue to roll in from both Republicans and Democrats. Many of them critical over his decision to call Russia's invasion a territorial dispute and not among the U.S.'s vital national interests. That latter point probably is seizing on recent polling that shows close to 60% of people think we're doing too much in Ukraine. Marco Rubio went on a radio show and said, well, I don't know what he's trying to do or what the goal is. Obviously, he doesn't deal with foreign policy every day as governor of Florida. The former President Trump labeled it a flip-flop designed to imitate his own stance. Trump, of course, has contended that Vladimir Putin, that DeSantis was just following his lead and zinged him by saying, whatever I want, he wants.
It is interesting because when I saw the original quote from Ron DeSantis, it seemed very well put together. It was not an off the top of his head kind of an answer. And there's a possibility that it's not even Ron DeSantis' answer because it came from a questionnaire from Fox News. So my assumption being it is sort of a boilerplate issues questionnaire that goes out to different candidates or potential candidates. And like you said, Russia is not one of them. The other thing that doesn't allow him to do is expand on it. If he's stuck with that sentence or a couple of sentences, whoever it is that's asking the question usually would say, oh, so are you saying that when you're president you would cut off all support, or you would reduce support, or what would your position be if President Zelensky called you and you're sitting in the Oval Office and says we need $10 billion? There's no give and take in that kind of a conversation.
He previously called out what you're talking about, the Biden's blank check policy on Ukraine, and disagreeing with that. Democrats, like Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried, also went as far on Twitter as saying being Putin's bitch should disqualify anyone from becoming president of the United States.
Okay, that makes sense. Now the thing is, he's gonna have to massage perhaps this policy when he gets into Washington, D.C. One of the criticisms that Donald Trump's people are planning when he does announce is that Ron DeSantis is just the same old Republican in name only kind of guy, the establishment Republican who wants to hold on to power more than he does want to instill conservative ideas. Senator Lindsey Graham, for example, said that Ron DeSantis' comments display a misunderstanding of the situation. Says this is not a territorial conflict, it's a war of aggression. To say it doesn't matter is to say war crimes don't matter. Former Vice President Mike Pence has also said that the United States needs to increase its support of Ukraine, because while there is no immediate territorial problem that puts us at risk, it is clearly a risk to NATO and the rest of Europe, which we hold very dear, as we should, because of our long-time alliance. We are in a position, in the context of this drone that had to be put down into the Black Sea after collision with Russian fighter aircraft. Lindsey Graham has come out and been pretty hawky when it comes to making sure that we slap Russia's hand for this transgression.
Should hold them accountable and say that if you ever get near another U.S. flying in international waters, your airplane will be shot down. What would Ronald Reagan do right now? He would shoot Russian planes down if they were threatening our assets. American foreign policy is in free fall. I can't add much to what you said. All I can tell you is that on multiple fronts, we're in a dangerous situation. Witness breach provocation. They stop believing in the United States, shooting down an American drone, multi-million-dollar drone. They know they can get away with it. Mexico is blaming us for the fentanyl crisis, and Joe Biden is like a deer in the headlights. He needs to up his game quickly.
Now, I think that it's very true. Lloyd Austin has said that the United States will not stop the surveillance flights in international airspace after that collision.
This is the first cabinet member in the administration to directly address the incident, saying that we will continue to fly and to operate wherever international law allows.
They have set up for a briefing, by the way, at the Pentagon, so we keep an ear on that also. This is going to be the main topic, we assume, so we'll keep an ear on that. Coming back, Eric Garcetti news out of D.C. and some more on Silicon Valley Bank and what Congress can do with anything to make sure that all of the banks stay afloat.
And the electric boogaloo.
Electric boogaloo.
Boogaloo? Boogaloo.
Sounds funny.
So much fun. Am I saying it right? Boogaloo. Boogaloo.
Boogaloo.
Boogaloo. Boogaloo.
Very channel. Jacob better turn on my cell phone a minute ago. Jennifer Marcus live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Governor Newsom has expanded California's storm state of emergency to 3 more counties. One of them is Orange County. 6 bodies and the ash remains of 154 other people have been found in a warehouse used by a cremation business in the Bay Area. The business had a suspended business license and was not supposed to be operating or keeping remains in the warehouse. Officials say the remains date back to 2013. Police outside of Syracuse, New York, say a mass shooting has been averted. They announced the arrest of a man accused of threatening to carry out the shooting in a top supermarket just 10 months after a massacre at a grocery store in Buffalo. We're heading over to the 210 next. If you're ever injured in an accident, maybe it's a boogaloo.
Or a motorcycle.
Or a car, or a truck.
Or a boogaloo bike. Call a firm that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and winning.
We're talking about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Sweet James has now settled $188 million just this past year alone for their injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those in need.
And they've fed almost 80,000 people in the last year. Most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident.
Ow, that's a boogaloo.
You may not be able to use your car, and the injury may not allow you to go to work or take part in your normal everyday activities.
If it happens to you, just call Sweet James. Speak to someone who cares. You've got nothing to lose.
Get the compassion you need, get help with medical treatment, and the money and the justice you deserve.
If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. Awarded best attorneys in America.
800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200. Or go to sweetjames.com.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Altadena. On the 210 westbound right at Royal Boulevard, it is in the center divider area. A little bit of slowing there. In El Monte, 60 west on the Santa Anita Avenue, got a crash involving a big rig over on the right shoulder. If you're on that 605 and you're making your way through Santa Fe Springs, 605 northbound, you're on and off the brake. From the 5 Firestone got sold off vehicle in the 10 divider area. Looks like the tow trucks are on the scene trying to take that away. You're still going to see some delays from the 105. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. You want the best deal on the best meal? Choose Wendy's 2 for $6. Pick from Dave's Single, spicy chicken sandwich, 10-piece crispy nuggets, or a medium strawberry lemonade. Pair any 2 for just $6. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom-made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product for $45. Blindster.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Goes down when you sign up. Bambi.com. That's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E. That's BAM, B-E-E. That's Bambi.com. Losing your air conditioner on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that sad. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing, GOE2TL.com. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047781. Hey, it's Steven Sharp. Clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. Light Source is the whole house water system that will change that life. Light Source gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, keeping the good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free Apple-Pure antibacterial filter with qualifying purchase. That's an $825 value. So call Light Source today at 800-803-2696 or go to lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take it with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, get thousands of other stations and playlists all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio. Metro was telling all of its drivers on the buses in a phase of conflict, trying to scale down the tension. You imagine that? You're just a bus operator, and now you have to make sure the neighbor that gets on the bus doesn't slash your throat. To vapor into whacked out a mess. John and Ken. That's what a policeman is for. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Just heard from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin from the Pentagon regarding the downing of the American drone over the Black Sea. Said that he did talk with his Russian counterpart.
I just got off the phone with my Russian counterpart, and it's assured. As I said repeatedly, it's important that great powers be models of transparency and communication. The United States will continue to fly and to operate wherever international law allows. And it is incumbent upon Russia to operate its military aircraft in a safe and professional manner.
He went on to talk about the working group that he's been involved with, updating everything in terms of our support of Ukraine. It says that Russia is running out of capability and it's running out of friends.
I just did a deep dive on Boogaloo and the origins of Boogaloo. Boogaloo didn't always mean the pro-gun, anti-government, let's have another Civil War group. Boogaloo originally referred to a rock and roll dance and music style, especially popular among Latin American youth in New York City in the 60s. And it was adopted for a style of street dance that inspired the electric Boogaloo in the 1970s, which which is popularly associated with breakdancing. Electric Boogaloo dancing was featured in the '84 film Breakin' Electric Boogaloo. And then the sequel, the widely mocked sequel of the same year, Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. By the 2000s, jokes about Breakin' 2 extended Boogaloo as a slang term for any nonsensical, unnecessary, or strange sequel, literal or figurative. And so the Boogaloo movement applied the word Boogaloo for a sequel to the American Civil War.
Okay, so they got the joke and then used that.
There you go.
Well, the reason you even thought about it is Enrico Wood. You've seen any of his work?
No.
That's because he's an aspiring porn star.
Ah.
His real name is Eric Scianti. Is on the run currently from the FBI following a raid on his home. They were tipped off that the fugitive was sitting on an illegal cache of weapons originally stockpiled in anticipation of taking part in the violent uprisings after the 2020 election. Eric Wood hails from Tempe, Arizona, but he's been in the wind for weeks, according to this criminal complaint against him.
I think Boogaloo was last talked about on this show in maybe around March of 2020.
That's probably
when we were like, what's this Boogaloo? Who are these Boogaloo people? Speaking of,
first of all, what is aspiring porn star? Like, you're not good at it?
You want to bang around a lot of chicks?
Yeah.
And so I want to have sex for a living. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of men who are aspiring porn stars.
Yes.
Speaking of, I got this memory. Instagram had this memories where it tells you what you posted on this day in the past 30 years or so. And on this day in 2020, I posted a tweet from the Court Report. And it was a retweet of KFI breaking news alert. On this day in 2020, Governor Gavin Newsom called for the closure of all bars, pubs, wineries, and brew pubs. They were non-essential services. I saw that memory just brought me right back to when we were doing the show and that crossed the wire.
Somebody else, it's hard for me to remember. I had gone this deep into March without even thinking about it. It was 3 years ago that the world was collapsing in front of us. Somebody posted Rudy Gobert's news conference. Rudy Gobert was the first NBA player to test positive for COVID. After he did a news conference, he put his hands all over the mic and all over the table and everything, and then walked out. And a couple days later, they were canceling games at halftime because of the fear that it was going to be a spread.
I just remember when we got the alert that March Madness was canceled, and I was like, oh, man.
And the hospital shit that was going to show up.
Yeah.
We don't need those. We're not a third world country.
Turns out we didn't need it.
But Eric Garcetti got some good news from Washington, D.C. today.
The A's are 62, the A's are 42, the motion is agreed to.
Now, this motion was for him to become the next ambassador to the United Nations, although there's a final vote that comes in the Senate later today. Chuck Schumer wanted to have a couple of things to say about all of this.
Majority Leader.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks prior to the scheduled recess.
Without objection.
My remarks are very simple. The United States-India relationship is extremely important, and it's a very good thing we now have an ambassador.
The Foreign Relations Committee approved Garcetti's nomination last week with support from a couple of Republicans, Todd Young of Indiana, Bill Hagerty of Tennessee. None of the Democrats on the committee came out against him, but he did not get, as you could tell, the expected unanimous support from the caucus, and that uncertainty means that the Republicans in the Senate had to you could, oh, here comes the cleanup crew. Is that why you drink Diet Coke, so you could blame it on Handle when something like this happens?
I am just impressed that I turned my mic off in time.
You almost.
Well, it really was like a firework. I threw it out in the wastebasket, and all of a sudden it was like a fountain
You
of Diet Coke.
empty it and take it down to the recycling?
What? No.
What an animal. Yes, you just don't care about children or animals anymore, do you?
I guess not.
I guess not. I guess that's the way we're going to do
I
it.
don't know why you hate women.
Because women don't recycle. That's why. We will talk in a few minutes. Justin Worsham is going to join us. A couple things. Should parents and teachers be allowed to physically discipline their kids? And then are those kids shows for your kids, like the really baby ones, like
Well, it's a magic mirror.
are they actually good? Can babies learn from
I
those?
do. Lots of women friends.
Market blind and they have like 24-hour newsroom.
A senior care facility in LA and 3 of its managers are facing criminal charges related to a deadly COVID-19 outbreak.
The facility is accused of putting financial gain over the safety of its patients and staff members. The AGAS code says in 2020, Silverado Beverly Place admitted a patient from New York without testing them for COVID-19 or having them quarantined.
This particular rising is tested positive for the virus on the
More than 100 people contracted COVID-19 following the patient being admitted. 14 people, including the nurse who admitted that patient, died in the outbreak. In LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Silverado denies the charges, says they are baseless and contradict the facts. Stocks of banks, both large and small, have fallen. ABC's Alexis Christoforous says there are new concerns about the Swiss banking giant trading of Credit Suisse shares on the Swiss market, and sent shares of other banks in Europe tumbling some by double digits. Credit Suisse chairman Axel Lehman says the bank already took some medicine to reduce risk. A federal judge in Texas is set to hear a lawsuit that seeks to overturn the FDA's approval of a pill used for abortion. Pro-life groups filed the lawsuit in November.
Plaintiff lawyers say the FDA exceeded its authority and are asking the judge to approve the drug 14 agencies to try and get reapproved again, which quickly appears and could affect 64 million women across the country.
ABC's Myra Villarreal says the drug was originally approved by the FDA more than 20 years ago. The Guttmacher Institute says more than half of women who get abortions in the U.S. do so by that drug. And Bobby Caldwell, singer known for R&B hits What You Want to Do for Love and Open Your Eyes to Die, his wife announced his passing on Twitter, saying he had been suffering from health issues for the past 6 years. He was 71. Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, windy in some areas, highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s in Inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in Inland Empire. Right now it's 60 in Cypress and 58 in Brea. On the 110 northbound by the Avenue 52 brand new crash. The 2 left lanes are blocked and just past it. We've got some more of it over on the right shoulder. And out to Dina 210 westbound at Royal Boulevard. Not that link in the center divider area, but right now all lanes are stopped. They're trying to hook it up and take it out of your way. It is backed up for a little bit to downtown LA on the 10 westbound at Alameda. Got a hit and run involving a semi reported on the shoulder. And also downtown LA on the 101 southbound at Los Angeles Street. Heads up, a large metal rod is lying across the middle lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Martin.
Campaigns live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is. Ron Speed has been struggling with his feet. His wife Michelle is trying to contain the rage. Michelle throws an elbow. She's leaving for the couch. Speed should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at InspireSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Guilty Power Services is the leading supplier of emergency power supplies and backup generators for Southern California. Your business deserves more uptime and fewer power issues. With Duffy's help, your power will keep running smoothly. Go to DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com.
It's Jennifer. Join us this March to make March matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Every time you shop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles.
the classroom training. Whatever you do, don't let drunk drive. And remember, driving under the influence of anything is illegal for your family and yourself. Choose a safer way to go. Go safely, California. From Caltrans and the California Office of Traffic Safety.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if a secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General Smedley Butler, nothing will ever be the same. Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start
And over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought it was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spell BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI is in your ear, circulating on your screen. Call us now. Ask KFI GM 640.
But this place is where you sure to get a
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, Speaker of the Pentagon right now, has said that the United States will continue all of our surveillance flights after an American reconnaissance drone was hit by Russian warplane down up the Black Sea. Said he spoke with his counterpart in Russia and just said we need to be transparent about all of it. And apparently the Russians weren't as transparent as he thought that they should be.
The 11th atmospheric river of the winter here in California is taking parting shots at some places around here in Southern California. Water, mud, and rocks are reported on many roads, along with the potholes the size of sinkholes that have disabled numerous cars. Flooding has closed several miles of PCH through Huntington Beach. Monterey County authorities say the first phase of repairs on that 400-foot breach of a levee along the Pajaro River has been completed. Crews working to raise that section to full height.
We saw a pretty significant dip right at the beginning of trading today on Wall Street. The regional banks that we've seen that have been up and down the last couple of days are back down for the most part. Credit Suisse is really the headline maker today because there's concerns about whether or not there are some significant cracks in its foundation. So the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 339 right now. It's about a full percent point. S&P 500 down as well. But it looks like the NASDAQ actually might turn positive here in a few minutes.
Justin Worsham, host of the Dad podcast, joins us to talk about all things parenting.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Hello. You're like a parent sometimes when you come in here.
No, you know, to be honest, that's true. I feel way more like a child when I come in here than I do a parent. I definitely come over here. This is a mental exercise in coming over overcoming my imposter like syndrome. I just don't want to screw up your show. I feel that most weeks. I think we all can agree.
You came in and you were the one that came in as the cleanup crew when the Diet Coke exploded.
Yeah. I just want to provide value. It's just a paper towel after she cleaned up most of the mess. That's what I bring to the table. You're welcome.
We found upon value on this show. I'm not going to say
Was that the problem with my radio career? I was off brand. Trying too hard.
I have some weird sense memories of when my kids were super young. One of them was the sound of a CD that my wife received or bought or something like that. It was like lullabies with the sound of a human heartbeat put underneath them. Well, why does that sound like a horror stuff? Right? And then, was it creepy or was it soothing for you? I don't know. I don't know how to describe. It was kind of both. Okay.
It reminds me of Jeffrey Dahmer when he said, "I want to hear your heartbeat. I want to eat it."
Okay, I never got hungry. That's what you said. Good. But the other sound specifically is the sound of Baby Einstein. Oh, those were pretty hot when my son. Yeah, that's prime time video. And Shannon, to describe a Baby Einstein video, it's just like super brightly colored things and some really simple basic music behind some of the classical music, but it would be, for example, a small toy Ferris wheel that would just go in a circle, or a Jack in the Box that would be on the screen, and you'd see it, blink, 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 and then surprise. So it's really bright, active things for babies
To get their brain activated.
or teach you that the television is the place for mental stimulation. I don't know. Well, KQED wrote an article, which I thought it was interesting that this comes from KQED, like a PBS station. Yeah, because they provide a lot of that program. That's their thing. And they have kind of shifted with Sprout being their like preschool kind of brand, and there is a lot more like that. When I was still doing stand-up, I would joke. My thing was people would ask all the time, like the TV host would ask the kid questions and then pretend like they responded, and that always drove me nuts. But what I'm talking about here today is that they did some research specifically about Baby Einstein to find out if it was effective. And what they basically found, what they did was they would show Baby Einstein videos to kids just watching them by themselves. And then they had a group where it would be a kid watching it with a parent, and then there would be a group where there was no video, and it was just the parents interacting with the kids. And the goal was that they were supposed to learn these words that were covered by Baby Einstein. And what they found is that the only instance where the kids learned the words effectively was when they were just interacting with their parents. Whether they were sitting and watching the video with their parents or just watching it by themselves, they did not learn the words. Yes. And so they have a thing, and this is one of the reasons why I want to talk to you guys about it today, because I really think it validates you guys kind of championing and pushing to get the kids back in schools during the lockdown, is that I've never heard this, but it's a thing called video deficit. And what they found in this research is that really young children, 3 and younger, don't really learn anything from video interaction. It's slightly improved if there's an interactive element to it, but it's still not as effective. To the point where they use an example in this article that if you showed a 2-year-old a video of somebody hiding something in a room, they won't retain where that thing was hidden. But if they watch the person hide it in the room, they automatically know where it is. So they are able to tell the difference between video and real. Whether they know it or not, they can intrinsically tell the difference. And they've even drilled down to the idea that that kids can interpret or intuit when there is even a 1-second delay via like a video chat or FaceTime or learning in a Zoom class. Like if there's a little bit of delay, their ability to process and learn.
Who is Miss Rachel?
Areas where very
She's a YouTube host who has a husband who's a very service more interactive than the Baby Einstein videos where she has questions and she's trying to engage areas. So they say that helps. But I find it interesting because I didn't even heard of it at the same time going, none of this works. Well, when you think about the ability of a child to learn language, or the time when they start learning language, I always noticed that kids were very attuned to booking language. So there were times when they wouldn't be able to pronounce a word for whatever reason, and I would say, watch my mouth. I think have to gaze into the abyss.
Look at my mouth.
Watch my mouth.
Largest known void in the universe.
This woman is
This
really
massive empirical region in space is about 330 million light years in diameter. It accounts for 0.27% of the diameter of the entire universe, which itself is a daunting 93 billion light years across. This void is a massive
Shannon Chase right now really makes me want to create some kind of virtual reality scenario where she could just, for a month, raise a small child. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean?
My small child would not be watching my career. Happy birthday, I'm
What would your kid like? Would it be like first take on ESPN every morning, or would it be like really be below?
Holy hell. Slow down.
And probably, I don't know, 40 years galaxy. And honestly, take this probably more seriously than I should. Based on what we've learned from the research and study from this article is that is better. It is better, arguably, for you to watch something that you can relate to and talk to your kids. Because now you're having a conversation, which is where they can learn to talk.
Well, you always think it's baby talk, right? Like, talking down to babies, like, or kids.
Yeah. I tried not to do. I'm sure there were times when I did that, but I never thought that was the way to do it. I have found I do it now that there's way more fun. There's no harm in it. Because I have my 14-year-old go, who's going to get me for it? There's so much food and food in my kitchen. It's kind of a joke, but it's great. You still have to a lot of the experts I was talking about podcast to go back to baby talk, they were very anti-baby talk because it teaches the kids the wrong confidence sounds and everything. Like, it's better to just have a conversation with them, you know? Like, it's just you. They do. If you look, like, to the point of what we're talking about here, too, it's younger siblings talk sooner than their older ones because there's another person who's there talking to them. It's funny because our daughter the galaxies outside this vast emptiness are as lovely as they could be. We're the only one who can understand it. Hubble telescope do the same galaxy is huge. 1-02-02-025 galaxy. And you would walk over and you would put the bottle or whatever and put it in front of it. She describes it as how the galaxy out there is not known. Included in this observation are 4 ground stars, all from our own galaxy. All other planets alive are background galaxies, popping like a Gary Shannon was
microbes.
Deborah Mark is live in the AFI 24-hour newsroom.
But
A
how
woman
does such
accused of leaving her newborn baby in a trash can at a gas station in Fullerton has been charged with attempted murder, child abuse, and child endangerment. The baby was an hour old when it was found last week and taken to a hospital. Former LA Deputy Mayor Raymond Stan has asked the federal judge to declare a mistrial in his public corruption case. The motion said Stan's lawyer is physically unable to participate in the defense for 7 months for turning sick and in the hospital for about 2 weeks. The trial has been on hold during that time. And former LA County Supervisor Gloria Molina said she has criminal cancer. She posted on social media she's been living with it for years and that it's very aggressive. She's being treated as she is being treated rather at the City of Hope Cancer Center. Top line weather from the FI show is decreasing through the day in West County, highs 50 to 60. Such a fair brought to you by Smart Pest Control. We're going to 91 in Anaheim Hills. It's going to be the 91 westbound highway through Lab and a brand new accident between Middle Lanes on the line. It's going to be stopping there kind of away from before. It's just like I went through Green River Road and then went to Hampton, not even westbound, Pembroke South. Definitely clearing over to the right shoulder. Heads up in Pomona, coming from before the 57 got stalled in Middle Lane in downtown LA and the 10 westbound before the 1 time. Got a crash in Middle Lane there and you get the break from the 5. KFI is trying to get you there faster. I'm getting on it.
This report is sponsored by Southern California Edison. Southern California Edison. If you're trimming trees and other vegetation, it's always good to keep yourself and tools at least 10 feet from power lines to avoid injuries and outages. Learn more at SPE.com/stay-safe. On IC's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5
billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger's, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants, tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to snrpradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to snrpradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit snrpradio.com.
Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting ever. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800 Pacific.
Pacific Coast Termite. Kill termites.
The clean, friendly way.
For over 60 years, Clark Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. Or visit ClarkPest.com.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. Martha, you're on KFI.
Hey, King Dong. I'm in Running Springs.
And how much snow do you got?
6 feet of snow. You know what we're really in need of?
Yes.
Food.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show. What I thought was an emergency going on up there is probably just a big party. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
If you guys could breastfeed, would you have done it?
Absolutely.
What about you? No.
He did a slow take to her, like just a slow play.
It's
I
soft.
don't understand.
It's soft that it's never even
Right, like how many years before you know me well enough?
They don't even know me anymore.
Is that it?
Like, you things like that just to upset you.
It barely shows.
The answer.
Is it?
Yeah, you.
I would say 90% of your show is mine. Understand. So what you did, like
You and your wife,
scared that
yeah, you and your wife can both breastfeed. Yeah, why not? And now you're just saying what you think you should say.
No, I feel like that. I think part of it, you wouldn't strap on a fake set of boobs. No. Like, but if you, although biologically, yeah, it's supposed to be a better way. Yeah, to stay on that. I almost wanted to one as a graduate. She has the worst smile on her face right now because she's got an image. Yeah, she's got an image where just on his deadpan face, just completely unhappy with his lot in life at that moment. He's rethinking all of his choices, including marrying his beautiful bride, his choice to make people with her, like all of that is being second guessed in this hypothetical situation where Derry is wearing a fake bra to breastfeed his young son.
Okay. What's up next? What are we talking about?
Discipline. So they are talking, this is coming because they're just kind of lobbing this out there, talking about why is it in the country of Canada it's still legal to spank your child. And then they go into cite all of the data that we all know that spanking your child doesn't really, it's not more effective than any other thing. And this to me there's a little bit of what I think is a gray area because I have a fear that when they do these surveys on spanking that there's some abuse spectrum that kind of trickles in that maybe gets in there just under the wire. You know what I mean? Because what's hard for me to imagine is that everybody within the sound of our voices right now arguably was spanked on some level as a child at some point, and yet it's not remembered as being severely traumatic. And I don't know anybody that really caused them to act out more. But that is the message that you get from experts and the data today. Spanking does not help, and actually it increases the bad behavior more than it helps it. I did not know that it was banned in 65 countries, physical punishment. I got a list, 65 countries. surprisingly enough, on that list for me is Estonia, where Shannon enjoys pancakes on an annual basis. They feed those kids milk.
You know what happened?
Germany, illegal. Greece, Greenland, Israel, illegal to smoke your child. Now, I would say this: it's illegal, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Right. I mean, there's limits. Obviously, we have limits too about what would be considered physical punishment versus physical abuse. And the difference, according to what we're reading here, is that in our area, it's usually up to a judge to decide where you're crossing into abuse. But in their country, technically, if you get caught, somebody presses charges, you go to jail. As long as it shows you hit your child, you're in the wrong. It's a done deal. That's all right. Whether or not it's like equivalent to a felony or misdemeanor, I couldn't find. But I was shocked that 61 countries say that it is illegal to strike your child. When you ask about teachers, though, that to me is a completely different line. We grew up at a time when it probably was not uncommon for a neighbor, if they had to physically, if you're staying hanging out with a friend or something, you're acting up in the back of a car and then slap you on the head or something like that. Yeah. That was not uncommon. You know, they're actually doing it like you as a parent, like your kids' friends are over and you gotta walk. Just to give them a little walk on the head. A couple of them had bricks for heads, so yes, I can imagine that. Son's friends, but other than that, no, it's weird, right? It is weird, and the idea that a teacher would be allowed to physically discipline a kid. Again, we grew up at a time when that wasn't unusual. It was not uncommon for a principal to have a small or somebody. I don't know if it's you. Somebody told me about a bar in a hallway. We had our school. Most of our hallways were open hallways, but there was one 3 or 4 classroom string that was technically indoors and had a hallway because it was connected with restrooms on the other side. So there was an inside area, and there were bars on the walls that I would imagine looked like ballet bars or something, but or a stairwell for a handle. Yeah. And somebody used to tell me that they used to have to hold on. Not me. My dad had a story though about how there was one principal at his school that drilled holes in the paddle to remove the wind resistance. Something was going out there. So and it's interesting to look back at because I'm just curious what do we think caused this cultural shift? Because again, all of us grew up having some kind of corporal punishment, and yet don't see it as being traumatic. Yet we all can agree that for our kids, it's different, right? And even our kids' friends. I would never want one of my kids' teachers striking my kid. Yet every day, for the first day of school, we got a little note, and for the second day of school, my dad would put a little note and sign it, and I'd bring it back, and the teacher would always say, it's not a permission slip, say there's a note, and we would always write, feel free to hit him if necessary, and sign his name.
I think people are constantly looking at parenting the way they're looking at dieting. In terms of what you should eat, what you shouldn't eat, how many cups of coffee should you have, how many are a carb full. And the pendulum swings back and forth because everyone always wants to find the answer of what's going to make me look great or what's going to make my kid turn out okay. And so everyone's constantly searching for the next big thing or the next fad.
And what I love about that analogy is that they're also ignoring, diet and exercise is probably going to be the most effective, right? Doesn't matter if you have cookies or put butter in your coffee as much as it just matters if you just stick to something consistent. I would say the same thing about this.
Right now, it's like intermittent fasting, right? Yeah. It's like, okay, that'll make you lose weight.
That'll do it.
10 years ago, it was eat all the meat, and then it was eat no meat, and you know what I mean?
I do, yeah. And I think that what we kind of find in these segments is that the through line is that really what you have to do is just be connected to your kid, communicate the expectations and boundaries, and don't make them too malleable. They need to be consistent. That's all. That's the diet and exercise of parenting weight loss.
And don't expose them to much Rachel.
We did Watch It Wednesday, and we talked about a show. It's one of the good shows that we both fall in love with. It's called Shrinking on TV Plus. Harrison Ford, Jason Segel. So good. So are you caught up on all of it? I am. Okay, so episode 4, the cold open, is my favorite moment in television when the neighbor, Ted McGinley, comes up and he's like, no, we don't like that. So funny. Sorry, Dan, go on. There, in this last episode that just came out on Friday, there's a moment where, there's a series of moments, but it's a full scene where Jason Segel, as the father of this teenage girl, oh my gosh, has to set limits. And It's one of
And
those
then
moments.
that stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a moment of setting those rules. You may not like enforcing it, but they need
They
that.
need it. They want it. They just don't know it.
Yeah, he's coming off of like he lost his wife. He's trying to rebuild his life after losing his the love of his life, and he's kind of neglected raising his daughter, and so he feels guilty for that, and just kind of give her a little bit of free reign. She went as far as taking the car, which is the college has. I'm not ruining the episode. Everybody should definitely go watch the show. But to your point, when that happens, he's like, you got to have a consequence. And it ends with her saying, "I hate you," and we see him kind of go, okay, I feel like I'm doing my job. Right. But she said, "I hate you," which is a very scary thing, but I would agree. Right. She said, "I everyone hates you." Everybody loves that too. As always, Justin, thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, so let's enjoy the Christmas stories. We'll get back into what you watch on Wednesday at the bottom of the next hour as well, where we continue Gary and Jim. Did you know that smart speakers can be used for more than just feeding all your info to Homeland Security? Let's go. You could also use it to listen to us. Like KFI, AM 640.
KSI.
KOXT, HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
Another emergency declaration. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Winter storms have prompted supervisors and the governor to declare a state of emergency in Orange County.
Multiple families have been kicked out of 3 apartment buildings in San Clemente because of a landslide that could send the buildings tumbling down a hilltop.
We have several incidents occurring in Orange County.
Supervisor Katrina Foley says homeowners are struggling to get insurance to cover billions of dollars in damage.
A hillside collapsed in the Dover Shores community of Newport Beach, and other weather-related events throughout Orange County, from Seal Beach to Rancho Santa Margarita.
Governor Newsom yesterday added Orange County to the state of emergency, which frees up access to state and federal storm damage cleanup funds. In Newport Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro has been arrested. The man's son says he hopes the woman does sometime.
It could have been an accident if she had just stopped, gotten out of her car, checked on my father, dialed 911, asked for some assistance, but unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Police say the woman hit the man earlier this month when she was driving from one bar to another. She got into another crash shortly after someone who spotted the woman's car tipped off police, who then arrested the woman last week. Police say she confessed. And this just in, we have some breaking news. The Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Eric Garcetti as the U.S. ambassador to India. A sex offender on parole has been arrested for allegedly sexually assaulting a woman inside a McDonald's restroom in Riverside. Police say the man entered the women's restroom Sunday, confronted the woman as she was leaving the stall. They say he blocked the door and assaulted her. The woman escaped, and another person followed the man into the parking lot, holding him down until police arrived. The man was released from prison in December and was wearing a GPS monitoring device. UCLA exhibit created the world's fastest humanoid robot set to compete in the 2023 RoboCop. The machine standing 4'8" can walk, jump, and run with both feet off the ground while in motion. Professor with the Samueli School of Engineering at UCLA, Dana Com, says the bot is the first running human-like robot created by students, and the soccer match is a way of showcasing the technology.
Every year, the technology we got on that is created, and it's a great way to share. So that's why we do RoboCop or Robot Soccer, and again, it's an exciting thing.
The bot will go against other similar creations in France this summer. Chris Adler, KFI News. Stocks are back to falling on Wall Street as worries worsen about the strength of banks on both sides of the Atlantic. The heaviest losses were focused on smaller and mid-sized banks, but KFI financial analyst Jason Middleton says people do not need to be worried about their 401k.
Because most of those are diversified, and plus, if you have personal deposits of $250,000 or less, you're kind of guaranteed. So don't sweat it too much.
He says at the same time, people do have to keep an eye on the headlines because the rising interest rates are as false. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the U.S. will send $331 million in humanitarian aid to Ethiopia. While meeting with the country's foreign minister, Blinken pointed out some of the food being provided to Ethiopia that comes from Ukraine.
That just underscores the importance of making sure that the arrangements that have been put into place, necessitated unfortunately by the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the Black Sea corridor, making sure that grain could get out of Ukraine.
He says the aid includes funds for life-saving support to those displaced by conflict, drought, and food insecurity. because the U.S. is committed to helping Ethiopia develop and strengthen their own productive capacity. And again, the breaking news is the Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti as the U.S. ambassador to Ethiopia. We're going to check Wall Street now. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 296, S&P 500 down 26, NASDAQ is up 15, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Upland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy, windy in some places. Highs in the low 60s for Metro LA. Around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Low 60s in Inland Orange County. Up to 50 to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 60 in Tustin. It's 55 in Laguna Beach. 58 in Fontana. 60 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 10 in downtown LA. On the 10 westbound right, the 110 crash just reported in the lane. It's already stopped coming away from the 5. And once you're past that, heads up at the western, a bunch of large boxes across all the lanes. In Diamond Bar, 57 northbound at Pathfinder Road, got a wreck clearing to the right shoulder. Also on the 60 westbound at Phillips Ranch Road. Got a crash that went across all the lanes, landed on the shoulder. Still trouble in Pomona 71 northbound is completely shut down between Holt Avenue and the 10. They're fixing some potholes and it is stopped coming away from the 60. Also, looks like you got a new trouble spot. Pomona 10 westbound up, looks like it's eastbound, right at White Avenue. Another large pothole with a rebar exposed. That is in the right lane. And that 10 eastbound is stopped coming away from the 57. Now to Dam, more potholes 27 westbound between Richland Avenue, the Rosemead, the right lane, and in Melville. Melville Canyon Road closed in both directions from Civic Center Way to Pyoma Road. It looks like it's still got that mudslide and it's closed in both directions. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Judy Harmon. This hour of the Gary and Shannon Show is brought to you by SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down in $59.99 a month. Go to SolarMaxTech.com. Losing your air conditioner on a hot summer day can be a sweating all nightmare, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
And we'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GLU2TL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047781.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen his social security number? Nope. Oh no.
He's been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. When the U.S. starts telling another country to end the war now, it's time to take a hard look at your own protection plan. If you've been on the fence about buying gold and silver, it's time to act. Securing your IRA or 401k with real gold and silver is a portfolio protection plan, and Oxford Gold has made it as easy as 1, 2, 3. Call Oxford Gold right now and ask about bonus opportunities you may be eligible for. Call 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
More stimulating talk.
Radio station.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app on this March 15th, 2023. Don't forget to let us know what you're watching, because it's the What You Watching Wednesday. We'll tackle that at about 12:30 already on the website, KFIAM640.com. We've got 3 trailers, a trio of trailers for you to check out. Chupa, Holy S, and the Little Richard documentary.
Holy S one I saw last night was the guy stuck in an outhouse, upside down.
That's not a good way to get through life.
It looks like it just was awful to me.
I watched the new House Party last night and loved it on Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
It was very funny. Yeah.
Earlier today, we were talking about a fight that broke out between flight attendants, actually, as part of our Terror in the Skies. They were arguing over whether or not it was within the policy of their airline to allow a first-class passenger to give up her seat in order to go back and sit next to her husband. And you said he's on his own back there. But here's a different take on that.
Hey, Shannon, yeah. The reason why you're puzzled of why a woman would leave first class to sit with her husband is you're missing one factor. In the story, it doesn't say the hotness factor of the young woman sitting in the immediate proximity and the chances that he might be having a good time sitting back there. So, yeah, that's the factor you're missing.
If you're worried your husband's going to cheat on you on a plane with a stranger seated next to him, you probably have bigger fish to fry at home.
So I thought. What else is going on? Time for what's happening. Well, a big local story has been the weather, and it is lightening up for the most part. Rain has moved through Southern California, but we saw an onslaught of winter storms that came through. The Orange County Board of Supervisors declared a state of emergency for that county. They're particularly concerned about that neighborhood of Dover Shores and Newport Beach. At least one home was close to sliding into the back bay, endangering the stability of the entire block. We saw Huntington Beach, the PCH get closed down because of flooding, among other things. There were, throughout every county, 40 counties, I believe, in the state that the governor had declared a state of emergency since the start of the severe winter storms at the late part of February.
Orange County government employees can forget about scrolling through TikTok on the job. Board of Supervisors following advice from the feds to ban TikTok from county-owned equipment. We're seeing this more and more as dominoes fall on TikTok and government devices.
A fugitive Chinese billionaire, Luo Wangyi, arrested in New York today on charges that he orchestrated a complex conspiracy to defraud people, specifically his online followers, out of about $1 billion. He was there to solicit investments in various entities and programs by promising outsized financial returns and other benefits. He was charged with lining his pockets with the money, including buying himself and his close relatives a tiny little 50,000 square foot mansion, $3.5 million Ferrari, even two $36,000 mattresses. There was also a $37 million luxury yacht that was financed and all of this.
The Senate has confirmed Eric Garcetti to be ambassador to India after the nomination faced some pushback from Democrats. Chamber voted 52 to 42 earlier in the day to break a filibuster on the nomination. So there you have it. He will get what he wanted. And it looks like Republicans signed off on this more than the Democrats did. Of course, there was speculation he may not get it because reports were he looked the other way when one of his aides was pretty handsy at City Hall.
Which was ironic that the Republicans decided to just allow him to get it, despite any some of them that did vote in favor of Eric Garcetti had voiced concern about that, but said it's been too long. We should not be going this long without an actual ambassador to India because India is a very important country for us to have relations with.
Gloria Molina has announced she has terminal cancer. Agree with her or not, she was a force. She was on the LA County Board of Supervisors for more than 2 decades, and you did not F with Gloria Molina. I will tell you that. She was the first Latina elected to both the Board of Supervisors and on the LA City Council. She's 74. She's been receiving treatment for 3 years, but at this point it is very aggressive.
She said, I've lived a long, fulfilling, and beautiful life. She addressed the message to her dearest friends and her beloved community. She said, you should know that I'm not sad. I entered this transition in life feeling so fortunate. Quite an album. We got word yesterday that the special prosecutor in the Rust shooting involving Alec Baldwin has decided to resign. Andrea Reed, also known as a New Mexico State representative, she is also, I should say, a New Mexico State representative, said this decision to step down from the prosecution was difficult. She made it after much reflection. But she said, in every case I've prosecuted has been justice for the victim, but it's become clear the best way I can ensure justice is served is to step down so that the prosecution can focus on the evidence and facts. Baldwin's lawyers pointed to the state's constitution and argued that she should be barred from prosecuting the case because of the fact that she is a representative, that she is a representative in the state legislature.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Remember, let us know on Twitter at Gary and Shannon. What are you watching? Also, Aaron Rodgers went on a radio show and talked about how he still intends to go play for the Jets, but the Packers are just working out what kind of compensation they are going to get.
If you're the Jets, why are you doing this?
Got another year, go all in. They've got Sauce Gardner, they've got some receivers. They're signing all these wish list guys.
But for a year?
Oh, yeah, the Rams did it. The Rams sold out. That's the thing that it's a great debate on sports radio, right? Would you rather win a Super Bowl this year and be mediocre for the next 10 years, as would you trade away your picks and everything that you no cap space and the whole bit? Or just be mediocre for a while? Yeah, or, it's one of those tough things. I mean, Rams look no further than Rams fans after what happened after they won.
Gary and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti as the U.S. ambassador to India. A hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro earlier this month has been arrested. Orange County has declared a state of emergency due to the winter storm. From the Southern California Toyota dealer Shopping Center, let's go. Place we're going to a crash on the 134 in Pasadena. Someone 134 westbound right at San Rafael Avenue. There's a lock in the middle lanes, and it's stopped coming away from Colorado Boulevard. Also in Pasadena on the 210 eastbound Fort Hill Avenue, brand new accident there. The right lane is going to be blocked. In LaSalle Park on the 2 southbound right at San Fernando Road, got a report of a crash over on the right shoulder embankment. And in Pomona, 71 northbound still shut down between Old Avenue to the 10 to still some potholes. KFI in the Valley helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Ryan.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blind shades and shutters to satisfy customers across the country. With 20,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com.
Over the years, I've compiled thousands of inspiring and thought-provoking quotes, and now in less than 5 minutes, I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show you in action in my life. Listen to High Speed Daily News every weekday on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing, GOETTL.com. If you can cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047781. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope, not. Oh no, he's been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting ever. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com and call 800 Pacific.
Pacific Coast Termite. Just Termite.
The clean, friendly way.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. When we hire new technicians and service champions, we always ask,
When I trust this person to show up on my mother's doorstep, Leland Smith here, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If a technician doesn't pass the mother's doorstep test, they'll never make it to your house. After the test will look clean and professional, and they have to be kind and polite, and they have to treat people with respect. They have to pass the background check and the drug test. When they do show up, they'll be wearing a clean uniform and a company ID. They'll wear shoe covers in your home and clean up after they leave. You're going to love your Service Champions technician, because I flat out guarantee you, if I would send that to my mother's doorstep, I would 777-7777, or find us online at servicechampions.com.
With Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. It's changed, not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rate, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. You're not ready to install the system. It's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. PSLB 1008374. On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. I've done well watching, even though I am deathly afraid of boat and open water. When you see the whales and they actually come near the boat, I'm already getting anxiety. I'm just stressed out. That should get very quickly. I just talked about the whales coming up Koala Shark, Saturday evening at 5 on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And then I started the Holy X one, and wow, those are diametrically very different.
Gary Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We got about 40 minutes or so left in the trading day on Wall Street, and I am about to see. The stock indices have moved lower. Bank worries have intensified because there's some concern about some problems with Credit Suisse, the latest bank to show some problems. But at this point, most of the regional banks have been holding steady today. They were down negative, especially at the beginning, but have rebounded quite a bit. The Dow Jones Industrial Average right now is down 400 points. S&P 500 is down 39. NASDAQ is down 23. The best performing index so far today is the NASDAQ. And again, still about 40 minutes left in the trading day.
Well, we told you about Aaron Rodgers and how he is headed to the Jets, most likely. He says it's just got to get those details worked out in terms of what the Packers can get. John Morant was just hit with an 8-game suspension without pay in the NBA for flashing a gun at a strip club earlier this month. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver calling his conduct irresponsible, reckless, and essentially very dangerous. If you think that pro athletes don't go to strip clubs armed, you are crazy. If you think that this is a one-off, you are crazy.
Well, when I saw this and I saw the outcry over it, it surprised me. It surprised me that it surprised me that he was stupid enough to record himself on video, or like it was Facebook Live, and put this on video. Everybody caught it. It started making its way around the internet. He wasn't pointing it at anybody. He was just showing the fact that he had a gun with him. Stupidity, right? But I was amazed at the reaction.
I know. It's like you hit somebody with it. You know, the reaction was almost like he pistol whipped someone or assaulted someone some way. It was, he has a gun and he's at a strip club. He's I think probably the reaction was he's like the face of the league, right, Jacob? Like he's like going to be the new face in the league as more and more of these guys are retiring.
Yeah, he's a young superstar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it was more about his high-profile nature of the NBA protecting itself and its brand.
And I know, I mean, your point. I know that plenty of athletes probably do that. I don't know if they feel threatened. I don't know how many times they've had to pull guns on other people to protect themselves from a threatened situation like that. Or if it's because that's
Is that French? Did you see French?
probably. But yeah, I was surprised by it. I was surprised that if they were going to react that sternly, that they would have done so quickly. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin says he spoke with his Russian counterpart about the destruction of that M29 Reaper drone for the Black Sea. This is what they said is the closest to a direct conflict since Moscow's invasion of Ukraine a year ago. He said in his call with Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu that he told them we need to be very transparent about all of this. Admiral Army General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, also said he was planning to talk to his Russian counterpart, General Valery Gerasimov, chief of the General Staff of the Russian Armed Forces. The two countries' military chiefs have been talking. Really, the fact that those phone calls were made underscores how serious, at least how serious we take this encounter.
All right, fancy guy uses French, makes David Stern references in 2023. How about your Jeopardy question? How about that? But you gotta get the music. Why did it die? That's kind of makes me sad. Your category, Breakfast of Champions for $1,000. So what we can have a music. Some translate the Spanish name of this breakfast dish as country style egg. Yeah, I was just gonna say, think of the one Spanish item on every breakfast menu.
Yeah.
Not named chicaturi.
Huevos rancheros. The sports stories continue because Sotheby's is listing Michael Jordan's 1998 NBA Finals Nike Air Jordan 13
Oh man.
up for auction.
Jacob, are you gonna buy those?
No way.
No way.
No, the only that I'm in here. You do have Jordans, though, right? I do. Yeah. I do have that model, but not. These sneakers were worn during Game 2. Jordan scored 37 at Bulls beat the Jazz 93-88. He signed the sneakers. He gifted them to the ball boy who maintained the visitors' locker room. Now, that's the good old days. I think too many athletes now, especially pro athletes, superstars now, don't do this enough. They don't just give away stuff anymore. You could go to a baseball game and sit in the front row, and 3 or 4 of those guys would end up with bats. But granted, there's probably a safety issue now.
I see it with the Chargers all the time, though. When they're making their way to the locker room, they'll throw their towels and their gloves and whatever into the stands.
But it's not their cleats or their helmet or something like that. I mean, think about the importance of the equipment.
Yeah.
It'd be the equivalent of somebody.
They need their helmet and their cleats for the next game or for practice.
Trust me, they can afford a new helmet.
I don't know. Why would you give your helmet? That's another issue.
I'm just saying the importance of the equipment that you give away would be if Ichiro gave away his bat, that was significant because he only used so many bats. If you give away your glove, which I don't know anybody who does, but it would be the same thing. It's an important part of the equipment that you use. And for Michael Jordan, outside of his jersey and shorts, his shoes are going to be the most important thing that he has. And even then, in 1998, you knew what those shoes were going to be worth. In this case, he gave them to the ball boy in the visitors' locker room. And then they, of course, went on to win the 98 finals for their 6th title of decade, Michael Jordan's game-worn sports memorabilia is the most elite and coveted items on the market. They are expecting somewhere between $2 and $4 million for Jordan's game-worn NBA Finals shoes from 1998.
Incredible.
We'll probably get 3 times that.
All right, what you watching Wednesday? Check out the trailers we posted on the website there, KFI40.com, and let us know what you're watching.
Terry and Sharon will continue in just a moment. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Former LA Mayor Garcetti has been nominated to become the next U.S. ambassador to India.
It's been 20 months since Garcetti was first nominated. The process was stopped after allegations that he knew about inappropriate behavior of his former chief of staff, Rick Jacobs. There was last-minute debate on whether Garcetti should be confirmed. A number of Democrats actually opposed Garcetti, but a number of Republicans approved. And then,
the yeas are 62 and the yeas are 42. The motion is agreed to.
New York Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer made the closing comment. The United States-India relationship is extremely important, and it's a very good thing we now have that ambassador. Keith Gregory, Signify News.
The news is brought to you by 800 No Cuffs. Retired OC sheriffs are to train schools around the country on how to prevent shootings. The gun laws are not going to fix the problem.
Whether someone decides to show up with a knife, a gun, or a sharp stick, we need to have a plan.
Cyber safety cop Clay Cranford says schools can train staff and conduct student campaigns so everyone is reporting students post or talk about violence.
Schools need to have trained threat assessment teams.
Then those school officials work closely to identify threats with the trained law enforcement threat assessment team.
Then we need local mental health resources to help deal with people after they have been identified as people of concern.
Cranford says that all 3 of those groups work together to move that student off the path to violence. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A nonprofit in Fullerton is hosting a golf tournament to help kids with special needs through equestrian therapy. It costs more than $500,000 a year to care for the horses and to keep the equine therapy center open. Co-founder of Sarah's Chance, Tim Howell, says it's all about giving kids with disabilities an outlet.
We as staff get the therapy. It's just a smile on these kids' face who won't maybe get the opportunity to participate in a little baseball game or a dance recital or Polly Sox game.
Ranch gives disadvantaged kids the opportunity to build motor skills and strength while interacting with specially trained horses. To play in the tournament on May 1st or make a donation, people can visit sarahschance.org. One man has been killed by floodwaters that poured into a slot canyon in southern Utah. The King County Sheriff's Department says 3 groups of hikers had been hoisted out by helicopter yesterday. One man is still missing, and a third was rescued and taken to the hospital where he is being treated for hypothermia.
Russia is running out of capability and running out of friends.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he spoke to his counterpart from Russia about the Russian warplane that hit a U.S. drone over the Black Sea. He says it's important that great powers be models of transparency and communication.
This is about the rules-based international order. It's about one country's ability to wake up one day and change the borders of its neighbor and annex its neighbor's sovereign territory.
Austin says the U.S. will continue to fly and operate wherever international law allows. Russia has denied that one of its fighter jets hit the propeller of the U.S. drone yesterday. The U.S. says it is working on declassifying surveillance footage from the drone that would show the crash. We're going to go to the 10 next. We've been talking about Solar Max for years for one reason in particular. They are clearly the best.
Yeah, I did a bunch of research, the wife and I did, when we went solar with SolarMax 7 years ago, and they clearly had the absolute best technology. They built us a custom solar system, the highest quality solar panels. They have incredible inverters and the best battery systems in the industry, hands down.
Now is the best time to get solar because you get more electrical production in the spring. So save big, call SolarMax, get this 12 panel system for $0 down at $59.99 a month. These are the most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you want to do it now so that you can lock in those NEM benefits by April 13th.
To call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system, $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Now, pound 250 on your cell phone, say the keyword SolarMax. That's pound 250 SolarMax, or go to solarmaxtech.com. Monthly payment available on approved credit, CSLB number 97208.
And I want to make a correction. I think I said former LA Mayor Garcetti has been nominated to become the next U.S. ambassador to India. He has been confirmed. Again, he has been confirmed he is going to be the next U.S. ambassador to India. Southline weather from KFI, showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, windy in some areas. Highs in the low 60s for metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s inland to Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 60 in La Habra and 56 in Laguna Niguel. We're going to crash on to 10 in Pomona. And westbound, right before it gets to Gary Avenue, we got a crash involving a big rig. It is over on the right lane. It's going to be stopped on the way from Town Avenue. And then at Dudley Street, the two right lanes are blocking another crash. Looks like right now all lanes are being stopped as they try to get some of this out of your way. Also in Pomona, 71 northbound, it is still shut down between Rio Rancho Road to the 10 to fix some potholes. It looks like in Pasadena, 210 westbound before Lake Avenue, we still have that wreck over in the right lane. You're tapping this bridge from Hill Avenue. But on the 134 westbound at San Rafael Avenue, that's that crash clearing for the shoulder. KFI in the shine, I'll put you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distribution? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly cash distributions, and the potential for upside and exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com. At Jacoby's Myers, our 5-star reviews attest to our commitment to excellence and our success in delivering life-changing results for our clients. 50-plus years of experience, $1 billion in settlements, and voted number 1 for 4 years in a row. Our team's expertise is unmatched. Call Jacoby Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA's Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here in Prescott.
That's the latest here at Union Station.
Putting live here in the Good Peak.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain come through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
What? I didn't know that was happening Sunday on the CW. The Florida Shooting Cycle starts this season in Mayakoba, Mexico. Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream Friday on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with great deals from Stater Brothers. Pick up Guinness 8 or 12 packs on sale now for just $11.99 each when you buy 2. And save $2 on Jameson Irish whiskey with digital deals. Happy St. Patrick's Day from Stater Brothers Market. This is Jacob and Rabbi. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640.
And iHeart radio station.
Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A bunch of stories that we are following. Still about 100,000, 150,000 people without power throughout the state of California because of the latest storms and wind that rolled through. According to Power Outage US, it's actually 168, so 168,000 customers without power. Flooding is still the biggest issue up around northern and central California. Half an hour left in trading, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average continues to stay in that negative territory, although not as low as it used to be. Right now, the Dow is down about 364 points. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are also down, but just a bit compared to the Dow.
It's time for What You Watching Wednesday.
This Halloween program is brought to you in living color.
What you watching in there?
Americans love television. They wean their kids out. USA television watching better. You're going to watch too many of those live television shows. Well, this is going to hit a couple of the shows that we were going to talk about anyway, but you can always let us know what you're watching on Twitter and Instagram at Gary Chen. You can also hit us on the Talkback feature on the iHeart app.
Hi guys, two things. Dear Edward, man, I think that show's gone off the rails. It's no longer about Edward. There's so many side stories going on that it just has diluted it. And Shrinking, I know you guys just said you liked it, but that show's gone off the rails too. It's into the ludicrous range now. That's my opinion, but okay, love you guys, bye.
Sometimes stories are developed, you know, and there may be central characters, but there's a lot of storylines that go on in many shows.
Well, I would say this about Dear Edward. The original tease for it was, it seemed like it was going to concentrate on the kid and sort of his immediate family, etc. But then they didn't explain who Coach Tammy Taylor, the coach's wife, was. I mean, I don't mind it. There are a lot of different storylines that, you know, the singular through line is that there's a plane crash in the first episode that somehow unites a bunch of these people together. And how each of them deal with their loss separately or differently. And I don't have a problem with that. But when you think about the creators or the other shows that those creators came up with in Parenthood and Friday Night Lights, there were always lots of stories.
Right, and of course it seemed like it was going to be about the kid because his name is in the title, but it's all about the fact that he was the only one who survived. And everyone that doesn't even know him is writing to him, thus Dear Edward. And the importance of believing in hope, I think, is a story that is in all of the shows that those creators made.
Yeah.
Hope, and that's why they write to Edward. It's because he symbolizes hope.
The other one, Shrinking.
Fantastic.
Also from Apple TV Plus.
It is so well written, and I swear to God, there's so many instances of things that we say that come up on that show. Like the last episode when they're talking about swamp ass.
Yeah. He's on the hike.
Right. It was so funny. It's like, sometimes you just feel like shows are written like for your sense of humor.
And listen, I even get a kick out of the fact, I know I've lived here for 20 years. I get a kick out of I recognize places that it's stuff is set in. You know, I think that's a really fun aspect of having lived here and worked here for as long as we have. And I'm sure it's probably even better for people who were born here and understand these different scenes. It is annoying if you have a scene where, you know, someone's driving from, I don't know, Van Nuys to Anaheim and it takes them 24 minutes or something like that along the 405. We know that that's not true. I gotta tell you though, one of the great shows that Perry Mason is back. Perry Mason with Matthew Reese is back for season 2 on HBO. It is a beautifully shot show in that it's set in LA in the 30s. And the extravagance, the casino boats, the cars, the way people dress, I mean, all of it was really, really, really well done. The second episode. The first season deals with the death of a baby, so it's kind of, I mean, really dark. This one is not as dark. I mean, there are some kids involved, but it's not like they're kids that are involved or victims of crime. So it's a very different feel than the first season. And so if you grew up watching the Raymond Burr version of Perry Mason, they do a lot of fun twists with this one. Now, sure, Della Street is gay, and so is Hamilton Burger, but I mean, no, that's just the way it is. I mean, they were gay in the 30s.
Sure, he's been gay for as long as time has lasted. Everybody's gay. All right, we got a new Bachelorette to tell you about. I know you've been focused on The Bachelor. He's down to his last 3, and he says there's going to be no sex in Fantasy Suite. However, the teaser makes it sound like he did have sex with somebody.
He went back on his word?
Sounds like it.
Was it himself?
And he starts crying and goes, was a beautiful moment that was robbed. I can't handle him crying. What? Yeah, I can't.
Victor goes slacking his neck.
I really do.
Two other things that we'll get to. Pete Davidson has a new series called ROTHSCHILD. He has hired, I assume because he's the producer, he's hired a 4-time Emmy winner to play his mom. I'll tell you who that is. And then Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson are getting back together from True Detective. Remember that season 1? They're getting back together for a whole different kind of series.
Can I tell you my favorite meme that's going around right now with the news that Aaron Rodgers is going to the Jets, where Zach Wilson is the quarterback? Zach Wilson is the one who slept with his mom's friend.
Oh, allegedly.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that happened. And one of my favorite memes is a side-by-side shot of Zach Wilson on the left, and it says, "I'm gonna bang your mom," and then Aaron Rodgers on the right, and he says, "Haven't spoken to my mom in years." Because he doesn't talk to his family. So good.
Mary Shannon will continue what you watch on Wednesday. Deborah Market live in the AFI 24-hour newsroom.
A guy with a hatchet and knife stabbed a man at the gym in Corona. The attack happened outside the Planet Fitness on Grand Oaks yesterday that ended up inside. The man who had been stabbed was able to take the attacker to the ground, and other people jumped in and held the man for police. The injured man was treated at the hospital and is expected to be okay. 2 people have been arrested during a student-led event in East Davis that was organized by a group featuring conservative speaker and activist Charlie Kirk. About 100 people protested outside the campus in a demonstration against the far-right radio host. Turning Point USA first spoke about American values yesterday. And the recent storm has caused some trees to topple over. A large one is in Culver City, another fell in Truman. Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy. We're looking at highs in the 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. We're going to a crash on the 5 and Commerce. 5 northbound right at Washington Boulevard. This new crash is blocking the left lane. Northbound is wrong coming away from Boston Avenue. In Pomona, 10 westbound Cordary Avenue. That's at red blocking the 2 right lanes. Also in Pomona, 71 northbound. Between Rio Rancho Road and Mission Boulevard is closed as they try to fix those potholes. And in San Bernardino, 215 southbound before you get to 30 to 210. Brand new accident here in the middle lanes as well. KFI is starting up to get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including forward blinds and shutters. All at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Are you planning to celebrate St. Patrick's Day with a drink or two? Don't push your luck. Leave your keys at home and designate a sober driver. Be a safe. Don't let drunk drive. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. This week's Marketers Report. Patricio Spaniello, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with Ironheart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for shows, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Addressing hair loss has never been easier thanks to advanced hair restoration's simple one-day treatment. The most difficult part? Making the call for your free consultation. Call 844-333-HAIR and get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. AdvancedHair.com.
And she just focuses right again on the guns and not keeping the bad people where they belong in a prison. Put people away in prison for long sentences. See what happens. What are we going to lose here? John and Ken. No intelligence at all. Ken is not his. A negative IQ. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Of course, John and Ken a little bit later and have all the ups and downs on Wall Street. Deborah's keeping an eye on it as well as we get closer to the end of the trading day. Coming up at 4 o'clock today, Conway is going to host his old friend Adam Carolla right here on KFI.
Top defense officials say they're not sure if Russia intentionally downed a U.S. drone flying over the Black Sea. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, said Russian jets intended to intercept the drone, but it's not clear if they collided with it on purpose. Russia has denied that jets made contact with the drone. Milley says the U.S. has absolute evidence that is the case. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke with his Russian counterpart over the incident, reiterated the U.S. will fly and operate wherever international law allows.
We're in the middle of What You Watching Wednesday, talking about what's going on in TV and movies, etc. This may be proof that there still continues to be too much TV.
Hey, Danny and Shannon, it's Stephanie from New Jersey. I'm actually watching a show from with a real twist of law and science fiction, and I think you guys would love it. MGM Plus.
Yeah, the Epix Network put this thing out, created by John Griffin. I have never heard of anyone in the cast, not one actor.
I didn't know about MGM Plus.
The premise of it, according to the Wikipedia entry, it's a town in middle America, a nightmarish town that traps everyone who enters. Unwilling residents strive to stay alive and search for a way out, but they are plagued by the terrifying nocturnal creatures from the surrounding forest and the secrets hidden in the town.
This trailer that we have posted, Holy F.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Where did Armando get that from?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of stuff he's looking at.
It's into some weird stuff.
It looks like it's a horror-ish movie. Thriller is probably the better way to put it. About a guy stuck in a porta potty. It looks like he's hanging upside down on the whole thing. So not very fun at all.
The most fun trailer is Netflix's Chupa. It's all about the chupacabra. And in this case, the chupacabra is adorable. It seems like, as Wanda said, it's kind of like a present-day E.T. with a little boy and his relationship with the chupacabra.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't suck.
It looks really okay. You know what? This isn't the Conway show. We're not going to do stupid jokes like that. Good Lord. Chupacabra is Spanish for ghost sucker. You know.
So you explain his joke now?
Well, not everybody knows what chupa means in Espanol, in English. Did you know that chupa meant sucker?
Yes.
Oh, why?
Because of slang use of the term.
Oh, really? Like, use it in a sentence.
No. Apple TV has a new comedy series coming out. Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson reuniting together. So they were in the first season of the first season of True Detective. This new series is going to be 10 half-hour episodes where they're
I just came up with the slang term.
Yeah, I know. When Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson's friendship is tested when their combined families attempt to live together on Matthew's ranch in Texas. So it is expected. They were also at Ed TV together, if you remember that far back.
I also mentioned that Pete Davidson has a new show coming out called ROTHSCHILD. The four-time Emmy winner from Sopranos and Nurse Jackie, Edie Falco, is going to be Pete Davidson's mother.
I can see that. That checks out.
Joe Pesci is also in the show and plays her dad. All 8 of the episodes come out on Peacock starting at the beginning of May.
I love Woody Harrelson anything. I just watched a movie the other day, and it was from 2005, and I had never seen it, and I thought that your wife might like it, and I meant to text her it. Let me just see what the movie name is. She's probably seen it.
With Woody Harrelson?
Yeah, it's called The Prize Winner of Defiance, Ohio. And it's a biographical film, It's written by a book, a memoir that came out in the early 2000s, and it's fascinating. It's a really good, well-done family-type drama, and it involves historical fiction from the 50s and 60s, and it's pretty cool.
Where you saw it? Which streaming service?
I saw it on Amazon Prime. It stars Julianne Moore, Woody Harrelson, and Laura Dern. It's very good.
Good job.
Yeah.
Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo will be in the first Wicked movie. The wait has just gotten shorter. The premiere date for part 1 of the big screen adaptation has been moved to November 27th of 24. So it's going to be in theaters a whole month earlier than originally expected. So they can both sing. Jeff Goldblum will be the wizard in this one. Michelle Yeoh will be Madame Horrible, and Jonathan Bailey as Fiona.
I just wanted to finish up the Woody Harrelson bit. He is teaming up with Matthew McConaughey for a new Apple TV Plus comedy series. And it sounds better when you say it, but when it comes from a woman sometimes, because I don't think
you were busy coming up with slang.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, do you want to hear the slang I came up with?
No.
No. But listen, I mean, for women, does it get better than a pairing like that? I think through the years they have been symbols. Past 20 years or so.
Woody Harrelson?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever would have put him on that list.
Especially when he's drunk in the Hunger Games. And he cleans up his act.
So it's
The
like
story of redemption.
you fixed him at some point.
Exactly.
Without doing any of the work, you fixed him.
And then did you also talk about The Bachelorette?
I have not yet got into The Bachelorette.
He's coming up with chupa phrases.
Yeah, no, I did not.
Charity Lawson is the name of the new Bachelorette.
Oh,
and that is great. This is kind of what happens every time where the one left out. It happens more often than not when the one they don't pick at the end becomes the next Bachelorette. You know what I mean? Like when you're watching The Bachelor and he cuts it down to 3, usually it's one of the finalists that becomes the next.
This is part of it also because they've been on long enough. There's clearly something likable about it.
Right.
So you could root for them.
And they know how it works and all of it.
She was surprised with the news at the end of the Women Tell All reunion.
She was not surprised. I mean, I didn't watch it, but I doubt she was surprised. I think she probably saw it coming.
You think so?
Yeah.
It was when do we not have a Bachelorette franchise show? When is it over?
When does it go away?
When does it finally
I
go
don't
away?
know. I'm surprised that it's still on the air with all of the, all of the spotlights that have been shined on men treating women poorly, or women's rights, women's liberation of not showering or anything to take back your, all the stuff that's going around right now. I'm surprised that a show like this is still on.
Well, I feel like you could have done this show in the late 60s.
Right.
It made it a little bit more egregious, a little bit more ham-handed in the way that it handled each gender. But you could totally see a guy in an expensive suit looking over a bunch of 20, 22-year-olds and deciding which one he's going to take.
Exactly.
And I'm surprised that they still do that.
Me too.
I have not yet seen The Mandalorian. Been asked a couple times about it. I've not yet
You
seen it.
kind of fizzled down after the first season.
Well, I didn't like the way they did some of the stuff, but I've heard that this is a good one to get back into. And then Ted Lasso started last night.
Yeah, I got that alert on my phone that it was ready. I thought it didn't drop till today.
And I had actually seen a couple of reviews and some suggestions that there's some stuff at the very beginning that you have to watch and be careful for, and it's going to be a surprise. But
They said that it's not worried about being feel good anymore.
it's too bad. That's
Right.
part of what made it nice is that it was so different from all the other stuff.
All right, coming up next, talk about not so nice. John and Ken.
One more than the other, though, right?
That's a real ding dong.
Speaking of, Conway is going to host Adam Carolla coming up 4 o'clock today as well. So we'll see you tomorrow. Stay dry, everybody.
Blessings.
I'm informing you that you're out of here. Terry and Shannon have the power. I'll take this rest of the authority. I am the authority, you moron. If you didn't like that opinion, keep listening. We've got a few more.
KSI.
And the KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
Going to India. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. India has a new U.S. ambassador. Nomination, Department of State, Eric M. Garcetti of California, the ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of India. The Senate voted 52 to 42 to confirm Garcetti. The former LA mayor was nominated 20 months ago, but the process was paused after allegations surfaced. He knew about the inappropriate behavior of his former chief of staff, Rick Jacobs. A number of Democrats actually opposed his nomination, but an equal number of Republicans supported it. The news is brought to you by 800 No Cops. Orange County has declared a state of emergency due to the continuing barrage of winter storms. Supervisor Christina Foley says the hilltop collapse in the Dover Shores community in Newport Beach is just one example of damage reported across Orange County. I've had the opportunity to see the hillside damage firsthand, and I'm deeply concerned about the ability to respond, especially as we see more rain coming. 3 apartment buildings have been evacuated in San Clemente because of the landslide that could cause the buildings to tumble back or down the hillside. The governor added Orange County to the state emergency yesterday, which frees up federal aid to help with damage. San Bernardino County is offering some relief to people whose property was damaged by the intense snowstorms. The Board of Supervisors recognizes the hardships that have been placed on our homeowners and our businesses, and they are trying to do everything that they can to facilitate lessening the financial burden. Supervisor Don Rose, the county is waiving up to $5,000 in permitting and planning fees to repair and rebuild properties. Heavy snow from the recent storms damaged homes and buildings. Over 29 properties were deemed too damaged for people to be in. The LA School District says it is willing to sit down and negotiate with workers who are demanding better pay and treatment. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho has been vocal about his concerns with students since the labor union announced a potential strike. Now he says he's willing to continue talks to prevent schools from shutting down.
Why aren't this? And why not? When we are saying we're willing to meet, we already have demonstrated our willingness to do right.
Carvalho says he's made several offers to the workers, but they haven't responded. The labor union, representing over 30,000 employees, said last week the wages are insufferable and many are at the poverty line. At LAUSD headquarters, Chris Adler, KSI News. Almost 20,000 government employees in Orange County are no longer allowed to view, download, or use TikTok on county-issued devices.
Except as necessary for law enforcement purposes. OC Supervisor Don Wagner says banning TikTok will mitigate online security concerns and data tracking. The U.S. Army bans TikTok from government phones. The move follows Pentagon guidance and a similar ban by the U.S. Navy. Supervisors yesterday unanimously approved the ban, citing federal claims of potential spying by the Chinese Communist Party. The OC Sheriff also issued a warning to parents and all TikTok users that the data collection could put users and national security at risk. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Some gun rights groups have reacted to President Biden's speech in Monterey Park.
Sam Paredes is with Gun Owners of California and says he heard Biden's comments yesterday and also read through Biden's entire executive order on gun violence. Everything that you brought up is already part of federal and state law. There is no new ground broken here. Paredes says California has the toughest gun laws, yet has the highest number of mass shootings.
So when I asked him if he had a solution,
We have a very strong suggestion. That is what we have been pushing for a long time. The issue is not gun violence. The issue is criminal misuse of firearms.
Steve Gregory, KFI News.
And the Federal Aviation Administration is hosting a safety summit to address a recent string of close calls on airport runways in the U.S. The summit comes a day after the FAA said it's investigating another close call from last week. It says a Republic Airways flight crossed the runway at Reagan National Airport that another flight is using for takeoffs. That makes at least 7 close calls this year alone, including one at New York's JFK Airport, where a Delta pilot had to slam on the brakes after an American Airlines plane crossed the wrong runway. ABC's Rhiannon Ellie says some analysts think these cases show the industry can't keep up with the post-pandemic travel boom. She says staffing will be one of the issues discussed at the summit. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 279, S&P 500 down 27, NASDAQ is up 6, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy, windy in some areas. Highs low 60s for Metro LA. Around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Low 60s inland Orange County. Upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 57 in Seal Beach, 61 in Buena Park, 58 in Agora Hills, and 62 in Sherman Oaks. We're going to a crash on the 215 in San Bernardino. 215 southbound, this is right before it gets to 210. That crash has the 2 left lanes blocked, and it is stopped coming away from University Parkway. Also in Ridge through Cucamonga on 16 southbound before it gets to Foothill Boulevard. Brand new accident involving a semi. Looks like a car hydroplaned with several cars. It is blocking the 2 left lanes, and it's starting to stack up. And once you're past that, in Ontario, 15 southbound before the 10. Got a brand new crash over on the right shoulder, and just past that at Harupa, Jackknife Big Rig is blocking a lane. And a filled road is all over the lanes as well. In Corona, 91 westbound Elizabeth Avenue, stall in the left lane. Corona, 71 northbound, still shut down between the Rio Rancho Road and Mission Boulevard to fix those potholes. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
I'm second guest dinner for friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have UPI, or endocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful foreign body. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and only with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
Injured in an accident? Visit superbonosuperboard.com. KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station.
You get over that thickening of the bowels. Well, no. Boy, it's funny, we're around the same thing now. Thickening of the bowel wall is what we're doing. Thickening of the bowel wall. Yeah. The wall, right. Yeah. I know, I heard that too. They spitting up my chair. I said, something else at my bowel walls. Something else got to worry. I'm seeing my doctor next week, my annual physical. I'll ask him about my bowel wall. You have to reach in there? No, don't do that. A little farther. A little farther. It's the Johnny Pick Show. John Trobell from 10 Shampoo. KFI AM 640 live everywhere. On the iHeart Radio app, we're on the radio from 1 till 4. After 4, you go to that app, and you can hear podcast, Johnny Ken on demand. Good. Oh, I've just been told. We're back this week. We're both on Friday. Lots of openings for the Voice Line. So get your calls in there, whatever you want to sound off about. It's possible that what we're about to talk about might be one of the subjects you call about. The Voice Line is 1-877-VOICE-86, 1-877-664-7886. And you can use the iHeart Radio app as well to leave a message directly with the microphone icon. It's over. Garcetti is the new ambassador to India. The Senate voted just a couple of hours ago to confirm it. There's two huge matters. One is not a straight party lined up. It's a bit of a surprise with Washington these days, right? Yeah, you got 49 total votes. 52 to 42. 52 to final tally. 6 senators not present, including Feinstein and Sutton. 52 to 42. Right. So 7 Republicans voted yes. So he only got 45 Democrats, and he got 7 Republicans. Yeah, that's interesting. See, what I don't understand is, well, first of all, obviously it would be too Arizona, because Garcetti's sexual violations. Yeah, just been a few years ago, this would have been tougher to pull. Right, okay. So all that hysteria has gone by. But the second thing is, he clearly was one of the most incompetent mayors the most incompetent mayor that Los Angeles ever had. The worst mayor we've ever had. And one of the worst in U.S. history. And he got a reward. I never thought about that. The worst in U.S. history. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, there's some pretty corrupt mayors. I remember. Corrupt mayors. But he's the one who allowed massive degradation of day-to-day life. And I can't think I've ever seen that. In about 5 years he did. Where it became, very difficult, dangerous, and unhealthy to go outside. There's nothing but psychotic vagrants and mental patients and tons of garbage and criminals running around. And people are leaving LA. They aren't even like the large percentages, but the movement is out because he gave up doing his job about 5 minutes after he got reelected. And that second term was 5.5 years because they were trying to, they realigned the election cycles. And that is just the worst 5.5 years you'll ever see in any politician. Yeah, and he set his sights on becoming president. That's what he did after he got reelected in 2017. That's what he wanted to do next, is run for president. And even though he never officially announced, everyone knew that's what he was doing. He didn't care what was happening to the city. He didn't care what it was like for the public just to live on a day-to-day basis. He didn't care about all the people dying in the streets, all the garbage. He didn't care how afraid everyone was. He didn't care about the businesses. He didn't care about the cops, called them a bunch of killers. He shot dead. He locked down tons of businesses. He took a knee. He took a knee, more than one. And he gets this promotion to be an ambassador to India. I mean, that is what's sick. Is it a promotion? See, I'm not going to get that worked up because this job is. And where do ambassadors end up in 10 years? Any of them become any bigger political names? I don't because look through that. But it's usually, if not like a senator or congressman who has to die on VP or president, you give it to rich guys who donated a lot of money to campaigns. That's where Garcetti's connected. He raised a lot of money for Biden. Yeah, connected to the Biden campaign. His parents are big in this politics. He shouldn't be getting a position where he's getting approved by the United States Senate. No, you and I just wanted him to be turned away. No, I wanted him to end up in a tent. Okay, with a needle sticking out of his arm. That's what should happen. I mean, and the thing is, he never, ever gets criticized by anybody in politics, anybody in the media. Never. Everybody just, he's awful. I mean, like people got killed, they got murdered because of his lax policies. This is a new low, an absolute new low in society. If a guy like Eric Garcetti get into being an ambassador. Here is 14 seconds of the process in the U.S. Senate today.
Days are 52, the nays are 42. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the president will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
So there were 3 Democrats who voted against the nomination. One of them made a little noise this morning. Maisie Hirono, a wife, she said last week, I'm going to give Garcetti the benefit of the doubt. She didn't know about the alleged misconduct by a top aide. There was no doubt. This morning, she announced that she was going to vote no, based on credible new information she got. But she never disclosed what it was she was voting. And that she finally saw the report that Chuck Grassley commissioned. She finally looked at that or something? I don't know. Because she's not saying. She's not saying. Or is it the Communist Party thing? That's where they popped up yesterday from Jimmy Color News Foundation. Garcetti was friendly with some communists said when he's Communist Party members. No, she said it was information that was given to be in confidence, but very credible, which is leading to my no vote. She had been in favor, and she gave no indication that her information was related to the Rick Jacobs scam. So it's a mystery. Although if it's such a big deal for her, she should have shared it. Now, a number of the Republicans who voted in favor of Garcetti, and here they are: Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, Roger Marshall of Kansas, good old Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, Stephen Collins of Maine, Steve Gaines of Montana, Bill Haggard in Tennessee, and a guy named Todd Young of Indiana. Most of them said the job's too important, it's been open too long, there's nobody else nominated, we got to move forward. So someone didn't destroy it, but that's not up to them. Biden has to. Well, you think they can vote against it to make them start over? Yes. Yeah, but the process could take months again, and they don't want that anymore. So it takes months again. You don't reward this. There's too many really bad. But they don't care what happened to LA. Because they don't follow any of that news. They don't know what happened. Well, they should. They're senators, all right? They certainly learned about the Rick Jacobs story. Sure. Oh, yeah. But what, because that became big news in D.C. What he did to LA, I mean, the whole Jacobs thing is just massive hypocrisy. It's lying. Yeah, it's lying. Plus, he lied for the Senate, okay? So he commits perjury. He's a liar. Massive hypocrisy on this Me Too stuff. But this, he's bad at what he does. And he allowed a lot of damage and deaths to happen in this city. He mismanaged this COVID thing terribly. I mean, and there's large swaths of LA boulevards now with vacant storefronts because of him. And there's places you can't walk anymore and feel comfortable about it because of him. Everything is because of him. And nobody speaks about it outside of us. So of course he becomes ambassador to India. But in some respects, this is now a rabbit hole. He's gone. You won't hear anything about him. That position doesn't make any news. That's a big country. It's an important country. But an ambassadorship job does not make any news. He will go down the rabbit hole until he decides to perk up and say, I can do better. And he'll run for something eventually. He's still in his 50s, right? Yes. Yeah. He'll eventually pop his head up. Because this is just something for him to land on. Yeah, he should. To do. This shipment. I can't stand incompetent people when they get rewarded. And there's so much of that going on. Too much. All right, we got more coming up. Johnny 10 KFI AM 641 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. And Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
Governor Newsom has expanded California's foreign state of emergency to 3 more counties, including Wolf County. Since bodies in the ash remains of 154 other people have been found in a warehouse used by a cremation business in the Bay Area, Ocean View Cremation had a suspended business license and was not supposed to be operating or keeping remains in the warehouse. Officials say the remains date back to 2013. Police outside of Syracuse, New York, say a mass shooting has been averted. They announced the arrest yesterday of a man accused of threatening to carry out a shooting at a top supermarket just 10 months after a massacre at a grocery store in Buffalo. We are going to check your traffic next.
Hey, if you've been looking to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They're going to make you a cash offer with no need for repairs. They will buy it as is. The Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. They can close in days. And again, they buy with cash. They'll even offer a $10,000 advance to help you with moving and other expenses. Go read their reviews online and call for a no-obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com. DO 1961658.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Pasadena. 210 eastbound, right past Foothill Boulevard, brand new accident. The 2 left lanes are blocked. It's stopped from Hill Avenue and Ranch Cucamonga 15 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. Crash in the middle lanes on the center divider, and then right past that, 15 southbound at the 10, had a wreck on the right shoulder and at Harupa Street. Another new crash with a jackknife big rig. The 3 right lanes are blocked. In San Bernardino, 215 southbound before you get to the 210. The 2 left lanes are blocked from an earlier wreck. In Costa Mesa, 405 southbound at Bristol Street. Brand new accident with the 2 left lanes blocked there as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harman.
This report is sponsored by Delphi Power Services. Tired of the threat of power shutoffs due to wildfires, severe weather, or electrical grid failures? Climate extremes and aging infrastructure make a backup generator essential. Delphi Power Services and Fidelity's generator expert for nearly 50 years. Go to DelphiPower.com. That's TRUTHIE.com. Water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Light Source salt-free water system. Light Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free AquaPure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Light Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lightsourcewater.com. Need weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make them your weekend destination with free events, workshops, and more. Visit Lowe's.com/events for this month's full lineup.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. No question that termites can be destructive, but many people underestimate exactly how much damage these little buggers can do to a home. Termites cause more property damage every year than thunderstorms, blizzards, earthquakes, and floods combined. And termite damage can not even be covered by your home insurance, which means you're often left to pay the bill. So, a phone call to Pacific Coast Termite makes sense. Call them at 800-PACIFIC. And even if you don't think you have termites, still call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. With Pacific Coast Termite, there's no tanking, no double bagging your food, no pet sitting. Mention KFI, 10% off termite treatments, and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. 800-PACIFIC.
Pacific Coast Termite. Just termite.
The clean, friendly way. For those of you in Monterey Park, there's nothing worse in terms of traffic is when the president shows up. Streets are blocked off. Good time to commit a crime 5 miles out. Merely recognizing a fact. Bill handled not promoting, just recognizing. Okay? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny Tech Show, John Cobell, Dan Champo, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Find lots of things to like on the show today. After 1:30, we'll get back into the topic of masks. Apparently, Barbara Ferrer, John's favorite public official, she'll be rewarded for doing a better job someday. Once she the great work she did during the pandemic, she'll become the Surgeon General. She was asked by a reporter, what's with the mask? You look at that audio. And she was wearing one? She was. She was having one of her, every now and then, because I get their press releases, John Kendall. It says if you're doing an in-person one. I see. He goes, they don't do too many COVID briefings anymore, but every now and then in person. So she was standing there before, where I guess it was over 6 people. That's all the coverage she got. And I kind of asked, why do you need a mask? Yeah. You'll hear it. Okay. And then a great editorial about how the public has voted and it's screw masks. So you'll see why that's important to point out based on what we were hearing in 2020 and even in 2021, and even somebody said it in 2022. Get all of this after the news at 1:30. And then next hour, well, speaking of confirmation processes, what we just told you, and it's been breaking news for hours now, Garcetti is the new ambassador to India. Will Julie Su be the new Secretary of Labor in the Biden cabinet? Julie Su used to be the woman that headed up the department that oversaw California's Employment Development Department. And of course, they handed out over $30 billion in fraudulent money to scammers, criminals, fraudsters, fraud crooks. Does she deserve that kind of promotion? You know, there's 3 of them. There's Garcetti, Garcetti becoming the ambassador. She's going to become labor secretary after wasting, blowing $30 billion. And then there's that dope who ran the metro train system. Joe Washington. He was the CEO of Metro. He might be the head of the FAA. Yeah, then he became the airport director in Denver, and that's like, oh, that's good stuff. Now he's head of the FAA, although he has no aviation experience. Yeah, he has as much aviation experience as I do. Yes, we're tied. And you wouldn't want to be on a plane with John Cobell as pilot. But there's 3 horrific performances. All of them getting promotions from the federal government. All because it's who you know, not what you know. Wow. It's so that way in many aspects of American life. You know, the connections, how much money you give. I was scrolling around the internet and I found something. And I was surprised. And I have a very low opinion of human nature. Do you know what percentage of Americans have a double-digit IQ? No, 50%. 50% double digits. And 25% are under 90. You have to understand, in this new woke world, that doesn't mean anything. People can show their smarts in other ways. No, look at my portfolio of work. When you're down in the you and your IQ testing, get out of here. You're down in the you're so old-fashioned, like the SAT, get out of here. That's true. Yeah, they can bitch about it all they want, but it does show your real, raw intelligence. Who makes those tests? They're culturally biased. No, they're not. And IQ tests, how long have they been around? Hundreds of years. They're real. You talk to 3 people with 130 IQs. You talk to 3 people with 80 IQs. I don't know anybody's IQ. I have no idea what anybody's IQ is. I have never been tested myself. Nor do I know anybody that does. You can tell. I know. I'm talking about strictly speaking. Oh, the exact number? No, but you can probably get within 10 points if you pay attention. Some people just have a bad day when you're talking to them, so they may not. You know, you have a mindset to work in government. My father did. I'm very proud. There you go. But that's what you're dealing with in government. You're dealing with everybody with like a room temperature IQ. Right, and that's why government is incompetent. But aren't a lot of people in science labs with high IQs actually rather strange people who can't even, tie their shoe? Isn't that often the case? Yes. But that's why most of humanity stinks. Because if it's not one thing, it's another. But I was just focusing on raw intelligence, because if you don't have the basic intelligence, it's over. How do you size up number one? Huh? Well, I size up pretty nicely. I meant the IQ stuff. I'm not going to do that. Well, what do you mean? He wants to know. Yeah. I saw that.
Thank you.
Okay. That's so.
Ken?
I'm not going to guess a number.
Ken? I'm waiting to hear yours.
This is not my game, Deborah. I don't care about you. I know it. I'm the one that made a big speech here about people's IQs.
Okay.
I don't judge people that way. Well, you should, because I'm a government worker. You're a government worker, so you appreciate all
I'm pretty smart.
yeah. More problems with the banks today. This Credit Suisse, the Swiss bank, apparently took a real nosedive today. Shares in the bank slid 24% to a new low. So is this the next big bank to fail? Obviously, it's not an American bank. It's from Switzerland. But other major European banks took hits today. France's 2 major international banks, Societe Generale and BNP Paribas. I always see them at the tennis tournament. They're a big sponsor of like tennis tournaments. BNP Paribas. I think the French Open. Germany's Deutsche Bank too. Switch. So we're keeping an eye on that. Meanwhile, though, we can't help but enjoy the stories that come out about Silicon Valley Bank. Now, yesterday at this time, we told you about the connections to Gavin Newsom. Apparently, they hold his winery money and some private money too. Some Republicans are making noise now that he should have been, he should stay out of it. Because apparently he advocated that Biden make sure that the deposit is sailed out. Of course he did. But nobody kind of knew about his connections to the bank for a couple of days until reporters got into it. If that's all his business cash that he squirreled away, of course he wants Biden to bail him out. It doesn't matter if it's a conflict of interest or he supposedly has a blind trust. But if you've got millions of dollars that's about to go disappearing down the chute, yeah, you're going to start making noise. Yeah, we don't know how much they have of his winery money. I think it's 3 wineries. Meanwhile, we find out that just in the last several years, the Silicon Valley Bank has donated over $73 million to Black Lives Matter related social justice. $73 million. This is the woke virus metastasizing and spread itself through the banking industry. People almost got screwed out of their deposits, right? Until Biden stepped in. Meantime, they had $73 million to give to those fraudsters at Black Lives Matter, and we know what happened there. The Claremont Institute wrote a piece that Black Lives Matter was purchasing luxury real estate, dispersing grants to dozens of BLM chapters and revolutionary organizations, and operating a path to elect progressive community leaders, activists, and working class candidates fighting for black liberation. It's, in other words, it was people who are going to try to make trouble, and
and create a big ruckus over one thing or another. And they were being supplied millions and millions of dollars by all these woke catheads. Yeah, but just took their eyes off the road. As you mentioned the other day, they didn't even have a risk person. A person that evaluates whatever the risks of the bank are. That position was vacant for many months last year. And it sounds like instead, they just devoted themselves to all these social justice causes. And right away, the element. But of course, a lot of their depositors are Silicon Valley people who probably like that, right? Yeah, well, that's nice when you send out the latest email or tweet. Those that we're doing now. Yeah, I know, but it's a tiny minority that wants to fund the police, wants to abolish prisons, and all kinds of things to destabilize the country. They have a lot of money, these catheads, these woke. They have a lot of money. They live in protected estates. They live in gated communities, right? But they're poor, and they want to donate to radical causes, and watch the country unravel. So they donate to BLM, and the people who at BLM largely ran off with a lot of the money and bought a lot of real estate, expensive real estate. I mean, that's been documented over and over again. But I think a lot of the money did not go to local chapters who wanted to use it to help people in the neighborhoods. No, I'm just saying, if this is what the bank was doing, and they didn't even have somebody to evaluate their risks, why are we bailing them out? We shouldn't. Why are we insuring all the depositors' limits? We shouldn't be doing it. We shouldn't get any special consideration, particularly since they seem kind of reckless over the whole thing and they're involved in all their issues. When you have 11 of the 12 board members with no banking experience, there's only one guy with banking experience. They obviously weren't going through the books. You would think, right? At every meeting, they're going to look and see what their assets are, what their liabilities are, how are the assets being deployed. Somebody would have noticed that they were way over leveraged with those long-term bonds. I mean, it's complete incompetence. And I'm telling you, that president, I think they ought to be seriously investigating him. Well, the Justice Department and the SEC is looking into the fact that the executive sold shares. Yes, they sold shares, and not long before this collapse. They gave out bonuses to a lot of other employees at the last minute. So he put out this smarmy video trying to explain himself a couple of days ago. But he took his money and it's stashed away, and nobody's ever going to be able to get it. We got more coming up. Johnny 10 KFI AM 640. We're live. We'll be there at the iHeartRadio app. And Denver Mark Live, the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
More rain has hit Southern California. ABC's Andrew Dimbert. Nearly 300,000 power outages were reported overnight.
The mountain towns could see 3 more feet of snow in the coming days. The snowpack in parts of the state already nearly 300% above normal.
Multiple areas experienced record rainfall yesterday, including Oxnard, which broke a 93-year-old record. LAX also broke its daily rainfall record with 1.97 inches of rain. Supervisors in San Bernardino County have voted to waive up to $5,000 in review and permit fees for property owners who need to do repairs or rebuild because of damage caused by all the snow. County inspectors have red tagged 29 homes and other buildings as too damaged to be inhabited, and yellow tagged 27, which allows for limited occupancy. The numbers are expected to grow as assessments continue. The permit waiver is available for every building and will be paid for by $500,000 of the $10 million emergency response fund the board created on March 1st. The news is brought to you by Sue James Atkinson's attorney. President Biden has spoken about his plan to help offset cancer drug costs in Las Vegas. He said some people are paying up to $14,000 a year for cancer treatment drugs, but in his new budget proposal, that will change.
They'll never have to pay more than $2,000 a year for all of the drugs they consume.
He said these changes will give people peace of mind. Pharmacists say lowering drug costs in Nevada is extremely important because it has a large senior population on a fixed income.
This was international space, and we had every right to be there.
Officials in the U.S. say they are in the process of recovering a drone from the Black Sea that was hit by a Russian warplane. The drone was in international airspace yesterday when a Russian fighter jet hit its propeller. Mississippi Republican Senator Roger Wicker says the U.S. had every right to be there, and Moscow says it will also try to retrieve the wreckage from the drone in the Black Sea. Southline weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy. It will be windy in some areas. Highs in the low 60s for metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s in inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, it is 56 degrees. Laguna Woods and 57 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 15 in Rancho Cucamonga. 15 southbound, this is right before you get to Foothill Boulevard. You got a crash involving a semi to 3 left lanes are blocked. It's back up to the 210. Now, once you're past it, 15 southbound to 10, got a new wreck on the right lane is blocked. And just past that at Halupa, got that crash, the 3 right lanes are blocked. In Pasadena on the 210 eastbound before Madre Street, looks like we've got a crash still blocking the 2 left lanes. It's going to be a really heavy ride coming away from Lake Avenue and Costa Mesa 405 southbound of Bristol. Try to clear that crash from the 2 left lanes as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
Hey, it's Team Shark. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And the change not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rate, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 100 is reach them.
Planning a spring getaway? This month, get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations, and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit rosettastone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
If I don't get a good night's sleep, believe me, everybody around me knows it, and I am just not a happy camper. Good night's sleep is critical. I mean, we all know that. The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed offers proven quality good night's sleep and makes a difference. You can customize, adjust each side of the bed, you might feel firmness, comfort, support. That's your sleep number. Mine happens to be 100. I like a particularly firm mattress, and I've changed it over the years. Through April 10th, you can save $1,200 on the Sleep Number 360 i10 Smart Bed, plus special financing through Monday, March 20th. Subject to credit approval. See sleepnumber.com for details. You can only find these beds either at sleepnumber.com or at a Sleep Number store. There are 30 of them in Southern California, including Brea, Valencia, Santa Monica, Studio City. Visit sleepnumber.com. That's sleepnumber.com.
As well, we want our fresh produce to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our fruits and veggies, checking for things like sorry. In fact, only the best produce like risky oranges and crisp carrots reach our shelves. Because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards mean fresher produce. So, fresh for everyone.
You'll find a great selection of the freshest produce every day. 1-pound packages of organic strawberries are $2.99 at cost. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Hi everyone, I'm KCLA's Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter.
25 here in Prescott.
That's the latest here at Union Station.
25 here in Laguna Beach.
Seriously, KCLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. Covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KCLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KCLA is LA's very own.
What? I didn't know that. Saturday and Sunday on the CW. It's a party after an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico. Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream Friday on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit servicechampions.com. Dana 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, video, and podcasts. Scott and Ken Show. John Cobell and Ken Shampo. KSIX, KFIX 641 everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Yes, don't forget the Moist Line is coming back for the first time in 2 weeks. Day after tomorrow, Friday. 3 o'clock hour. We got room for your messages. Use the iHeart Radio app. There's a little microphone icon that you can connect directly to the Moist Line. Or, of course, dial an old phone number if you want to. 1-877-VOICE-86, 1-877-664-7886. Well, we're going to spend a few minutes
on the topic of masking. It's over, of course, but there's a few things we have to clean up before we move on. And one of them, a great example of the overreaction, we talked about this a lot in 2020 and into 2021, that there were people, and Fauci was one of them, that obviously Barbara Ferrer, the LA County Health Director, a big one. They come from this field of epidemiology where they are just constantly on alert, constantly afraid that we're all going to die. They overdo it. We know this from all the lockdowns that we had. Let me just finish this. I just want to finish this part because we're going to talk about her. Because the reason we're talking about her is she's still masking, where like 90% of the public is not. Maybe even higher than that. People use their common sense and decide to move on to this idea that you can mask forever. And that was a hashtag for a while. Mask forever. Because even if we get past the worst stages of COVID, there's other things out there that could kill us. There's other things that could kill us. But honestly, if you're in that mindset, that's the type of person. And I'm saying this because 3 years ago, there was all this veneration for Barbara Ferrer, like, well, she knows, she's not a doctor, by the way, we know that, but she's the county health director, and therefore she has the information and the science on her side. No, we're dealing with a personality that is overly, incredibly cautious and overdoing it, and maybe somebody who has phobias. Well, I think that's connected to the personality. Yes, absolutely. I think the epidemiologists, probably as children, were somehow spooked by the idea of germs. And they became so germ-phobic that they decided they had to research these bugs. They have to figure out how they do their damage. Because and so that's what she turned into. She's a germaphobe who ended up with power trying to make everyone else into a germaphobe. So the other day she held one of her briefings. This time was in person. Looks like 6 people were in the room. I don't know. Part of the information was telling us that beginning March 13th, so don't laugh at this, but apparently, okay, it's like anybody pays any attention to it. Beginning March 13th, a COVID-19 positive person may end their isolation after 5 days if they feel well, have improving symptoms, and are fever-free for 24 hours, with less emphasis on testing negative. Apparently, John, the previous recommendation was 3 days. So that was kind of good enough. Yeah, what did she say? We were wrong. For 3 years, we had a much harsher set of demands if you caught COVID, right? Yeah, people were locked up for 10 days and they had to wear masks. Yeah. And they were all wrong on this. And we kept saying common sense told you they were wrong. They were being hysterical. So Fox 11 reporter Marla Tellez, yeah, that's 2 hours. She's asking Ferrer, why are you still wearing a mask when we just have a few people in the room? Here's part of the audio.
Alan is essentially 3 years into this. What is the message that you're sending by choosing to do masks every week? There's 6 people in the room right now. My message is, and I want to make this crystal clear, people who are wearing masks don't need to justify why they're wearing a mask. I think it's really inappropriate.
It did not like that question. I'm crazy. You know, you should make fun of people who are crazy.
I think it's really inappropriate.
I flew in an airplane over the weekend. There was 2 or 3 people, and they made the announcement. Be respectful whether someone's wearing a mask or not wearing a mask. They're still making that announcement. But that's not really the point. The point is you're the lead medical officer for LA County. What kind of message besides paranoia are you sending? That's what I'd ask them. Paranoia! Because she's paranoid. I think that's inappropriate. That's why she got into the business. There's a lot of people, and I know a couple of them who grew up in really dysfunctional environments, right? And they became psychologists because they wanted to understand psychology, because they came from so much psychological turmoil. It's very common that if you have a strong fear or a traumatic experience, that you're going to want to learn more about it. How many people who end up being crime victims end up setting up organizations to help victims, right? Often when people suffer from a disease, they get involved with organizations organizations to promote research for the disease and raise money for the disease. And I think all these germ folks, I'm going to use the phobot name. All these germ folks had some kind of traumatic childhood involving sickness. Maybe they got very sick, somebody in their family got sick, or they saw a microscopic photo of germs like blown up, and it's like, oh my God, it's disgusting. And it shook them up. Well, this is why I make the point. They cannot be in charge of this in the future. No, they cannot. Right? They're too close to the subject. They're too cautious. There's a great Wall Street Journal opinion column by a writer named Gabrielle Dollin. Normal people say no mask. We fought for 3 years, but we won the war. Normal people who want normal things, community connection, creativity, that have been dancing on the side for 3 years at the battle hose, were unwilling to tolerate any COVID risk and demanded the world conform to their fears. At times I was sure we would lose, and she goes through articles. From 2020 and 2021, Todd Craving, former CDC director, proclaimed that masks are in and handshakes are out for the indefinite future. March 2021, a Fox article. Marvelous the oddities of watching massive gatherings in movies and on TV. Imagine that, they were upset with it. Oh yeah, no, and it's because people on the left are just a couple of steps over from the oppressive communist regimes that have governed Russia, China, right? It's that end of the spectrum there. The farther left you go, the more you want to control the public. You want to set rules. You want to control the economy. You want to control the outcomes. Right, because they believe people left to their own devices make poor choices, and government knows best and should regulate it. Right, and that's how you get the nanny state. Exactly. Everything about the left is about the nanny state. Well, surprisingly, you're not that way, because you believe people are stupid. They're stupid. Yeah. And left to their own devices, they will do harm. Yeah, but it's not up to me to control them. Right now, I just complain about it. Look, I'm sorry I have to deal with most of the people I do. I am. But I've never thought, well, I want to be in charge and I'll control them. No, I just avoid them. I got the freedom to avoid them and make my own little bubble. Or if they're pulling us all down. Don't we have to control them at some point? No, because they're not pulling me down. Do I have to drown them? Something? I'm in charge of my life. I'm responsible for my success. I'm responsible for avoiding losers. Okay? And everyone's responsible. You don't end up blaming everybody else for your struggles. You figure it out. You build a life where you don't have to rely on them so they can't drag you down. All right, coming up after 2 o'clock, there was a rally today at the Capitol in Sacramento opposing the appointment of a woman named Julie Sue as our next U.S. Secretary of Labor. This is the woman that headed up the California agency which controls the Employment Development Department, which gave out over $30 billion in fraudulent claim money during the COVID pandemic. We'll talk to Congressman Kevin Kiley after the news at 2 o'clock. Johnny 10 KFI AM 640 live everywhere the iHeartRadio app. Mark live at 24-hour campaign region.
Malibu Canyon Road has been reopened. The road has been closed between Piuma Road and Civic Center Way due to rock slides. Officials are asking drivers to use caution and beware of rocks on the roadway. The City of LA is looking to help street vendors save some money. A council committee has approved a motion calling for a study to look into the yearly fee for sidewalk and park vending permits. 3 clerks at supermarkets and liquor stores in Ventura County have been accused of selling alcohol to minors. The State Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control targeted 10 businesses last week where a minor was told to try to buy alcohol from certain stores. Southland weather from KFI, showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, high 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by the California DMV. We're going to a crash on the 405 in Costa Mesa. Southbound of Bristol Street, they're getting everything over the right shoulder. A little bit of slowing from 4 to 73 on that one. In Irvine, 55 North Dyer Road, got a wreck in the left lane. People were there on 605 South. Right at Beverly, they're holding lanes to fix some potholes. It's stopped from the 60. In Pasadena, 210 eastbound before Monterey Street. There's a crash still blocking 2 left lanes at Ranch Cucamonga. 18 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. Got an accident with 3 left lanes in the far right lane are blocked. And once you're past that, also in Ontario, 15 southbound, right before Rupert Street, that crash, and the 3 right lanes are blocked. KFI the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online.
This report winter for adventure, wellness, and everything in between. Relax on the beach, explore the hiking trails, or spend the day on the water. When you arrive midweek and book 2 nights, your third night is complimentary. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp. Clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. Life Source is the whole house water system that will change that life. Life Source gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, keeping the good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free Apple-Pure antibacterial filter with qualifying purchase. That's an $825 value. So call Life Source today at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference. And now, a few words from your dog.
Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM640, stimulating. John Ken Show, John Cobell, Ken Post, KFI, AM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. Yeah, we're now on 1 to 4, so if you missed any of the show, it's easy to grab with 4 o'clock just after that. Then we'll post up the podcast for you at KFIAM640.com or on the iHeartRadio app. Remember I told you last week that one of the latest scams I kept getting on spam email, was people telling me to pay an invoice? Yeah, I'm getting there. Yeah, it was usually, looked like it was coming from Best Buy. Yes, I got one from there as well. It was coming every day, all week, weeks one. Yeah, well, remember what I said, pay the invoice, see what they did, which is just as tricky. Thank you for paying the invoice, here's your receipt. So then, they want you to click the receipt. The only one to do is do it to your computer by getting you to download here's your chat. And you're saying, wait a second, I intend this, I want to make sure somebody didn't just give me, I did not click it, but that's a good one. Right? Because now the follow-up is, oh, thank you for paying. Now just to take a look at your receipt. Oh, no. It works on the people in the bottom 25%. Are these still Nigerians doing this? To be honest? You know, a lot of Eastern Europe. Eastern Europeans are big on there are pockets like in places like, well, it's easy to tell all that there are a couple of strange grammatical errors or something like that. Yeah, well, that's why I always think it's foreigners, because they don't quite have a handle on the language. And spelling and all that, and they try to come close, but usually they make a mistake. Yeah, the ones we used to be the ones that always wanted to share money with us. I pray to you and the dear Lord above that you would help me, because I have funds in this account and I need your help to get the funds. The spam folder catches those. I should look. Once in a while I look. Oh, that's fun. Find it. You're not a spam folder. Yeah. Oh, no, I click on it every now and then just to see what's in there. I know a couple of the best ones stuck through. Ended up with my name there. Oh, they did? Yeah. That's the part. Everybody gets me now. Yeah, I'm still getting calls. All right. Well, we love the state of California, and of course, they made so much during the first couple of years of the pandemic, as and they're on the side of the renters. They still are. Landlords are still hurting in LA City, LA County, and throughout the state because the protections are so. Oh, I just heard this the other day from somebody I was talking to about the protections for tenants are so unbelievable. And you know why that is, John? Because if they don't protect the tenants, here it comes, they could fall into homelessness. Sure, that's their that's all. Well, that's their all-purpose shield to justify control. See, I look at the premise of all this. The premise of these people is we would like to create a socialist communist utopia, and we're willing to incrementally grab a little turf, a little bit at a time, use a crisis like COVID as an excuse, then block property owners from being able to get the money that they are entitled to. And now you've created a dependent class in these renters. So as long as this government's in charge, these people don't have to pay rent. And the property owner is the one who's punished. And it's an incremental step towards centralized control of people's lives. They're taking over private property. That's right.
Private property is the first thing. Somebody will say that. At some point, we'll have too many homeless people, and somebody will say, well, just have to take over all private property, and the government will figure out how to house everyone. That's right. You didn't have private property in the Soviet Union, in communist Russia. That's the first thing that goes. Yeah. And so you have to understand, but they know they have to justify it to the general public. So they say, oh, it's because of COVID. Oh, it's because these people end up homeless. Well, no, it's not because of COVID, and it's not because they care if people end up homeless. If they cared about homelessness, you wouldn't have 40,000 people in the streets, right? No, what they care about is a justification for control. So California set up a $5 billion fund. This is during the pandemic in 2020, called Housing is Key. And we talked about this before, where they were going to help out and help tenants pay rent, and yes, allegedly, landlords who aren't receiving rent could apply for the money. Well, here we are, a couple of years later, and here's an update from NBC reporter Carolyn Johnson.
Yeah, for 2020 was a tough year for Teresa Glover. The pandemic hit. She had to have open heart surgery, and she lost her job. It wasn't too awful long before I was looking into my savings because my rent was set. I'd wiped that out, and I'd maxed out all my credit cards, trying to keep, stay on top of my rent and stuff. So the Ventura County tenant was relieved to learn about the state's Housing is Key program, a $5 billion fund set up during the pandemic to help struggling tenants like Teresa pay rent. Landlords who were not getting rents could also apply for money. Teresa was approved for $7,800. That was a year ago. But she says she received nothing but the runaround. No phone numbers, never get anybody can call to ask any question about that, but you'll receive no answer. They'll answer the phone, but they won't answer the question. John Schneider is a small landlord.
I had to hit my head against the wall since then, trying to get anybody to do anything.
He was approved for $24,000 in rent his tenant hadn't paid, but Housing is Key sent the check to John's tenant, who then cashed it and never paid him. John asked Housing is Key to fix its mistake. That was a year ago. He's received nothing.
The last thing I would think you'd do is give the money to the debtor and hope your fingers are going to do the right thing.
I've even heard from several landlords and tenants who say they qualified for money as well, but never got any. Others are complaining online about Housing is Key. Some say if they don't get their money, they could be out on the street. I don't think they would get a passing grade on this program, unfortunately. Jackie Samari is an attorney with the tenant advocacy group ACE. She says thousands of applicants, like Teresa and John, are still waiting for money. So ACE is suing the state for mismanaging the program and failing to pay the money it promised.
Part of the issue right now for us is to figure out how we can get everyone the money that they were told that they would get.
According to the Housing is Key website, it's paid out nearly $4.5 billion. But it's unclear how much money is left. The IT learned through court documents that Housing is Key paid an independent contractor $260 million to manage the program. Benefit likely needs to pay that contractor even more. We think a government agency like this, would be used more together. Meanwhile, tenants and landlords are wondering if they'll ever get the money they were promised. And the IT asked the director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, which is in charge of the Housing is Key program, for an on-camera interview. He declined. A spokesperson also declined to comment on the lawsuit, saying they don't comment on pending litigation.
Okay, so here's the key quote from Teresa Glover. No, I have a key quote from John Schneider, the landlord, but you go ahead first. You would think a government agency like this would be more together. Why would you think that? They're really. We go back to the IQ thing. Were you born yesterday? Or the day before yesterday? I mean, there is no government agency that would be together. I think John Schneider has the key. They're saying they paid out $4.5 billion. John Schneider's the landlord who's owed $24,000. And he said giving the money to the debtor and expecting them to do the right thing, that's not a good idea. So what he's saying there is he paid out billions of dollars, but eventually those people did not turn around and pay the rent with it. They went on a trip. They had some fun. They had a party. Right? They bought fentanyl. I don't know. That's exactly what a lot of the poorer people did. That's what they did. The free if they got an eviction ban, I get the money from the state. Why should I hand it over to the landlord until they make me do that? I told this story before, but I keep thinking about it. Every time this thing comes up, we have a friend, and she used to work in the shoe department at one of the expensive department stores in Beverly Hills.
And she said when they started sending out all the COVID checks, right? Pandemic money, everybody got $1,300. She said a whole bunch of people from Philadelphia got on a plane, whole match. And they landed in Los Angeles, and they went to this department store in Beverly Hills, and they started rioting in the shoe department. And they were talking about all the cash they had for the government check. I don't know if it was Trump's, the Biden's, and they really caused a ruckus, right? I mean, they were angry, they were demanding, they were throwing shoes around, boxes around, and she said she went and hid in the stockroom because it released like this energy here of insanity. They were so happy to have this free money. That's a lot of that went on. I know it's always going. There's a reason why some poor people are poor, and because if they get a little bit of money, they get squandered. And a lot of this thing. Well, yeah, they want to have a fun lifestyle. They want to be like the wealthier people. Let's pay the rent. Do that. I want to go party. That's why so many lottery ticket winners go broke. Coming up next, Congressman Kevin Kiley will join us in part of a group that rallies at the Capitol in Sacramento against the appointment of a woman named Julie Chu as the United States Labor Secretary. She was California head of our Department of Labor, and wow. Well, you remember $30 billion without the window and caused those payments during COVID. That's all going this year. I tell you, KFI 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. I can see you in the middle of the shoe riot. Oh, I love you. Deborah Mark live the 24-hour KFI newsroom. KFI magically appear using nothing but your beautiful voice. Tell your house robot to play KFI AM 640. KFI. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Bars. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police have arrested a driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro.
The woman was driving from one bar to another bar when she hit the man. Police say they think she may have been driving under the influence. The cyclist's son says the crash earlier this month makes his blood boil. The fact that she decided to just stop, stare at him, and then drive around him, that was probably the most frustrating part within the whole scene. Officers found the woman last week thanks to a tip by someone who thought they spotted the woman's car. Police say she confessed. In LA, Blake Trolley, hey, I need it.
Winter storms have prompted supervisors and the governor to declare a state of emergency in Orange County.
Multiple families have been kicked out of 3 apartment buildings in San Clemente because of a landslide that could send the building tumbling down a hilltop.
We had several incidents occurring in Orange County.
Supervisor Katrina Foley says homeowners are struggling to get insurance to cover millions of dollars in damage.
A hillside collapsed in the Dover Shores community in Newport Beach, and other weather-related events throughout Orange County, from Seal Beach to Rancho Santa Margarita.
Governor Newsom yesterday added Orange County to the state of emergency, which frees up access to state and federal storm damage cleanup funds. In Newport Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The Metropolitan Water District has rescinded the emergency restrictions that were put in place last year due to the state's historic drought. 2020 to 2022 was the driest period in California's history, prompting the district to impose limits on outdoor watering of plants to help offset reduced water supplies. The agency said yesterday the winter storms have helped to alleviate the water shortage, and it is lifting emergency mandate restrictions for nearly 7 million people. LA School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho says he is urging workers to sit down and talk before going on strike. The labor union, representing more than 30,000 workers, from special ed teachers to bus drivers, says previous offers from the district have been insufficient. Carvalho says schools should not shut down when the district has more money to put on the table.
We're already at a level that is higher than any time before, even compared to other educational institutions across the country.
Government minimum wage of $20 an hour for workers and retroactive raises by 15% last week. The union says it's not enough. Most of its essential workers are living below the poverty line. The Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti to the next ambassador to India. Several Democrats voted against his nomination, but enough Republicans backed Garcetti to give the U.S. its first permanent ambassador to India under President Biden. Senate voted 52 to 42 in Garcetti's favor. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said the U.S.-India relationship is extremely important. It's a good thing the U.S. now has an ambassador. Orange County has banned TikTok on all government devices except those used for law enforcement purposes. Supervisor John Wagner said the ban approved unanimously yesterday applies using phones, laptops, and desktops used by almost 20,000 employees.
Placing restrictions on the use of TikTok on government-owned devices will mitigate the high security risk associated with the app and ensure the protection of our constituents' private data.
Because the federal government has already banned TikTok for almost 4 million employees over potential fine concerns. The OC sheriff also issued a warning to all TikTok users that the data collection could put users, their kids, and national security at risk. And the executive director of the group Gun Owners of California says there was nothing new in President Biden's comments from Monterey Park. Dan Paredes says he read Biden's executive order on gun violence and heard the whole speech yesterday because lawmakers are over legislating the
Criminals do not comply with them. They will always use guns. So as long as they put their focus on that, we will continue to see more and more tragedies that are committed by people who need to be addressed.
Because lawmakers will not be successful in banning so-called assault weapons or high-capacity magazines because courts have ruled the bans unconstitutional. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow closed down 281, S&P 500 down 27, NASDAQ up 6. And the average price for a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to mid 60s for Metro LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire around 60 for the Antelope Valley. Right now, 59 in Tustin, it's 54 in Laguna Beach, 58 in Fontana, and 63 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 110 in Highland Park. 110 northbound before ViralRabbi. Got brand new accident. The 2 left lanes are blocked. Just backed up from Avenue 62. Pasadena, 210 eastbound before Madre Street. Got that crash blocking the 2 left lanes, and it is going to be stopped from Lake Avenue. Next to Commanda, 15 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. Still got that crash with a big reach. The 3 left lanes are blocked. Went to the pass, 15 southbound before Harusa Street. Another crash, and the 3 right lanes are blocked. In Anaheim Hills, 90 eastbound at the 241. And a sold-out vehicle blocking the left lane in San Ana on 55 northbound. Right at Dyer Road, got a crash blocking the left lane. You're hitting those brakes on the 405. KFI in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Jim Norman.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. Many people watch Newsmax for news and perspective. You're not going to get from other networks. Try Newsmax and discover why the left trying to silence their voice. For good reason. It's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tuning in every day for Greta Suskin, Rabbi, Eric Boland, Greg Kelly, and much more. No surprise, Newsmax is already the 4th highest rated cable news channel and growing fast. You can get Newsmax on most cable systems. Check your channel guide. Now, if they don't carry Newsmax, you switch to one that does. And remember, Newsmax is also free on streaming. Just go to Samsung Live, Roku, Xumo, Pluto, Vizio, Apple, and more to tune in. You can even download free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax. We watch Newsmax because Newsmax is real news for real people. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers? Oh no. You've been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certifications, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technologies. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA, yeah. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC. More stimulating talk. Ken Show, John Koval and Ken Shampoo, stand by and 640 live everywhere
on the iHeartRadio. Yeah, welcome everybody to another hour on from 1 to 4. If you missed any, it's all posted up there just after 4 o'clock on the website. And you can enjoy all 3 hours of the show. Yes, we do have to send a story there where we know that Garcetti was confirmed as it was after the week. I don't look at any risk. What's there? Well, Johnson, are you kidding? No, he's hoping that this is a nightmare. So it's hard to get in a parade. I'm excited to tell you, though, that the Moist Line has lots of openings coming back in 2 days for the first time in 2 weeks. So connect to the Moist Line using the iHeartRadio app. The microphone icon is there for you to leave a message. Or call the toll-free number 1-877-VOICE-86, 1-877-664-7886. This is going to be an hour full of incompetent, crazy people. As we said, Garcetti is confirmed as ambassador to India. What's pending next is possible confirmation as U.S. Secretary of Labor, a woman by the name of Julie Su. You probably never heard of her, but she was running the Employment Development Department here in California when $30 billion was given away to criminals around the world. That was the unemployment money during COVID. Now, she was the head of California's Labor Department, so that's what they oversee to do. And she pretty much opened the floodgates because when people started applying, it was like, let's let go of some of the checks on this. We're going to get the money out of the people. And the scammers find this out quickly again. They're going to do it. So she cost us $30 billion and got promoted from California Secretary of Labor to, it looks like, U.S. Secretary of Labor. It's just mind-boggling. Garcetti and Julie Su, well, there's some rebellion. Yeah, there was a rally today at the Capitol in Sacramento among a couple of politicians, of which we're going to talk to Congressman Kevin Tyler, Republican from up in the Rockford area. And Kevin used to work in the California legislature for many years. And now he's a congressman. Kevin, how are you? I'm doing well. How are you guys? Oh, good. Great. I mean, the bigger boob you are, the bigger failure, the better job you get with the Biden administration. Yeah, filling up. It's a great concept, right? Yeah. So go through all the problems with Julie Su. Well, problem number one is the EDD. So she was Gavin Newsom's labor secretary, and so recently just shut the state down. Millions of people have lost their jobs on the government order. And then they're applying for these unemployment checks, and people just can't do it. The department is so incompetent. Myself and any other legislators had the number one thing we're doing. People could not get their checks for weeks, for months, and definitely couldn't provide for their families. That's number one. Number two, at the same time, is the thing you just mentioned. That as, law-abiding, hard-working people couldn't get the checks they were entitled to, criminals are easily able to get checks. They're flying out the door to the tune of some $30 billion in fraud, largest fraud of taxpayer dollars in history. And number three is she was an architect and the enforcer of the law in the state, which basically banned independent contracting in California, cut thousands of people their livelihood. Not to mention that California has the highest unemployment rate in the country, and she was labor secretary. So, this whole idea Gavin Newsom has that our state is somehow a model for the whole country, this is that idea being brought to full-time fruition. Why were the fraudsters so easily able to get the money, but the unemployed citizens of California had so much trouble? Why did the fraudsters have trouble getting money? How come it was Yeah, it boggles them up. They weren't able to easily figure out how to get this because Julie Su made the sort of inexplicable decision not to put in place basic fraud protection measures like most other states did. The federal government, for example, died very early on to cross-check unemployment claims against the criminals. She did not do that. As a matter of fact, she had lots of checks that went straight to the correctional facilities themselves. The fraudsters, they wouldn't even try very hard. They just named it John Doe. They just named it Diane Feinstein. And they got their checks. Remember, this is such a waste of money, $30 billion. What's worse than a waste? This is money that gets the hardened criminals, criminal people, to perpetrate and carry out further crimes. And what do you think was wrong with the EDD that regular citizens couldn't get the checks? Like, how could a million people get their unemployment claims denied?
Well, it was sheer incompetence. Was the simplest answer. I mean, not all of this related to a really soon. I mean, we had outdated technology systems. The EDU was in the midst of an 11-year upgrade to technology. You could imagine that 11 years to do basic technology upgrades.
Well, we'll be outdated by the time they finish the project.
Exactly. It'll be outdated within a year. It'll take 11 years. But if you look at other states that actually handle the influx of unemployment claims well, they quickly pivoted to things that would work. So that, positive things that would allow them to process claims in a timely manner. But the stuff that was happening at the TDD, I mean, you can look at the reports that the state auditor did, the independent state auditor. You can look at the letter that 61 assembly members, most Democrats wrote, 2 months into this in 2020.
What's wrong with her? What is wrong with her?
Well, I think that the basic thing that is wrong is that she is not someone who has been elevated based upon her capabilities, but rather based upon her readiness to simply rubber stamp the agenda of special interest groups aligned with Gavin Newsom. So, if you look at who was supporting her for this nomination, as soon as Marty Walsh announced she was leaving the vacancy, it was all the big unions that were behind AB5 that had run the Capitol in California immediately put out a letter saying
and I guess Biden's people don't care that she was such a failure here.
Well, they don't seem to care because they nominated her. They nominated her for deputy secretary. And by the way,
what do you think? So, do they want her to screw up the U.S. Labor Department now?
It appears that. I mean, I think that this is just a matter of Biden feels like he needs to give this gift to the special interests who've been pushing through. He even said the other day, he said if you were not nominated, and he used the passive voice, which was a little odd, because he's the one doing the nominating, but he said if Stu were not chosen, he would be run out of town. So, at that point, the president himself is sort of admitting he's not the one driving the train here, that he's deferring to those who have profited immensely from Stu's corrupt policies.
So, are we seeing any opposition to the Senate? I mean, with the Garcetti nomination, it certainly took a while, and there was definitely some doubt. Are there doubts about Julie too, or is this just going to sail through?
It's not going to sail through. When she was up for deputy secretary, she only was confirmed by about a 50 to 47. It was especially party line. And so now it's a very different dynamic because you have, she's up for the top job. There's going to be a lot more scrutiny. There's a lot more on the line. And you also have a number of Democrat senators in, more right-leaning states that are up for election in 2024. So I'm trying to make it very clear for anyone who votes for her exactly what they are associating themselves with. Number one being that $30 billion cost.
I got a question. You spent a long time in Sacramento as a representative, and now you're in Congress. Which is worse?
The jury is still out on that. I will tell you, it's better being in the majority, that's for sure. And it's better having sort of a government where there's some measure of accountability, some checks and balances. Although there are obviously a lot of very deeply rooted problems with the culture of DC. But, one of the reasons I ran for Congress is that a lot of the problems that we have in California are starting to go national. And so, Julie's nomination is really a major sort of step in that direction that we want to make sure we avoid.
Well, I want to point something else out, Kevin. I saw that, and it's not well done, but the Sacramento Bee was going after you because you've been putting out all the troubles with Newsom. And they're wondering, why is he obsessed with Newsom? Well, I think that you just made the point. That California policies may be starting to flow around the country, and you want to point out the flaws.
That's exactly right. And Newsom himself has explicitly said that is what he's trying to do. California is a model for the nation. And so, the Stu nomination is a perfect case in point. I mentioned AB5, the independent contractor law that she was a huge part of. They are trying to nationalize that right now. It's called the PRO Act, which actually passed the House of Congress. And there's also a rule in the very Labor Department that Stu would lose, which is going through rulemaking right now, that would essentially nationalize this law that California has. And so, the Sacramento Bee, they always have a lot to say. I think that, if you're not looking closely at what the Gavin Newsom policies have done to California, then I wouldn't be doing my job.
All right, Kevin Kine, Congressman up in the Rockland area. Thanks for coming on.
All right,
Again, trying to oppose The nomination of a Julie Seward, U.S. Secretary of Labor. She was California's Labor Secretary, and of course, we lost over $30 billion. Support. Everything KFIA, supporting we're live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. Good morning, live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
The Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti as the next U.S. ambassador to India. The hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro earlier this month has been arrested, and Orange County has declared a state of emergency due to the winter storm. We're going to go to the 6:05 next.
Dr. Charles Maggart, Saddleback Eye Center. He has the laser light LASIK exam. He uses a laser to measure your eyes over 1,000 times, perfectly maps your vision. The laser light LASIK exam will give you crystal clear vision, 20/20 or better. I know I went through this. You start off with the exam, then you do the procedure. It only takes 20 minutes. There's no pain. You walk out of there, and you're seeing everything. 20/20 or better in most cases. The laser light LASIK exam is for people who are nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, or you need reading glasses. I will give you the free laser light LASIK exam now if you're one of the first 14 callers. You call now. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
We're going to a crash on the 605 in Long Beach. 605 northbound, this is right before the car stand. Got a crash clearing over the right shoulder that is stopped right now from Catella in Pasadena, 68 before road. Still got that crash blocking the carpool and the two left lanes just stopped from Lake Avenue. Wrench keeping on down on the 15th southbound before Foothill Boulevard. Got a crash involving a semi blocking the three left lanes, and just past that Metro Rupa, the three right lanes are blocked with a semi crash as well. In Santa Ana 55 north at Edina Road, trying to clear that wreck from the left lane. KFI in the sign helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harner. This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. You can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, Amen. Copyright 2023.
Brought to you by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. With rebates for water-saving devices and tips to reduce water use inside and out. Visit BeWaterWise.com. That's BeWaterWise.com. What I always tell people is that you don't have to lean anymore. Meet Dr. Justin Garzone, Medical Director at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using advanced regenerative medicine to give people lasting relief from chronic joint pain. What's exciting is that I get to see patients with our treatments actually get better. Have you discovered regenerative medicine? It's an all-natural way to use the power of your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue. We're using things that are already in your body, and we're simply concentrating them and then putting in an area of your body that you're having a pain so that your body can start your regenerative process, the healing process. So pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, don't assume the old treatments are the only treatments. Avoid drugs and surgery and get lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8. Losing your air conditioner on a hot summer day can be a sweaty all nightmare. No one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation. Just $129.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GLE2TL.com. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047-781.
I'm Martin Cook, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. With Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Josh, quotes, after walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navage. I read directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much mucus, so so much, but let those with merciful air, I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer, unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising the bar. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without growth. The bar is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and on. Navarre, NAV, clean nose, healthy life.
I mean, this whole forgiveness program is no small deal. Look how unfair it is for them to start life in so much debt. That's right. How about the people that paid off their loans? They'll handle taxpayers aren't subsidizing these students under the loan forgiveness program. It's half $1 trillion. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. What? That was wild. Johnny Big Show, John Cobell, Tim Shampo at KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're coming up after 2:30. We don't talk much about Russia and Ukraine, but there's a two stories floating around the news this afternoon that you got to hear, including what appears to be another purge by Vladimir Putin. Some people, some Russian people who didn't approve. Yeah, changed 39 prominent Russians all committed suicide. Well, see, wow, they got a little depressed over how it's going. It's been a bad, must be a bad winter in Russia. We'll talk about that, and we'll talk about some other issues. Putin here to say, and a little update on Ukraine, Russia. Coming up after the news at 3:30. We've already mentioned several times, and we're only going to mention it again here because we're talking about something connected to this person. That Yogapan Starsetti has been approved by the United States Senate as the next ambassador to community. That's it. It's done. So after a year and 9 months was it since he was nominated? Yes. If it's stuck around. Now, one of his other legacies, in addition to the crimes and the homelessness and the filth and the potholes, is corruption. And although he's never been charged, we do have a deputy mayor of this who's been on trial dealing with this corruption with the real estate development. His name is Raymond Chan. He's being accused of being a key member of what prosecutors call the Council District Enterprise, a conspiracy in which former LA City Councilman Jose Cesar, assisted by others, used his office to give favorable treatment to real estate developers who finance and facilitated bribes and other illicit benefits. Some of this, as we know, branched out to the world of sex, poker chips, you name it. It was really like a good old-fashioned bribe case, of course, cash. Large amounts, and we are, of course, quite guilty in January and back a couple of years ago. Continuing former LA City Councilman. He also got some trips to Vegas and wink, some little side action from the developer. Well, yeah, because you need City Hall's cooperation if you're going to build a big house. So there has to be somebody corruptible inside Garcetti's office. So that's who Raymond Chan is. He is the former Los Angeles deputy mayor. When you're a deputy mayor, that means you're appointed by the mayor. And the mayor is Garcetti. So this is close to his case. That's the Garcetti. This guy does not take a plea. The trial started a few weeks ago, but it may be over. For rather unusual reasons. The eventually on the trial opened that the attorney for Raymond Chan is none other than Harlan Braun. The name may be familiar to people that follow the legal field. He's an 80-year-old now. He's had celebrity clients over the years that include Roman Polanski, Roseanne Barr, John Landis, Gary Busey, Chris Farley. He was also involved in representing a police officer, I think, in the beating of Rodney King over 30 years ago. So he's in the news. The trial is on hold because apparently Harlan Braun collapsed in his office. On March 2nd, he returned to his office after the day's trial. His adult son, the Boogie Shelter office mates, found him gravely ill. They took him by ambulance to UCLA Medical Center, where they gave him treatment. He underwent emergency surgery. They don't know what the surgery was. He's in the hospital for 10 days. He then got out. The medical team says he cannot participate in the Chan case, and he faces an indeterminate, a significant period, further medical treatment and convalescence. sounds like a stroke or something along those lines, where, you have to do a lot to come back with physical therapy and such. I don't know what it is. But they think it'll be at least 3 months down the line, if not longer, that he can resume any kind of practice of law. So Chan wants a mistrial. Yeah, he wants a mistrial. Start all over again, with a new attorney. Which is probably what's going to happen there. Otherwise, what do? Let him defend himself. If he's innocent, why do you need an attorney? Well, you have to be an attorney. He's innocent, right? You just go up there and say none of this happened. Please, your own thing. I didn't take any money. I didn't give anybody money. The judge could say, find another attorney now. I don't want to take this trial. You have an expensive famous attorney when you're guilty. Then you hire the attorney to confuse the sub-zero IQ jurors, but they got the wrong guy. Right now, it's on hold until March 27th, so there's still some time before the judge decides whether or not they kick this trial or jail. Shannon is facing a dozen criminal counts: racketeering, conspiracy, bribery, honest services fraud, lying to federal agents. This guy is really the end of this entire scandal. Everybody else has either been found guilty or pled guilty. Right. So he's 66 years old, and he's been in city government a long time. So they're trying to act like this man is innocent. He's never done anything like this before. You have no cases before this. This guy is insane. All the evidence says he did it. Doesn't matter that they didn't catch him 20 years ago. I love the versions that attorneys use, which work on some people. Like, I never did this before. How do you know that? And what does that matter? Well, he was deputy mayor who oversaw economic development of our city in 2016 and 2017. He's charged with arranging what they call indirect bribe payments to city officials by lining up employment contracts for the officials' relatives. Oh, that's a good one. There's a side trick to the bribe, right? So, did you find a job for my son nephew? Sure. Yeah, there'll be chance, John. If you have a big family, there's a lot of such things. Now, you see, Ron said that he's an innocent public servant who just got swept up in the case by ambitious federal prosecutors. Swept up? That evidence of his involvement. They just probably had texts or emails or other people saying, why did my mother never got swept up in a corruption case? Was there one in her workplace? No, but she never committed. Your mother, my mother, right? They never got arrested. They never got swept up in a case. It's because they didn't do anything wrong. People who do stuff wrong end up getting swept up. Well, they're saying that, because he was part of this whole developer real estate stuff in the city of LA, and all these people are corrupt, doesn't mean he's corrupt. Yes, because I saw his name on a paper and said, grab him too. That's the job description. If you have to manage the corruption that comes through your office, it looks like he was the developer. What they're not saying here is what he got in terms of money or what his remuneration was for doing it. I'm sure it'll come out. All right, we got more coming up. Johnny Kim, KFIM 640 live everywhere. The iHeart Radio app. Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
Former LA Mayor Garcetti has been confirmed as the next U.S. ambassador to India.
It's been 20 months since Garcetti was first nominated. The process was stopped after allegations that he knew about inappropriate behavior of his former chief of staff, Rick Jacobs. There was last-minute debate on whether Garcetti should be confirmed. A number of Democrats actually opposed Garcetti, but a number of Republicans approved. And then,
the names are 52, the names are 42, the motion is debated.
New York Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer made the closing
The
comment.
United States-India relationship is extremely important. It's a very good thing we have back in that.
Pete Gregory, KFI News.
Overcrowding is forcing an animal shelter in LA County to make some extreme decisions. The Long Beach animal shelters resorting to possible euthanasia as a way to deal with the recent influx of dogs. The facility has 99 large dog kennels, but currently is housing 120 canines. The overflow animals are living in portable crates, staff offices, even in the cat room. Officials say while adoptions have been steady this year, a number of dogs recently were brought in from homeless encampments. There are currently 9 dogs at the Long Beach shelter said to be perfectly adoptable that will be euthanized unless they're adopted by the end of the month. Jennifer Jones leads KFI News.
Foreign actress Stormy Daniels has met with prosecutors in Manhattan who are investigating hush money paid to her on behalf of former President Trump. Her lawyer, Art Brewster, says Daniels will make herself available as a witness or for further questions if needed. Grand jury is looking into a 2015 payment to Trump's then lawyer, Brittany paid Daniels on Trump's behalf.
Daniel said she had a 2006 sexual encounter with Trump that she did not want, but didn't say no to. Trump says it never happened. And Bobby Caldwell, the singer known for his R&B hits "What You Won't Do for Love" and "Open Your Eyes," has died. His wife announced his passing on Twitter, saying he had been suffering from health issues for the past 6 years. He was 71. Southline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy tomorrow. Highs low to mid 60s for Metro LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley. Blue and Orange County and the Inland Empire, around 60 in the Antelope Valley. Right now, it is 57 in San Juan Capistrano and 59 in Stanton. We're going back to the 15 in Rancho Cucamonga. Jail trouble, 15 southbound before you get to Foothill Boulevard. That time still blocking the 3 left lanes that is off from Baseline Road. Then you're still past that, 15 southbound before the Lucas Street. That earlier was cleared from the 3 right lane. In Redlands, then west on Wabash Avenue, that rollover accident over on the right shoulder. You're going to see delay from the Metro Boulevard. We're Santa Ana on 55 north and Adaya Road. That crowd still blocking the west lane. It's going to be a little bit slow, I think, from the 73. Hey, I find the sign up, get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com.
Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, save, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption limitations applicable to certain purchases and important states.
Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around noisily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. Hey y'all, it's C-Sharp, it's 2023, and you're excited about making some changes in your home. Bravo you! But when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, along with sinks, faucets, tubs, toilets, etc., you know the drill, you're going to need my secret weapon. Here it is, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Like the much-sought-after Thermador 36 Pro Harmony gas range, or Thermador French door fridge, or the Wolf built-in double ovens. Sure, you can order them. WBC has them. And the same is true with just about everything else you're looking for. To get your kitchen and bath done right, you need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I have trusted for years. WBC. Find a WBC nearest you. WBCappliances.com. WBCappliances.com.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sounds, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get more tickets at awakening.com.
Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with great deals from Stater Brothers. Pick up Guinness Senior 12-pack on sale now for just $11.99 each when you buy 2. And save $2 on Jameson Irish Whiskey with digital deals. Happy St. Patrick's Day from Stater Brothers Market. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit servicechampions.com.
Live everywhere.
Download the free radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. John Show continues. John Cobell, Ken Shampo, and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're on 1 to 4 on the radio after 4 o'clock, the podcast on the iHeartRadio app called Giant and On Demand. And you get in, listen to all the parts you missed. You wait for it, or re-listen if you heard. Yes, that's right. Maybe you want to share them with someone. You heard something live, it's like, I gotta have a friend of mine here. It's incredible. All right, so that's the way you find it, the iHeartRadio app or KFIA. It's incredible. It's incredible. You gotta hear it, right? It's not this time. But that's Deborah Mark's IQ. That's right. Find out my evaluation is in the first hour. We're going to have a special guest after 3 o'clock. One of those cases where this person will remain anonymous. It is a 5th grade LA Unified School District teacher who is not happy that there could be a strike. I think the union today was supposed to have a rally and announce the date of their 3-day or whatever strike. We'll talk to this teacher coming up after the news at 3 o'clock. And again, this is mostly not about the teachers, although they want a big pay raise. It's about the other ones. People in the cafeteria and the offices and the people who serve the swamp. The teachers are going to go on strike because the people who serve the swamp don't get paid enough. You have never had an LA Unified School District cafeteria meal. How do you know what fly has never had a cafeteria meal in his life? You didn't have your own smell, because the first day I went to a public school cafeteria, I looked at it and I said, wow, that's a lot of slop. Ooh. It is called the MQ-9 Reaper drone. I feel like the tables turned a bit. Remember the Chinese spy balloons that were flying over the U.S.? Yes. They cut down eventually by the military. And right now, both the U.S. and Russia want to get their hands on this U.S. drone, which went down over the Black Sea. The Black Sea, of course, borders several countries, of which Russia, Ukraine are a big part of the Black Sea. What was it doing there? We don't know. But it apparently got clipped by a Russian fighter jet, and the U.S. decided to bring it down because it was inoperable. Now we want to go get it because we don't want the Russians to get it. If there was anything valuable to be learned from it, or whatever is collected in terms of data, the Russians are saying, well, there you go. That's the U.S. trying to help out Ukraine with that drone doing something like that. And the U.S. isn't saying much about what the drone was doing over the Black Sea. However, spying on the Russians. Or doing something to help Ukraine, right? Figure out Russian troop movements, things like that, right? I mean, we're giving them tens of billions of dollars in systems. Yeah, so that's part of it. We're giving them a lot of equipment. But the Russians are right. They're saying, well, this is proof of the direct data. The Russians actually sending their own equipment directly over the air to help Ukraine. I didn't think that was in dispute. I assumed. Well, then you're going to take to the bunker, because that means that they learned the war and it's going to be World War III. I'm convinced that this could turn out very bad. Still, why is doing it? Yeah, okay. Because he's insane. I can't believe how many young men were fed into this. Yeah, you think there would be a bigger rebellion in Russia. I mean, I see the numbers. I mean, you lose family members like this. You guys will be in the street, even though they'll kill you. It's all young men. There's the entire generation of young men. Gone. There's going to be nobody to marry in that generation. They're not going to ever have kids. And these families are going to live with this grief for the rest of their life. And for what? Although I hear now, a lot of the soldiers getting killed. Have you heard of the Wagner group? Yeah, the Wagner group was mercenaries and prisoners. Putin opened up the prisons and forced them into service. But they were trained for military. So the prisoners are getting slaughtered. The mercenaries are getting slaughtered. The guy who runs the Wagner group is angry with Putin and publicly critical that this was a disaster here. Because most of the Russian troops are either young men forced into duty, or prisoners, or mercenaries. A lot of the first wave of Russian troops have all been murdered by Ukrainians. The news story in the New York Post that Russia's Wagner mercenaries will be so hard pressed to replenish its ranks, they're turning to porn hubs to recruit soldiers. They're urging male viewers, to stop punching themselves and instead apply for a job at Wagner. Oh, that'll make a good soldier. In a commercial, a blonde woman wearing red lipstick and smeared twirling an oversized lollipop in her mouth, while a husky female voice purrs in the background. We are the leading, coolest private army in the world. We're recruiting fighters from all regions of Russia. Oh no, did we say this? Don't mark off. Didn't work for PNC Wildfire. Wow. And a telephone number appears on the screen. You have to be direct. Oh, there's the ad here. The woman with the lollipop. There she is. The porn up there. Well, that's really sad. That's why I think eventually Putin's going to realize this was the worst war that Russia ever tried to fight. It's going to be the biggest loss and embarrassment. And he's going to fire up there. They have a bloodbath in Afghanistan in the late 70s, but I think this is going to top that. Well, and right now, how are you going to get prisoners, mercenaries, and teenagers who are forced into battle? How are you going to win with that? What do you want? So far, according to another story in the New York Post, there have been 39 bodies. These are Russian citizens who apparently, some of them were well off. Sergei Grisham, a financial fraudster and oligarch, who sold Harry and Meghan their Montecito, California mansion for $15 million, apparently died from sepsis on March 6th. Coincidence or not, it happened after he criticized Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but somebody injected sepsis into the system. It's possible. We mentioned this guy last week, the guy who works in viruses, Andrei Barakov, who helped develop the Sputnik 5 COVID vaccine on Kodak. Right. He apparently died from a filter accident. They think he died. There's an elder wrapped in his neck. His apartment got broken into by a thief who strangled him to death. Is that right? Yeah, so the thief, of course, could have sent that's yeah, you think. Wow. It says that a lot of the Kremlin, according to a Russian expert, they have their fingerprints on the deaths of 39 people who were connected to the Russian government but have been outspoken critics. I watched some of these their stories. Colonel Vladimir Boyko, he was the chief of mobilization for the Ukrainian war. They said he committed suicide, but he was shot 5 times. When if you want to kill yourself, you want to be sure, and you shoot yourself 5 times. Usually a bullet in the mouth doesn't, but yeah, I don't know how you get the next 4 shots off. Let's see, Marina Yankina, Russian defense official, 16 stories, fell out of the building. There was a lot of falling deaths, I remember. Yeah. So they're all alleged suicides. They took a fall. Yeah. Says here, another oligarch, Sergei Prokofiev, formerly the CEO of Novitek, a company with ties to the Kremlin. He and his family were enjoying life in Spain. But in April of last year, his wife and 2 daughters were found at their villa, chopped up by probably an accident. And he was hanging from a noose. The government said it's murder-suicide. However, his son says that is a lie. He loved my mother, especially Maria, my sister. He would never do any harm to his family with an axe. And then hung himself, right? Somebody, an oil boss, died last year of a drug-induced heart attack. They call it attending a shamanism. They all have publicly criticized Putin. So you say one bad word about Putin, and you're getting a knock on your door. But that's how strong men stay in power. They eliminate their opposition. It works. And they do it ruthlessly so others know, shut up. That's right. And so that's how he gets away with killing 100,000 of the young men of Russia. Right, that's how you do it, because people don't care as much about the murdered soldiers. They care about their own lives. All right, we got more coming up tonight, 10 KFIA and 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Kevin Mark live in 24-hour KFIA News.
At least 7 students at a magnet school in Sun Valley got sick from what the LAFD called chewable marijuana gummies. The LAFD units responded this afternoon, and officials say the students were all conscious and breathing. A couple of cars involved in Hills have gotten stuck on a road that runs along a hillside. Part of the hill became a muddy mess overnight, slid onto North La Brea. Almost 20,000 government employees in Orange County are no longer allowed to view, download, or use TikTok and council-issued devices. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy tomorrow, highs in the low to mid-60s. This report brought to you by El Monte RV. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, shopping center list still places. We're going fast to 210 Pasadena. Still trouble here. 210 eastbound, right before you get to Rosemead. Got that pass. Still blocking a carpool in the left lane. Stop from Fair Oaks Avenue. At Water Village on the 2 southbound before Pleasure Drive, got a wreck blocking the right lane there. Good news going west Cucamonga on the 15 southbound before Foothill Boulevard, that earlier wreck is cleared. In Redlands, 10 west on Wabash Avenue, got a crash blocking the right lane. It is really heavy coming away from Live Oak Canyon Road and Riverside. 215 southbound before Box Springs Road, got a crash in the center divider area. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
Get ready to spring into warmer weather with a Moxie RV Spring Special. Book your next open road adventure by March 31st and save 10% off of your day rate and receive $200 for travel between now and May 13th with promo code SPRING23. For more information, visit ROTHSCHILD.com or call 800-337-2949. This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with savings on select PCs powered by the latest 12-gen Intel processor. Plus, it deals on select accessories and free shipping on everything. Save now by calling 877-ASK-DELL.
You want to sell your home, you have to know the market has changed. Drastic rise in interest rates. And that means it's important to take action now. Before you call me, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is a great alternative for selling your home. No dealing with agents, commissions, paying for repairs and waiting months to sell. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and can close in days. No agents, no commissions. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy, so sellers walk away happy. Yeah, see what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. If you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 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 SellersAdvantage.com. Don't worry, PRE number 01961658. Oh, good times are weighing on St. Patty's Day. Yeah, and I was here to my list of doubts. And now the top 5 reasons to visit my Number 5.
St. Patrick's Day preview. Get a free punt rainbow PK March 17th.
Number 4.
Ray's Gun Gift Giveaway. Get the host of Dunk Over you earn 500 points on the reward card. The 20th to 21st.
3.
Champion Gift Friday. You can win up to $1,500 at free play when you swap 3 for reward card. Friday, 1 to 8 p.m.
And the number 2.
It's not luck. We work hard for you. That's why Unkind Readers voted us the best casino in the Southland.
And the number 1 reason.
Each drink can be Irish birthday. Discounts on draft beer and Irish whiskey at Olive Garden on St. Patty's Day.
Or what's the casino resort and spa? Morongo. Good time. For everybody.
Spring's in the year before you know it. So start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you will lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
We can save even more with a 30% federal tax credit in California solar rebates.
Call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Now pound 250 from your cell. Say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
We put me in Disneyland jail for 6 hours.
Because you were throwing stuff from your skyline.
I was not throwing, I was dropping ketchup and mustard.
You deserve to be 60 jail master.
How was that a jail like this? Why didn't they kick me out? They had other options.
Did you use your butter?
No, Kelly, have Mickey smiling and pointing his eyes live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Shows out and the Ken Shampo's KFI. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
A couple of quick things. We're excited to announce that the voice line has plenty of openings, so drop your messages using the iHeartRadio app, the microphone icon, or dial up the toll-free number 1-877-186, 1-877-664-7886. Tell me how you feel about Eric Garcetti becoming the new ambassador this year. Really happy. It should work up a few people to call. We did not play the voice line last Friday, so there should be a lot to be released during the 3 o'clock hour. Coming up, speaking of the 3 o'clock hour, we're going to talk to Anonymous. We love talking to Anonymous. This is a 5th grade teacher in LA Unified with over 20 plus years of experience who is very upset this is going to be a strike. Well, they're going to strike because janitors want more money. The teachers are walking out because the janitors want more money, and that's right, they're unified, and the soft servers in the cafeterias. And who else is bus driver? Yeah. So these are some of the security aides, teaching assistants. They want a 30% raise. I don't know for how many years. How come people don't just go out and get better jobs? Well, wait a minute, why is it? There's 11 million jobs that are still unfilled in this country. Why is it good though? Some of them, I just saw the other day, the restaurant business is making a booming comeback. They're one of the biggest hirers right now. And I saw another story that a lot of people who've been staying home have decided they got to go back. Inflation's too much. They got to bring more money home. Wow, they got to work. Well, some of it was women who couldn't get daycare because the daycare people gave up during the pandemic, and now they're coming back too because of inflation. The problem is, everybody gets more money by coming back to work. They're going to spend more money, and there'll be more inflation. Yeah, that's what happens actually, because everybody has to get raises, and the raises have to roughly match inflation, so everything keeps spiraling upwards. Now we're going to talk about one of your favorite topics of the week. The Wall Street Journal did a great story. The party is ending for French retirees. You may have heard there's been some civil unrest in the country of France because, well, like our Social Security system, their retirement system is going big time into debt. And they want to raise the legal retirement age of, oh my gosh, to 64. Martin Starks has been 65 for about 90 years. Right. And with ours, the longer you wait, the more you'll get in Social Security. So, I mean, incentive. 90 years ago, we came up with 65. And France is walking at 64. And France is better than our Social Security system. They talked to a 75-year-old guy here who's been retired for 14 years. He used to work in the airline industry. He gets a check every month for almost $7,000. That's pretty good. Yeah, he's enjoying the beach life. It says here he sleeps in and strolls the beach. But that is boring. Then what do you do on the second day? I feel like a teenager. Well, that's what my parents did when they were retired. It's like back in high school, they call their friends and they go play golf and they go out for lunch. When I was in high school. Yeah, I don't understand this. I don't understand doing nothing. You've got your dad's genetic. That parents that head down, you want to just keep working till you're croaked over the table because otherwise you're sitting there. He wrote that remark. This guy right there in the studio, I won't leave you. Right. No, you know, I never asked you about retirement versus working.
I think I would be bored.
I think you retired a few weeks ago.
I teach something.
So there are two types of people. People who fall through time and people say, oh, no, I want to keep working.
I think part-time.
I'm not criticizing either one.
3 days a week. 3 days a week would be perfect.
Oh, okay. So you're like, cut back a bit.
Cut back, and then
But you would continue to do that in your 70s or 80s?
Maybe voiceover work where I could do it yourself.
Yeah, everything else you got to have a plan where I don't even have to sit up.
I could just do it in
The microphone to the bed, yeah.
on the beach.
Well, people are living longer. And the population of France is growing older, and they have this problem that a lot of Western European and other countries have, is that they had more than 4 workers for every retiree back in the 60s. Well, it's going to fall to 1.5 over the next decade. I don't. Apparently, everyone in France is mathematically illiterate. I don't know what the word is when you can't count, you can't do math. But they stopped having babies, and now they want to stop working. What do you think is going to pay for that? In order to pay for your early retirement, you have to create more babies, but the birth rate fell so sharply that there have not been enough workers for a long time to keep the funds solvent. Right. France has one of the lowest rates of retirees at risk of poverty because their pensions are pretty spectacular compared to other countries. They stopped having sex, they stopped having children, now they want to stop working. Everybody's supposed to just lay on the beach and take a check from the government. Now, they can't raise taxes, they say, because France has some of the highest taxes. Out of 38, what is it, OECD countries? What does that stand for? OECD, I think that's economics. Well, their tax rate is 45.1. U.S. by comparison is only 26.6. Yeah, so that's why they don't want to use taxes. They like the tax, but extra money, they just want to raise the retirement. They take 45 cents out of every dollar. Here in this country, they might take 45 cents out of a wealthy person's profit. But they're on average it's 26 cents. And but on average in France, it's 45. Well, their life expectancy there is over 82. The U.S. is at 77. They live longer. Because drinking wine is nice. See, they won't die either. They're not only not having sex, they're not raising kids, they're not working, and they're not dying. Oh, well, that can't go on anymore. Either you gotta have the kids, or you gotta work, or you gotta die. One of the three has to happen. So if you've been hearing about it, this is why people have taken to the streets to protest against raising the retirement age. It's considered culture. At one point it was 60. They eventually went up. This is what you have to explain to children when they're in school. You got to explain how the world works. It's like, here's the deal. You got to go to work, and you got to work for at least this time. If you don't, you're going to die of starvation. You don't have to have a few kids along the way, because they have to work in order to keep the retirement benefits going. You have to work. You have to have some children. And at some point, you do that. For all of that runs down. That's what I'd be teaching in the public schools. Someday you do have to die. I mean, if everybody lives to 102, we're all going to go bankrupt. We can't have that. I feel like, to me, life is short. So you might as well, take advantage of having more leisure time. That's right. Life is short. Needs to be short. Yeah, coming up next, we're going to talk to an anonymous person who says that they're a teacher at LA Unified for more than 20 plus years. Good friend. And they don't like the strike possibility. Johnny 10 KFIM, 641 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. Give Mark Live the 24-hour KFI Newsroom. I don't know what you're thinking, and I kind of like that. It's the fun.
KFI.
KONC 62.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
More help is on the way. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. People whose property was damaged by the recent snowstorm in the San Bernardino Mountains have been given some relief.
San Bernardino County is going to waive up to $5,000 in county planning and permitting fees to repair homes and buildings. Supervisor Don Rao says the relief seems to help people already facing challenges in the rebuilding process.
Contractors that serve the mountains, they're stretched thin right now, and insurance adjusters are taking their time to get up and do those.
Heavy snow damaged homes and buildings that weren't designed for the weight of the snow on them. At least 29 homes and buildings have been red tagged, meaning they're too damaged for people to be in. Like trolling, KFI News.
A hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro has been arrested. The man's son says he helped the woman done some time.
It could have been an accident. She had just stopped, gone out of her car, checked on my father, dialed 911, asked for some assistance, but unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Police say the woman hit the man earlier this month and she was driving from one bar to another. Got into another car shortly after. Someone spotted the woman's car, tipped off police, and then arrested the woman last week. Police say she confessed. Almost 20,000 government employees in Orange County are no longer allowed to view, download, or use TikTok on county-issued devices.
Except as necessary for law enforcement purposes.
OT Supervisor Don Wagner says banning TikTok will mitigate online security concerns and data tracking.
The U.S. Army bans TikTok from government phones. The move follows Pentagon guidance and a similar ban by the U.S. Navy. Supervisors yesterday unanimously approved the ban, fighting federal claims of potential spying by the Chinese Communist Party. The OT sheriff also issued a warning to parents and all TikTok users that the data collection could put users and national security at risk. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Indiana has a new U.S. ambassador.
Nomination, Department of State, Eric M. Garcetti of California, to be ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of India.
The Senate voted 52 to 42 to confirm Garcetti. The former LA mayor was nominated 20 months ago, but the process was paused after allegations surfaced he knew about the inappropriate behavior of the former chief of staff, Rick Jenkins. A number of Democrats actually opposed his nomination, but an equal number of Republicans supported it. The LA School District says it is willing to sit down and negotiate with workers who are demanding better pay and treatment. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho has been vocal about his concerns with students since the labor union announced the potential strike. Now he says he's willing to continue talks to prevent schools from shutting down.
When we are saying we're going to meet
They already have demonstrated our willingness to do something.
Carlos said he's made several offers to the workers, but they haven't responded. The labor union representing over 30,000 employees said last week the wages are insufferable and many are at the poverty line. At LAUSD headquarters, Chris Adler, KSI News. Some gun rights groups have reacted to President Biden's speech in Monterey Park.
Sam Barrett is the gun owners of California, says he heard Biden's comments yesterday and also read through Biden's entire executive order on gun violence. Everything that he brought up is already part of federal and state law. There is no new ground broken here. Barrett says California has the toughest gun laws, yet has the highest number of mass shootings. So when I asked him if he had a solution, we have a very strong suggestion. That is what we have been pushing for a long time. The issue is not gun violence. The issue is criminal misuse of firearms. Gregory,
and stocks have fallen as worries grow about the strength of gains in the U.S. and overseas. The Dow, NASDAQ, and the S&P 500 all saw sharp declines when the market opened. Shares of Credit Suisse have tumbled to a record low.
Credit Suisse has one major contributor and depositor, that's the Saudi Empire. So when the kingdom says, yeah, no more funds coming in, Credit Suisse shareholders kind of freak out.
KFI financial analyst Jason Middleton says it's going to bring down the global markets in the financial sector and keep focus on all financing and banking in the U.S. and beyond. We're going to go to the 91 next.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. Now, millions want Newsmax for news and perspective that you're not going to hear from other networks. Try Newsmax, and they say Discover by the left is trying to silence their voice. Well, for good reason. It's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tune in every night for Greta Van Susteren, Rob Schmidt, Eric Bolling, Greg Kelly, and more. No surprise that Newsmax is already the fourth highest rated cable news channel and growing fast. You can get Newsmax on most cable systems. Just check your channel there. And if you don't carry Newsmax, switch to one that does. And Newsmax is also free on streaming. Go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Xumo, Pluto, Vizio, Apple, and more just to tune in. You can even download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because Newsmax is real news for real people.
KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow closed down 281, S&P 500 down 27, NASDAQ up 6, and the average price for a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southline weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to mid-60s for Metro, LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley. Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire around 60 in the Antelope Valley. Right now, 55 in Data Point, 59 Anaheim, 58 Diamond Bar, and 56 in Simi Valley. It's slow on the 91 in Sarita. This is on the westbound side, when I first checked, it was backing up from Carmenita, but now it's loading up all the way from Valley View, and those westbound delays extend all the way to Pioneer. And we've got Mike O'Brien checking out Pasadena, KFI in the sky.
The big problem on the 210. 210 eastbound, just out of Pasadena there, just pushing Roseville Boulevard. Still an active there on the two left lanes, so in there over an hour. Up to the bus pushing Sarah to downtown Pasadena. Westbound 210, look at the news in there, back to about Huntington. Now the 210 eastbound will slow again, approaching the 605. Just to get back out through Glendora, and then once you get from the 57 into Laverne. Now that's the problem, right out in the Redlands area, which is kind of unusual flowing. 10 westbound pushing Wabash and Forest there. Got one, but two overturned vehicles in the right lane. So bumper to bumper back out of Cherry Valley. I mean, that's the 10 eastbound is slow from Ford on and off into Calamasa. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Los Feliz on the 5 southbound delays and leaving Los Feliz Boulevard and down the bricks all the way to the 605. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen his social security number? I mean, nope. Oh no. He's been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get tickets at awakening.com.
Get into an RV, ViralRabbi.com. Season kickoff RV show is on now. Travel trailers starting at $99. Motorhome starting at $49.99. Zero down delivered and no payments to spring. ViralRabbi.com. With a 405 east to 22 Westminster. Termite problem? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800 Pacific.
Home at 5.
More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station.
Show. John Cobell and Ken Shambo to KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Around from 1 until 4. If you missed something, podcast after 4 o'clock on the iHeartRadio app. John Ken on demand, so no excuse for missing. Yeah. Speaking of podcasts, in 1 hour, Kid's guest will be out of Corona. He's like the podcast king. Yeah, he's been really successful for a long time. He'll be coming on Tim's show in about an hour here on KFI. We want to remind you that the Moist Line is coming back on Friday, and there's openings for you to leave a message. Use the iHeartRadio app, the microphone icons, or call the toll-free number 1-877-MOIST-86, 1-877-664-7886. You probably noticed it's been raining. We have exciting news, John. Are you ready? What's that? Mandatory water restrictions are being lifted for nearly 7 million people across SoCal. You're not part of it, but I am. The Metropolitan Water District has ended the emergency conservation mandate. Really? Yeah. You know how many gallons of water I saw fell in the state, and this is before the latest round of storms? 32 trillion. Millions. Yeah. How did they use it? Big buckets. And guy spends all day emptying the bucket. He's carrying around a 1 billion gallon bucket. There's 34 just wrecked his back this morning. All right. So another big story. By the way, a lot of potholes. I'm reading about a bunch of cars that were disabled this morning by potholes. I called 311 yesterday. Oh. There is a massive. And Karen Bassetti answered, yes. Actually, she did. She was the first voice I heard. I started yelling at her, and then I realized it was recording. No, there's a pothole on Sunset Boulevard. It is the size of Rhode Island. That's it. There is a pretty strong possibility there's going to be a strike within the LA Unified School District. Teachers too, in sympathy with workers who are with SEIU Local 99. These are people that work in the cafeteria. These are people that are janitors in the schools. This will shut down the Los Angeles public schools, possibly for days. We are now going to talk to a 5th grade teacher who apparently has 20 plus years of experience in LA Unified School District, but wishes to remain anonymous. All right, anonymous teacher, welcome. Hello? What's the problem with the connection? That's super anonymous. I'm hearing it. So anonymous. She refuses to use the voice. She's sending she's not on the air because we can't hear her. Actually, I hear something, but I don't hear a voice. Right? I feel like that noise. This is the fun part. Oh, here we are now. Here, this is the person. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Perfectly. All right. How are you?
I'm well, sorry, I'm calling from the car. It's really right now.
We understand that you're not happy with this plan for a teacher strike.
I'm very unhappy and displeased with this as a mom, number one, and as a teacher, number two. We don't want to have to sit outside the classroom. There are parents outside who screaming, they're like, oh my God, another strike? We just took a year off because of COVID. Now another strike, and this is not even something that the members of UCLA have voted for yet. But the directors just went ahead and they're like, yeah, you know what, we're going to call it a sympathy strike, but we're not even going to call it a strike. We're just going to give you guys the power not to cross the picket line. We're going to honor the picket line.
As usual, everybody's playing semantics and playing with the words because it's really embarrassing to go on strike when you just took a year and a half off. I mean, any of these teachers have any shame?
They not the teachers this time. I mean, I'm one of the teachers. I have 2 children at LAUSD myself. Many of us do not want to go on the strike. We, as a union, they're not even given a chance to vote on the strike.
These union leaders. It's a democratic election. This is the majority of teachers voting for these leaders.
Yeah, but it's a small percentage of the teachers who actually voted. And yeah, when many of us are just in the union because many of them don't even know that they can pull out. And they're in the union to get protection from unlawful stuff, bad administrators, this and that. But right now, the stuff going on with UCLA is just unfair to the teachers. And many of us don't stand for a lot of policies of UCLA. And that's how
we often have individual teachers on over the years, and every one of them said something like you just said. That's why they're comfortable coming on the show. But really, where is all this public outrage when the teachers are sitting home for 16 months? Or when they're threatening this 3-day strike? You never, I'm telling you, there's no teacher saying, hey, this is screwed up, this is awful.
You know what it is? Many of us get bullied by our own unions. We get bullied by other staff members. They're like, no, we all got to go in, one for all and all for one. So they don't do that. If you think you're not bullied out by pulling out of the union, or you just don't, go to the staff meeting or go into staff lunch, because then you're going to be the one that's going to have your finger pointed at you.
I don't know, maybe people want to get used to having fingers pointed at them. If I came to work and I had some quad walk in here and tell me I had to go on strike the next 3 days, yeah, I'd shove them to the floor. It's like, get out of here, get out of my business. I'm coming into work. I'm not listening to you. I mean, you gotta fight back. You gotta bully back.
And this is exactly why we're upset as teachers, because we didn't, like you said, we voted and blah, 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 but we didn't even get a vote on this damn strike. We didn't even get a choice. The directors just said, you know what, we're going to go in for this consistent strike. And hopefully, I'm very, very optimistic. I personally, like our superintendent for Valo, I think putting the kids first after many other superintendents that we had. I actually think he cares about the education in LAUSD. And I'm hoping he can sit at the table with some of these people who are just pushing other politics in, and they're kind of getting in the numbers of the union, but let's do this union and that union. I'm hoping we can sit and say, let's put the kids first for what?
What percentage of teachers felt bad that the kids were at school for a year and a half, and that you can measure how far behind they are now, and you can measure that a lot of them are never going to catch up. Does anybody feel bad about that?
Many teachers did feel bad, especially for me, in the elementary school. We have so many little kids who have speech problems due to wearing the mask and also not being in contact with other kids around them. We have so many kids who are far, far behind in mathematics and reading and comprehension skills. And there are many who say, well, you know what, it's the fallout. No, it's not the fallout. Education over Zoom was not real education. It really wasn't. I'm sorry, it wasn't.
Okay, don't be sorry, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It's clear, we know that. But these pro-union teachers, they don't care about this? I know you do, and you probably have many teacher friends who do. But obviously, the crowd in control doesn't care. What's wrong with that?
It's a job. And we'll do whatever you can to make more money. That's what it is.
So they have no interest in worrying about the kids' lives and their state.
Well, I mean, even right now, if the superintendent closes 3 days, by law, you have to maintain a certain number of days. That comes from the state legislature, which means that he has to add 3 extra days, either for the end of the class, end of the school year, or within, add those 3 days. So that's going to mess up a lot of time for teachers and schools. If you're planning on going on vacation at the end of the school year, or you have culmination and graduation, you add an extra 2 days at the end, you're going to mess up a lot of lives. It's not the end of the world, but you're actually doing much damage.
Compared to when you got into the teaching business, right? And I imagine you're probably idealistic and you wanted to do good. What do you, now that you've been on the inside, what do you make of what you're seeing?
Education's changed. Education's changed. It's frustrating going to work. It's frustrating being a parent and being part of the system.
I mean, it must be sad to see what's happened in the LA public schools.
It is that. And there's a lot more something sad about the other public school system. God forbid you call a child, by the wrong gender. Or there's a lot of other issues that we're not supposed to go into right now. But this strike right now, the timing right now is just like, that adding ice on the parents, which is so upset coming back after the pandemic. And now we have these ridiculous babysitting days, which, like, come in if you want, you can stop behind random days throughout the month. And parents are not sending in their kids. They're not. I mean, as a teacher, I'm like, I'm not even sending my own kids.
All right, well, we thank you for coming on and venting. We appreciate it. Good luck if you're
I appreciate it. And please, if parents are listening, tell your teachers, we support you, but we really need you in the school. If you can call your directors at UCLA, contact the chaplain chairs, because not all of us want to strike. And as teachers, as good human beings, we have the right to be more vocal. And we should use that right.
All right, thank you so much for coming on. That is a sixth-grade teacher in LA Unified School District who wants to remain anonymous, not happy with the prospect of at least a 3-day strike, which is to sympathy with the behind-the-scenes workers, custodians, and cafeteria workers who are looking for a big raise. Got an email from our listeners with some good inside stuff on this coming up next. Johnny K. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We have Mark live in the 24-hour KFI news.
Several homes are in danger of sliding down rain-filled hillsides in Orange County. 3 apartment buildings in San Clemente have been evacuated. Officials in Texas say they are taking over Houston's nearly 200,000 student school district. The decision follows allegations of misconduct by school trustees and chronically low academic scores at one of the nearly 50 high schools in the nation's 8th largest district. And T-Mobile is buying Mint Mobile for $1.35 billion. We're going to go to the 101 and we will check in with you, KFI in the Sky Net.
Getting hurt in an accident can happen to anyone. If you're ever hurt in a car, motorcycle, trucking accident, or you get chewed on by a dog, there is only one company to call: Sweet James Accident Attorneys, 800-500-5200. Say, for the last 15 years, Sweet James has helped tens of thousands of injured accident victims get the medical treatment they need. They have won almost $1 billion for their clients. $188 million was settled in 2022. Being hurt after an accident has a major impact on your life, and the last thing you need is to take it on alone. Sweet James have been awarded best attorneys in America. Personal injury is all they do. That's it. They do it well. Sweet James, speak to you, but tough on those insurance companies to hold them accountable. They're driven by their purpose to help you when you need them the most. If you're hurt in an accident, call for a free consultation 24/7. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. SweetJames.com.
Stop on weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to mid-60s. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. We're going to a crash on the 101 in Sherman Oaks. Just on the northbound side of Van Nuys Boulevard, a couple of cars got into it. The right lane has been blocked. The lanes are backing up overall, getting away from Universal Studios. It's also affecting the 134 westbound away from Cahuenga. We've got Mike O'Brien looking at Diamond Bar, KFI in the Sky.
Trouble with the 57 angle. 57 northbound, land right on the emergency beam 50. Looks like they're playing out the right lane, so the race decides to play it back to starting about Connors County. Being in Tupper, California County on the 91. 91 East County is pretty well jammed there from the Imperial Highway into the Green River. This is up pretty nicely in the Riverside there. But in Riverside on the 215 south, 60 east, it's on the Riverside 2 freeway, right at Fox Springs. Like they cleared that place. 60 eastbound affected the Rubidoux Boulevard, and the 215 southbound pretty much with the 10. Michael Ryan, KFI in the Sky.
KFI in the Sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
This report is sponsored by Clark Pest Control. For over 60 years, Clark Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-MEDIA. That's 1-800-WE-MEDIA. Or visit ClarkPest.com.
Southern California Edison wants you to know that downed wires are dangerous. Never approach or touch a downed wire or anything in contact with it. Stay away and call 911. Stay alert. Stay safe. Learn more at fce.com/stay safe.
when he gets on the stand and he's fake crying and talking about Papa and against the duck pond and I love Papa.
That's what you call your son? How come you never referred to him that way in interrogation or any of your conversations with police?
Never once.
Gary and Shannon.
He was putting on a show on the stand.
Right. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're on the John and Ken Show. John Tobel and Ken Chappell, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I just got to say one more thing about the teacher. We're not done here. I got a whole explanation for you about what's going on. I'm going to have just real quick. I really get irritated and annoyed when people say, "Oh, I'm getting bullied." Because you're a grown man or a grown woman. Get back like that. Don't just tuck your head between your legs. Whoa. Stop that. You care about the kids, you gotta fight for them. What, they're gonna point fingers, what, in the teacher's lounge? You can't handle that? Everybody's so timid and weak. The union, UTLA, called the shots here now. We talked about how the Los Angeles City Council is being taken over by this mob of Democrat socialists, and now they're 3 and growing. LA Unified, the teachers union, UTLA, is already taken over by one of these people. What's her name? Cecily Maynard Cruz. Oh, yeah. She's all about social justice. This is a woke lawyer. And the reason they're doing this is because they want the janitors and the cafeteria workers to get a 30% raise. This is the SEIU union that they're backing by having the teachers walk out too. Or as our guest said, otherwise they have to cross the picket line, and that's difficult to do because, John mentioned don't worry about getting bullied, but that's what will happen. Because they'll do that to them. How are they doing it today? An insider says they sent us an email with the few little details that are worth talking about. And it says here, according to this, the district has offered to raise the floor. So the minimum wage, and these again are the workers, the cafeteria workers, the janitors, $20 an hour, including offering full no-cost health benefits for part-time employees, 4 or more hours a day or 80 hours a month, and their dependents. SEIU denied this offer. Do you think if this were offered to the average worker, they would turn it down? They want, we mentioned this before, 30% raises. And here comes the last paragraph of the email. This is about demonstrating political power. SEIU wants to be taken seriously by the LA Unified School District. This is a way to show their might. However, UCLA is only backing SEIU's demand for the 30% raise. The UCLA has already planned demonstration because if SEIU gets a 30% raise for their super low wage, UCLA can say they deserve a 30% raise because their average salary and benefits is $130,616. This actually included a PDF where you can look up that salary and benefits. Salary and benefits for a teacher? Yes, 130,000 is UCLA teachers, right? That's their average benefit. Pay and benefits package is 130,000 for 9 months of work. Yeah, and then the Zoom school. Yeah, it was Zoom school, and they were in their pajamas and fuzzy slippers. Right. Yeah. So it kind of works both ways. It's about social justice. We want the janitors to make $25, $30 an hour. But if they get that, we can go there and say, well, we're actually more skilled. We're teachers. Pay us even more. That's the thing. But I keep telling everybody, it is not about social justice. It's being used as a tool to get the huge raises. It works hand in hand. Doesn't you justify the huge raise by getting the raise for the janitors? So why do the janitors deserve 30%? Well, it's social justice. Well, no, but they want to use that because it makes them seem noble. It gives them a better argument with the public. Well, they're just trying to do the right thing. These poor downtrodden janitors. They don't care about the janitors. I mean, they don't care about the school kids. Tell me they care about the janitors? Of course they don't. It's about them. It's about creating a justification so they get a 30% raise on top of $130,000 a year. And LA Unified School District is losing its own. I always go back to us talking, I think it was 20 years ago, they remember there was this big building boom, and they were putting out all these bonds to build all these schools. They were like, oh my God, in 20 years we're going to be overwhelmed with not enough space to be too many kids in each classroom. We need to build the build. Well, 20 years later, the pandemic really put the cork in this. They're losing students. It was actually a pandemic. Even the same people had to send their kids to the school district that did not to Zoom school. And so we're in lockdown lasted the longest of like any public school district in the country. They kept the kids at home the longest in LA uniforms. And some parents said, that's it. I've had enough. I'm not going to send my kids there anymore. We'll either move or we'll find a private school or we'll do something that we have to do. You know, that just means that the remaining LA Unified School District students are even in tougher situations. 20 years ago, LAUSD had 737,000 students. Now, 20 years ago is what I'm thinking of when we were talking about. Now it's 430,000. Oh my God, yeah. So 700,000 to 400,000. Yeah, so it's 40%. Oh wow, yeah. I didn't know it was that bad. Yeah. And the teachers are making that much more. This is what I mean. You're supposed to be paid per pupil. How could the per pupil? They lost 300,000 pupils, but the budget went up astronomically. Right? If you're getting paid by the pupil, how does that math work? You have 300,000 fewer pupils, and yet the budget has gone berserk, and now they're making 130 grand a year for 9 months. So now I have the details. FCIU Local 99 is asking for 30% across the board raise. UCLA is asking for a 20% raise across the next 2 school years. They want 10% more a year for the teachers. Oh, they've got to be kidding. No, they're just greenbacks. In a time of declining enrollment, horrible scores, bad graduation rates, they don't care. They just because the people who run LAUSD, the school board and the superintendent, are pathetic cowards. They don't want to go to the public and make the case that because what are they going to say? The teachers aren't worth it because our school system obviously sucks. Well, you run the school system, but you get teachers 100% of the power. The school board has no say. The superintendent has no say. It's these crazy communist lunatics who are excessively greedy. Well, here's what happens to the kids. Cecily Maillard Cruz put out a statement. She's the UCLA president in the school district where 86% of students live in poverty and staff salaries are nearly enough to pay rent or put food on the table. We will stand alongside the members of SEIU Local 99. What, 130 grand a year? The teachers can't pay their rent? No, she's talking about the SEIU workers. Well, you're not. They claim that their average salary is $25,000 because they're serving. But many of them work part-time. Many of them work part-time. It's not a full-time job. You can't. These jobs are not made for you to have a home and a family. You have to get other work. Yeah. Now, my cafeteria ladies were older, but they were like the husband worked, so they should just have another income for the family. Yeah. You can't use it as the main income. Obviously, you can't. You can't have families if you make so little money. It's not responsible. It's not practical. All right, so maybe you should go to San Francisco where they may hand out $5 million to people. We'll explain what this is. Johnny 10 FIN 640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. Everyone on the 24-hour KFI News.
The 11th atmospheric river of this winter season at this stage. Yesterday's storms brought more rain and snow to California, along with widespread flooding and power outages. The Ventura County Fire Department Andy Van Stiver says they have extra crews on hand to help out.
We have over 100 firefighters on duty in addition to our normal staffing.
He says his department has 2 swiftwater teams and 3 task force and hand crews that can readily respond to flooding issues. Officials say rain will decrease by tomorrow. More than 30 cars that drove over large potholes on the 71 in Pomona have been hit with flat tires and other damages. The CHP says the potholes closed all northbound lanes on the freeway between Rio Rancho Road and Mission Boulevard this morning. Caltrans blames the rainstorm and says it is working around the clock to fix the potholes. The news is brought to you by Jacoby and Myers, injury attorney. A jury says a man was mentally sane when he killed his stepmom with a pickaxe in Lake Forest in 2013. The man pleaded not guilty and claimed insanity. Officials say if he was insane at the time, he would have gone to a mental health hospital. The guy was convicted March 2nd and is scheduled to be sentenced April 3rd. He faces 26 years to life in prison. A businessman thought by China's government and known for his ties to the Trump administration has been arrested in New York on charges that he oversaw a $1 billion fraud conspiracy. Wow Wenwei allegedly solicited investments through false statements.
Prosecutors seized $634 million that they said amounted to the proceeds of the alleged fraud, while allegedly lined his own pockets with the money he's accused of stealing, buying himself a 50,000 square foot mansion.
Secretary Steve says Blah also bought a $3.5 million car and financed a $30 million yacht because the yacht is where Steve Bannon was arrested in 2020 on unrelated charges. Blah was one of China's richest people with a fortune estimated by Forbes magazine at $1.1 billion in 2015. We're going to the 405 next.
Want to sell your home? Well, you got to know the market is changing. And now there's a drastic rise in interest rates. Everything's going haywire. So it's important to take action now. Before you call an agent to do this, you call Seller's Advantage. It's a great alternative for selling your home. No dealing with agents, commissions, no paying for repairs, no waiting months to sell. Seller's Advantage will make you a competitive cash offer and will close in days. No agents, no commissions. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy, so the sellers walk away happy. See what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. Ready to sell your home? Call Seller's Advantage. They might even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no obligation offer, 888-321 as is, 888-321 as is, 888-321 as is, sellersadvantage.com. The DRE number is 01961658.
Southline weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to mid 60s for Metro LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley, inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire around 60 in the Antelope Valley. Right now, 58 in Villa Park and 59 in Westminster. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 405 in the Sepulveda Pass. On the northbound side, just before Scarborough Center, they have just cleared this out of lane. Circulation backing up overall out of West LA leaving the 10 freeway. And we've got Mike O'Brien taking a look at North Hollywood, KFI in the sky.
Trouble to the 101 northbound, approaching Woodland. Looks like the right lane block. Off to the bumper. Now catching the road. Before he goes way back through the slow to pass. And he's at this starts about Santa Monica Boulevard. Leaving the sector to left 134 off of the Toluca Road. Now looks like the south 101 on the bridge, pretty much to the 405 to 134. And then once again from Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. Popular item today has been popular. The latest quick. They're coming up here on the 605 northbound pushing Tech Road. They're stopping all the lanes right now to repair those holes. But bumper to bumper, it's got the normal point that goes way back to the 105. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
The drive and some others really tough as well. We've seen some more potholes on that northbound side of the 71. This is coming right up on Falls Avenue. You still have some lane restrictions there, and that's jamming the drive away from the 60. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
I'm John Morgan from Morgan & Morgan. Injured, just dial pound long. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Imagine air travel that's simple and hassle-free. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Fly on your own schedule. Avoid crowded terminals and never stand in another line again. As a Surf Air member, you're in control of your travel day. SurfAir.com. Stress-free, easy air travel. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com.
run. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
Johnny Ken Show with John Kogal and Ken Champa. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Well, despite the fact that the U.S. government put out a travel alert for spring breakers in Mexico, I understand they're being overwhelmed with college students. They don't care about violence, and they're showing up anyway to have a big time. Nobody listens to this government. There's also warnings about if you take any pills in Mexico, beware, they may very well have fentanyl in them.
Oh, they're certainly going to ignore that.
Hey, it's Darwinism, right? Yeah, I know. And then when something bad's going to happen, everybody's going, oh, that is so terrible. And one of the most outrageous financial stories we can find in a long time is coming out of where else? San Francisco, where the San Francisco Board of Supervisors talked for the first time yesterday about reparations. The city had assigned an African American Reparations Advisory Committee that came up with a whole bunch of ideas as to how to deal with the topic of reparations, and it is unbelievable wish list. $5 million to every eligible black adult. The elimination of personal debt and tax burden. Guaranteed annual incomes of at least $97,000 for 250 years. And homes in the city for just $1 a family. More than 100 recommendations were made by this committee. It's fine. I don't agree with this story. However, the supervisors embraced some of the recommendations and said, we don't care about the cost. This is the right thing to do. Well, where do you get the money from? Well, let's go through some of the numbers because it's a really good question. The numbers are astonishing. If just even 50% of the city's nearly 45,000 black residents met the requirements to get the money, the city would be looking at a $112.5 billion bill. Comparison, San Francisco's entire budget for the current fiscal year is just $14 billion. The budget for the state of California is $308 billion. So how are they going to pay $112.5 billion? They're not. This is just a joke. This is a game here. I thought the supervisors would say thank you for your recommendations and table this, but now they're saying, no, let's look at this. $5 million a person. It's virtue signaling. Because if you vote it down, you're a racist. So you just keep voting yes, and you tell everybody, well, I believe in reparations. They know. Yeah, but but $5 million. Wouldn't one person on the board say that seems a little bit high? No, because you're talking about double-digit IQ, like I was trying to point out before. Everybody about super wolf bend over backwards. Yeah, if the city paid every black resident $5 million, they'd be on the hook for $223 billion. That's $263,000 for every non-black person in the city. That's what they have to shell out to cover this. California, of course, was never officially a slave state. That's brought up many times. So there were people here with slaves who were not a slave. It's not Alabama we're talking about. Now, you have to, you know what this is also about, though? I didn't see this until I started scoping through another article. It's not just reparations for the effects of slavery, John. It's for the failed war on drugs. So if you can show that you had a family member who was incarcerated in the failed war on drugs, you might get money too. So this is all just silly. Damn it, this is like woke is now peaking into absurdity. And now it's the whole thing's a farce. Well, that's why I hope this story gets a lot of attention. Yeah, the country realizes. And I hate to tell you this, I didn't get the name of the pollster, but 60% of people approve of woke, according to this poll. Yeah, but it was the way the question was worded. It was it's worded about justice and equity. Yeah, they worded it so that it was all these positive attributes that you would feel bad if you said no to it. So that was a juice ball. Well, that's what they do because wokeism is so unpopular now. You know, the woke journalists are going to come up with a fake poll to say most Americans approve of this sort of thing. No, they don't. Stop it. Several supervisors were surprised to hear pushback from politically liberal San Franciscans. Apparently, they are unaware of the legacy of slavery and racist policies that keep black Americans on the bottom rung of health, education, and economic prosperity, and they're overrepresented in prisons and homeless. There's so many black Americans who are successful and have good jobs and homes and raise families because they chose to live life a certain way. I don't accept anybody's excuse, ever, especially if you live in America. All right? You have no excuse. There's a pretty good short list of rules to abide by, and you'll do well enough. I am fed up with everybody's victim, but everybody's reasons. All they want is you just have a group that wants free money here. I mean, $5 billion. That's $5 billion. I mean, and where's the journalists instead of these idiot journalists? I can see the fraudsters coming here and set themselves up. You have black people at the front to present fake documents. Of course, they qualify. No $5 million, man. That's a lottery win. And no media, no writer, no reporter asked the supervisor on the record, on camera, where are you getting the money? It doesn't exist. It's like giving housing to every homeless person. It doesn't exist. That's not possible. Right, this is just a wish list and a way to stand there and look like, it is a virtue signal. It is a drug that people are feeling morally superior because they're on the right side of an important social issue. It gives them some kind of high that can give them status. I don't know. It's stupid. Well, the only truth of it is the number of people who are homeless or who are in prison in the U.S. is actually low compared to the total population, but they are disproportionately black. That's the truth. Yes, but it comes down to did each individual commit the crime or not? Exactly. Then why did they commit the crime? I'm not interested in why. Did you commit the crime? See, the woke argument is because of circumstances caused by your racism. No. It's not caused by anything. It's caused by you decided you're going to whack that guy in the head. You decided you're going to walk into the store and steal stuff. You decided it. That's why it happened. It might be interesting to know that the Chicago suburb of Evanston, I think that's where Northwestern University is, became the first U.S. city to fund reparations. They gave money to qualifying people for home repairs, down payments, and interest on late penalties. In December, the Boston City Council approved the reparations study task force. But if San Francisco advances with this plan, this would dwarf everything. No, it can't. Because you'd have most San Francisco moving out. Yeah, as soon as they found out it's going to cost them a couple $100,000 per resident, you're right. How are they going to confiscate that money? Where are they going to confiscate it out of your bank account? They're going to confiscate your own? Or are they going to raise taxes? Is what they do. Yeah, so find a way to raise property taxes, which means you sell your house and you move out. That's what people would do. That's what I would do. With normal, sane people. Because, yeah, how come they were called the bad DA up there in the school board members? How should they reacting to this, too? I don't understand. I know somebody who lives up there, and they say that people in San Francisco, by nature, very sour, dour, just in bad moods. And they hate LA people, yeah. Yeah, it's just I tell people this. LA people don't care or talk about San Francisco people. Not much, but there's some Bay Area people who hate LA people. Well, you know what? They made their city into a sewer, an unaffordable sewer. And now they're going to give away, every single dollar that every resident has. It's just leave. All right, it's not worth it. We got more coming up. Johnny Ken, KFI AM 640, live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. And Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour KFI News.
The Metropolitan Water District has rescinded the emergency restrictions that were put in place last year due to the state's storage drought. The LA School District says it is going to sit down and negotiate with workers who are demanding better pay and treatment. City of LA is looking to help street vendors save some money. A council committee has approved a motion calling for a study to look into the yearly fee for sidewalk and park vending permits. We're going to go to the 210, and we will check in with the KFI in the sky next.
The S&P, boy, that went down 20% last year, and this year is not looking good. Today is a particularly bad day. A majority of economists are forecasting a recession in 2023.
Yeah, that's why you hear time and time again, it's very important to do this. Diversify your portfolio or else you risk taking massive losses. Gold and precious metals can offer a hedge against inflation and all this stock market volatility. And this is a great time to investigate Legacy Precious Metals. That's the company we trust. With Legacy Precious Metals, you can protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold-backed IRA, or you can have metals shipped directly to your door. Visit Legacy online and get your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. Or give Legacy Precious Metals a call. Here is their toll-free number, 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Do not give your retirement a chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals now. Download your free investor's guide. BuyLegacyGold.com.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Shopping Center, let's go places. We're going to the 210 in Pasadena. Eastbound flowing is coming up away from the 134 freeway, slowing down a bit more heading into Azusa. Looking better once you make your way past Foothill Boulevard, a little crowded on that westbound side as well, from about Rosemead back towards Fair Oaks. Now, Mike O'Brien's checking out Whittier, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, well, we've had some problems with potholes, and it's been going on all day on multiple freeways, really. The 605 northbound of Tokyo Tech Road, they ran a break, stopped all lanes, just potholes, fixed those holes, but it looks like they finally released the lanes, but we're still suffering back to the 105. Southbound side of the boat, actually, was better than normal. Just controlling that from Washington down to Spa. Remember, the problem is in Pomona, though, where the related here. The 71 northbound Tokyo Holes and Mission Boulevard. That's the Caltrans project. They're trying to repair potholes there. And now I just get word that somebody ran into some of the Caltrans equipment and is now becoming hostile with this also workers' code. We're all crazy. It's not a competition. You bump for the bumper, that is back right off the 50. I would use Gary or head over to the 57. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This is Doug Gottman. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
It's a busy game with the Lakers playing the Rockets, the Clippers facing the Warriors, and on the ice, the Ducks versus the Islanders. All transactions performed by the Rams and Chargers during the NFL's legal tampering period are now official with the start of the league's new year. It's the end of the era for Dallas as the Cowboys announced the release of running back Ezekiel Elliott. He's now a free agent and can sign with any team. I'm Frank Aaron.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up. That's code SPORTS. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. This recording is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with savings on select PCs powered by the latest 12th-gen Intel Core processor, plus 6 meals and select accessories and free shipping off everything. Save now by calling 877-ASK-DELL.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com. Regrow your own natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or AdvancedHair.com. I'm attorney Gary Capanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-CUFFS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, but makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-CUFFS, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUFFS.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA's Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here in the press box.
That's the latest here at Union Station.
Putting live here in the beach.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain come through. Covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
I didn't know you were Sunday on the CW. It's a hard after an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico. Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona.
Live Golf is live all season long. KTLA5, the CPL. Marcia, you're in KFI.
Hey, ding dong. I'm in running trains.
And how much snow have you got?
6 feet of snow. You know what we're really in need of? Booze.
Let's see what's on the way to it, Joe. What I thought was an emergency going on up there is probably just a big party. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Ken Show, John Cobell and Ken Shampo, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. All right, one more reminder today is that you call in on the voice line with the iHeartRadio app. The little microphone icon, leave a message for the voice line, which returned Friday for the first time in 2 weeks. Call the toll-free number 1-877 voice 86 1-877-664-7888. And listen to the podcast will be up there after 4 o'clock. And one thing you're going to want to hear, we had an anonymous LAUSD teacher explain how so many of the teachers don't get a craft and they're going to go on strike for 3 days. Also, a quick note that Garcetti is going to be ambassador to India. The vote was approved in the Senate. Yeah, because 3 Democrats voted no. So all the Republicans that voted no, and I think 7 of them voted again, he was not a good at it. Is this like a Republican plot working? Oh, I don't know. This is possible. I have no idea. There are people from other states that really didn't have any connection. I hope they don't let it back in. So I hope something happens that can never come back into it. And you remember years ago when people started saying, stop using the plastic grocery bags and stop using even the paper bag. Bring your own bag, right? The cloth bag to the grocery. I know, you made fun of people who did. Yes. And then we found out years later there's a problem with that. They get really dirty and full of bacteria. Yeah. Well, now there's a similar story that's percolating. People that reuse their water bottles. Here's the headline. Reusable water bottles hold 40,000 times more bacteria than a toilet seat. That's good. Well, that would make you put it down. I never use those either. A toilet seat? Oh, you mean a portable water bottle, yes. Yeah, they call them portable petri dishes. According to researchers from waterfilterguru.com, they got the results by swapping different parts of the water bottle, the stop lid, the straw lid, and the screw top lid, 3 times each. And they found that your reusable water bottle contains twice as many germs as the kitchen sink, 4 times as a computer mouse, compared to your pet's drinking bowl, and that's 14 times more bacteria. Now, the squeeze top bottles were the cleanest. The worst were the screw top and the straw-fitted lid. But I know there are people that walk around that drink water and they get it from the fountain and I put my reusable bottle because I'm environmentally sensitive. And what did we also find out, John? Very gross story about what janitors like to do. If you leave your reusable water bottle on the desk overnight, there's sure they leave themselves in there. They add ingredients. They do. Personal protein ingredients. Apparently they do. Yeah. So the answer here is the same as with the stupid cloth grocery bag. You have to wash it. And a lot of people are too lazy to do that. No, see, I use plastic at least once a day with hot soapy water. I use plastic. Well, you don't use a reusable. I don't use a reusable anything. And I tell you, when I see a guy standing in front of me, and you'll see this in Whole Foods, with a reusable bag, I'm looking and thinking, just robbing me. I don't just as many as I used to. It's embarrassing. Why don't you walk around with your manhood set? I mean, it's just so. But it's all right for me. Yeah, that is a lady thing. They can have reusable cloth bags, but then you cross the line with John Cobell's judgment. Yeah, that's right. Now you become something less. You have a cloth bag and you have a reusable water bottle. It's like I don't ever want to talk to you. Okay, what those guys like you? Well, they're usually very well read. You'll see. Apparently, people only wash their water bottles maybe once a month. So it's disgusting. All this stuff is disgusting. Yeah, but how come we don't learn that they're sicker? They're not getting sick, or they're like, well, they don't know. They probably, they're the ones who got all the COVID. That's very possible. Yeah, think about it. Somebody was spreading it.
It was the reusable crowd was spreading. But I'm going to take a wild guess here. Ken, you're not the guy who uses reusable cloth bags at the grocery store.
No. No. I don't even bring my own plastic bags. No, but nobody does that, do they? No, some people bring plastic bags. Yeah. They do bring the recyclable plastic bags back to the store to put stuff in. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I don't. I take all my groceries out of those bags and put the groceries in the car and then throw the bags in the parking lot. Let somebody else figure that out. But you know, they used to at a supermarket here in Burbank. They used to say, "Hey, you want help with your groceries?" And when that bag ban or that 25-cent bag started, yeah, sure. And I would have the guy unload 100 items into the car one at a time. No bad. Good. I'll be having a cigarette in front, listening to KFI. Adam Cole's coming on tonight. That's kind of cool. I heard it. Yeah. Matter of fact, I said to one of our news editors, young lady is very well read here at KFI. IIQ. Yeah, she said, what's on the show tonight? I'm like, oh, she never asked. That's interesting, right? I said, oh, Adam Cole's coming on today. She said, who's that? Well, you can't get everything. I know. I get it, right? You get a small percentage, you'll make good money. That's right. Dean Sharp is coming on with us. And please, don't say this after the next one. No Kelly's coming up. That's all right. You know how. Yes. All right. And then we have former LA Mayor Teddy on with us at 5. Oh, come on. The new ambassador to India is coming on your show to talk about Indian food and delicacies. That's right. Hey, look, we're at the first exclusive interview. Where he's going is less homeless. I don't know. Ever seen New Delhi? I don't know. Just feel at home. Yeah. I don't know. A lot of people in the streets that ask for money, I know, and a lot of cities where have you been to India? I have not. Your girlfriend. I have many family members that have, but I have not. No, I don't really want to. It's not on my list, Tim. Yeah, okay. I'm surprised there's not an Indian-themed casino in Vegas. That's a big deal. A billion people. Do you think in terms of gambling casinos all the time? Oh, yeah, but they do that. Everything is not back to back. Conway's coming up there. Hey, guys, come on. Yeah. Where's that go?
Don't punch your smart speaker. Google, just tell it what to play. Okay, Google, play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Will they? Won't they? So far they have. I'm Michael Kermisher, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Hundreds of LA school district workers have rallied at City Hall in LA despite the district's peace talks.
People with the two major labor unions representing the district say they're demanding pay increases and respect. Custodian for Emmanuel Arts High School, Edna Logan, says to Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, when you assume the position, it comes with responsibility.
He talks about student suffering. He needs to look at, and I know you think that's the guy, but he walked into it and he accepted it. And one of the first things he needed to look at was what needed to be corrected.
Workers say as long as offers don't even come close to what they need, and they're ready to strike. In downtown LA, Chris Adler, KFI News.
The Metropolitan Water District has rescinded the emergency restrictions that were put in place last year due to the state's historic drought. 2020 to 2022 was the driest period in California's history, prompting the district to impose limits on outdoor watering of plants to help offset reduced water supply. Agency said yesterday the winter storms have helped alleviate the water shortage and it's lifting the emergency mandate restrictions for nearly 7 million people. Sex offender Home Bro has been arrested for allegedly sexually assaulting a woman inside a McDonald's bathroom in Riverside. Police say the man went into the women's restroom Sunday, confronted a woman as she was leaving the stall. They say he blocked the bathroom door and assaulted her. The woman escaped, and another person followed the man into the parking lot, holding it down until police got there. The man was released from prison in December, was wearing a GPS monitoring device. The Justice Department and the Securities and Exchange Commission are investigating the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says 2 people familiar with the situation claim the investigations are in the preliminary stages.
Sources tell ABC News the FBI's early focus is on Silicon Valley Bank's leadership and whether there's any evidence of possible insider trading.
Jarvis says it's not clear whether any wrongdoing has been committed. One of the sources says the DOJ's investigation involves federal prosecutors in California along with prosecutors involved in fraud cases. Accumulated snow has caused part of the roof to collapse at a shopping mall in Duluth, Minnesota. Fire Chief Sean Creuset
as workers have been removing several inches of snow yesterday when the roof was away.
They heard some popping, it sounded like, the reports initially that we got. They heard some popping and they evacuated the roof.
No one was hurt. The Duluth area got more than 12 inches of snow over the weekend. Duluth International Airport reported more than 160 inches of snow this season, more than 40 inches above normal. Consumers in the U.S. have cut down on spending. Government says retail sales decreased 0.4% last month after jumping 3.2% in January, an indication of the pressure that rising inflation and declining wages are putting on U.S. households. Agency's Jim Ryan says the decrease takes into account spending online and in stores. The February retail sales figure was weighed down by a 1.8% drop in auto sales, as well as declines in spending at restaurants and furniture stores. Police in Austria have warned of a possible Islamist-motivated attack against churches and other houses of worship, citing undisclosed information received by the country's intelligence service. They say they increased security and an officer presence in front of certain buildings in Vienna. They say the measures are precautionary, but can't predict how long they'll be in place. They say the threat of assault against churches is non-specific. And milk tickets have been sold, matching all 6 numbers in last night's Mega Millions lottery drawing. That pushes Friday's jackpot up to $254 million. Lottery officials say one ticket matching 5 numbers. But this in the mega number was sold at home-style donuts in Norwalk. That ticket's worth about $2.3 million. We'll check the 101 freeway. Coming up. All right, let's talk about Sunday. You want to sell your home, you want to sell it quickly, and you do not want to do any repairs at all, right? Sort of lazy like me. What do you call Sunday? Sunday's your move. Sunday's real estate marketplace. The unique way to sell your home as is, fast, and get the best possible price. So Sunday connects you with homeowners, that's you, with thousands of local buyers who bid on your home, ensuring you get the highest possible price. On average, homeowners receive 22 cash offers within days. Sunday's real estate experts have helped over 900 families in the greater Los Angeles area move quickly and get the best possible price for their home. So the team has over 30 years of local experience in the real estate game. The best part, no showings, no repairs, no cleanings. Not kidding. So please, phone them up right away. 800-25-OFFER, 800-25-OFFER. You can pay 0 fees this Sunday. You can close it quick in 10 days. That's really cool. Visit them online, sunday.com, sundae.com/offers. Sunday.com/offers. Sunday Flashes Real Estate Brokers. For more information, go to sunday.com/disclosure. Stop by with us again. Rain's going to go away through the night. It's still out there for you. Lows around 50 degrees. Partly cloudy and a bit warmer tomorrow. Highs mid-50s at beaches, mid-60s. Metro LA, Orange County, around 70. Inland and higher in the valleys. Around 60 in the high desert. Slight chance of rain late Friday and early Sunday, but not a big. Otherwise, some clouds and cool temps. Right now in Anaheim, 56, Newport Beach, 55, Cerritos, 58, Long Beach, 57 degrees. KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow finished down 281. NASDAQ was up 6. S&P was down 27. Average price of regular gas in California is $4.90 a gallon.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Yeah, that's up around Sherman Oaks.
This is that 101, making your way along the southbound side, leaving the 405, taking you ahead to the 170, 134 split. Then you've got more slowing ahead in Hollywood, leaving Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. The northbound side is loading up as well, getting away from just about Hollywood Boulevard and stretches all the way to White Oak in Encino. Let's head out to Anaheim with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Just approaching Harbor Boulevard. 91 East at Harbor Boulevard. They have gone to the right shoulder there. They're tight on that stretch out of Buena Park from about the looks like up the hill, that's still Bueno. That's going to load up there in Anaheim Hill. Pretty much from Imperial Highway to Green River. The good news is beyond that, that is surprisingly good. Get to Riverside. But County, not too bad. 5 northbound, you just going up and over up to the Orange Truck. 405 northbound from Harbor, pretty much up into the construction zone, East Boulevard. There's still wasn't a problem. There is closer. Looks like 58 remains close for the flooding there. That's between Warner and Seaport, so there's no through traffic between Sunset Beach, out at the beach. You'll have to detour through Southern Valley. Michael Bryan, KFI in the Sky.
And another pothole city is in Pomona on that 71 northbound coming up on Holt Avenue. That drive is just crawling, single-digit speeds, getting away from the 60. Approaching Holt, watch out for some lane restrictions. KFI in the Sky, help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This hour of
KFI is brought to you by Sunlux Solar. Go solar today at sunlux.com. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number?
Not me.
Nope. Oh no. He's been stolen.
LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Call 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite. Just Termite.
Clean, friendly, buddy.
Activity. We call it good and wrong. Call it good.
More stimulating talk.
And I want radio station.
KFI AM is the Court Cowboy Show, and we're still digging out from all this rain. We'll have plenty of news on that. Plus, 8 students suffered medical incident at Sun Valley School. Reports are up in marijuana gummies. And yet another atmospheric river pounding California maybe next week. But first, one of the funniest guys in show business, and I used to work with him he was on the mornings on KLSX, I was on the evenings, and he'd come up with us almost every Friday for a couple hours. Didn't have to do it, but just enjoyed it, and we loved having him. Adam Cole, how are you, bud?
Hey, John.
What's wrong with you, man? Wow, that's the longest applause we've had.
Thank you.
Hey, you know what? I have a lot of rules of. Is it rule of thumb or rules of thumb?
I think it's rule of singular.
Okay.
But if you have more than one,
Yes. But I have a lot of them that I've gotten from you over the years, and the one that stuck with me the most is when you were getting down on people drinking and driving, and your rule of thumb was if you drink and drive, you have to drive like you have 2 dead hookers in the truck.
that's what I said. I mean, I know I told my son that on his 15th birthday, but I remember saying it into a microphone.
Yeah, you got to be very careful with your buzzed and driving. But one of the other things that I also I thought was a great idea, you came on with us one day and you said, you know, SoFi Stadium, or whatever stadium, should be open, where you go out and they give you shots of liquor, and then you drive around an empty parking lot, then give you more shots, to find out where your buzz is when you're driving, because not everybody is .08.
Well, yeah, there's heavyweights out there. I mean, okay, for instance, I have an SPCA driver's license. I have a professional license to race in professional automotive races. My mom has a symbol of Juvenile on ice and will drive through all kinds of electric cars. Good. Here's, let's just put it to you this way. Let's put it to you this way. And I don't want to go a straight drive.
Sure, no, you have to watch.
Let me say my piece.
Okay.
Who would be a better starting quarterback for the Green Bay Packers? You or Aaron Rodgers on 3 beers?
That's right.
Well, what else? What other math do we need to do?
That's right.
We like to gamble on sports.
Yeah.
Is that on you?
No.
Well, Aaron Rodgers on 3 beers.
That's awesome. Hey, by the way, I heard that you wrote some of the jokes for Jimmy and the Oscars. Is that true or false? Or somebody's just BSing?
No, it's true. I wrote the Oscars the 3 years he did it.
Oh, that's great, man. I could tell that you were involved this year. It was a very funny show. There wasn't a lot of politics involved. And for the first time, I don't know, in maybe 2 or 3 years, I really enjoyed it. I really liked it.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought the monologue was great. I thought the jokes were great. You know, you comb through them, you go over them. Jimmy would send me over 30 pages of jokes, and I would just like mark them down, you know, put up, oh, this one's a 6, this one's a 9,
side, you know. Here's one, like here's the punch up, and here's the tag, and the percentage, he's used percentages, I mean, it's like, you're right, for 2 months, if you get 4 jokes that make the monologue, that's a good batting average, but it's a thrill.
Right. But does anybody at like a show like that have the stones to tell The Rock that his introduction humor is not really working?
Excited to see it. That I think he sort of, it's a little bit of a hot chicken high school syndrome, right? No one ever told, the head cheerleaders to belly the ball. Hey, the lady, shut up for a second. The rest of talking over here. When's the last time someone told Wayne Johnson, hey, guys, could you zip it? I'm having a conversation with him.
But man, it's that guy massive. I mean, you probably saw him personally because you were working at the Oscars. But just on TV, he looks like the size of an RV.
Yeah, and he does those things, and the only guy that lifts high-dated with veins coming out of his veins. Any guy's got veins in his calves. I don't want you tweeting on Sunday about what you ate for the cheat day. Every day for me is a cheat day. The thing where you put in 6 hours at the gym and you're slamming creatine and you're eating rides, and then 2 hours on a Sunday you have a piece of fun cake, and now I'm supposed to identify with you.
Well, that reminds me of the, if you said years ago that you hate working with the guy who gets taken out by a Snickers at 2 o'clock, So man, if I have a Snickers at 2, I'm beat by 3 o'clock.
I don't like any of the people that tell me what food does for them. You know what I mean? Like those people that go, oh man, I'll enjoy a steak, but at some point, after I eat 8 ounces of red meat, I really start to crash. And then I'll have a piece of chocolate. When I hit that chocolate, I get that rush, right? The chocolate will kick in. I'm like, you're talking about a handle of vodka doing that to me. That was no reason to do it. And then I have a cup of half-fat coffee, and I'm zooming through outer space, but I crash. And this is like, are you that delicately wired that everything that hits your palate sends you into some place?
Okay. All right, hold on one second. I really want to promote your podcast. Hopefully, Adam can stay for a second here. This guy's great, man. He's still the funniest man in show business. I love having him on. As a matter of fact, Palio, if you can book him for every Wednesday at 4, you'll do us a solid. All right, very good. All right, we're live. Comedy Show on KFI AM 640. More than Corolla, KFI AM 640. But more Predator now on AM 640 in the newsroom. Former LA Mayor Eric Garcetti has been confirmed as the next ambassador to India by a 52 to 42 vote in the Senate. Some Republicans ended up voting for Garcetti. U.S. officials say they're not sure if Russia intentionally downed the U.S. drone flying over the Black Sea. Russia says it never made contact, but the feds say there's absolute evidence that they did. The World Video Game Hall of Fame has narrowed down this year's 12 finalists, including Angry Birds, Quake, NBA 2K, and Wii Sports. Experts and the public will be voting, and they'll announce the winners in May. We'll take a look at the 5 freeway. Well, if you're in an accident besides your car being damaged, the injury from the accident could have a ripple effect on your entire life, and everybody in your family as well. So Sweet James Accident Attorneys, you know all too well what injured victims go through. Your injury can help you from everyday activities, including work, not to mention having to live with all that pain. Plus your car is up on off its side. That's not good. So that's why the attorneys at Sweet James have devoted their lives to helping injured clients, and they're going to help you get the medical treatment you need so you can heal. And they help you get the money you deserve. So phone them up, financially recover, physically recover, and recover that car as well. Sweet James has one mission to help accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally. And they've recovered over $1 billion for their clients over the last 18 years. No reason not to call them. I recommend everybody call them. 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, or the website. And again, their report is awards best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com. Step in the
road, not cars in Mission Diego.
It's a Boulder of all things on that 5 northbound. This is just before La Paz Road across the 2 right lanes. Not sure how it got there, but it's there. And it's loading the drive up all the way from 73 Split. But then on the southbound side of the 5, this is coming up on Crown Valley, just past Oso Parkway. It's a wreck that landed in the right lane. And delays here are backing up all the way from Lake Forest Drive. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Problems at Pomona for the 71. 71 northbound approaching the Kellogg interchange there, just at about Dixon. Now, that's Caltrans in the first, I believe, the right lane. It's pothole repair. It's a popular item today, I'll tell you that. And it is bumper to bumper back to the 60. I would exit there. If you could carry that north here to the 10 or maybe the diamond block, pick up the north 57. Now, also, you've got the southbound side of the fence. It's kind of a tight split there as well. Right off the solo, but that's pretty short road. I think I'd just stick with that. The 210 eastbound on the big south, out of Pasadena, study of Roosevelt Boulevard. You're going to be heavy outfield bound with birds, and right about Foothill Boulevard, if you flip those 19 and 115. Michael Ryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez, Cable Stores.
It's a busy day with the Lakers playing the Rockets, the Clippers facing the Warriors, and on the ice, the Ducks versus the Islanders. All transactions performed by the Rams and Chargers during the NFL's legal tampering period are now official with the start of the league's new year. It's the end of an era for Dallas as the Cowboys announced the release of running back Ezekiel Elliott. He's now a free agent and can sign with a new team. I'm Frank Aaron. During Staples Teacher-Palooza, teachers save big, or do save. Save 25% on classroom decor and up to 40% on brands like Post-it, Papermate, and Owners. In-store only, offer ends for one. While supplies last. Help your favorite teachers stock their classroom at Staples. This report is sponsored by Almonte RVs. Get ready to spring into warmer weather with Almonte RVs Spring Special. Book your next open road adventure by March 31st and save 10% off of your daily rate and receive 200 free miles per travel between now and May 13th. The promo code SPRING2030. For more information, visit AlmonteRV.com or call 800-337-2149. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindstar.com. Since 2010, Blindstar has sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters to satisfied customers across the country. With 20,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindstar.com. In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio, specifically audio influencers.
Audio has been a key component for us. Our consumer is omnichannel, so we need to be omnichannel. We use audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. But working with iHeart, we were able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hey, it's Jennifer. Join us this March to make March matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Every time you shop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, you'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Did you see any news stories, any reaction from anybody in elected office? Where's Karen Bass? Where is she? Nothing, just silence. And again, everybody will forget the story. There are obviously plenty of countries and plenty of cities with a lot of poor people. John and Ken, there are not many places in the world like this. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Tampa, 8 out of 6 morning. Tom right down. Oh, this guy died today, right? What's his name? What else? Bobby Caldwell. Oh, man, I love that guy. I love more Bobby Caldwell. We have the storm. We're still digging out of that. Mayor Eric Garcetti, or former mayor, is going to India to be the ambassador over there. And we see something happen in the NBA. Okay, we'll take care of all that.
All right, so Adam Carolla is with us, star of the Adam Carolla podcast. Adam, are you still in town? I read